Chapter 421. Han Shan-yue was speechless. His voice was half cold and half warm. "It's my first time, too. Then have you prepare the groom's robe?" Ning Shuima asked him back. "I don't like red." Han Shan-yue slowly sat up straight. "You like red?" "Me? I'm fine with it. But you're just marrying a concubine this time, so it's okay if you don't with a red groom's robe. You're going to marry a wife in the future, so you have to wear it even if you don't like it. Otherwise, the bride's family won't be happy." Ning Shuima's tone was serious. Han Shan-yue stared at her. "You still want to see me marry a wife? What does it have to do with me, whether you marry a wife or not?" Ning Shuima rolled her eyes in her heart. "You see, you're marrying a concubine, so you'll definitely marry a wife in the future. Your wife is the one who will accompany you for the rest of your life, so you still have to show her respect. For example, for a grand wedding, you have to prepare a phoenix coronet for her, instead of letting the bride do it herself. For example, even if you don't like red, you still have to wear the red groom's robe. You care about these? It's not that I care, but your future wife will care. In the future, when you meet the girl you like and want to marry her, you'll naturally understand. You'll be afraid that she'll be wronged, so you'll give her the best. All right, it's getting late. I really have to go and rest." Ning Shuima waved her hand at him and turned to leave. "You don't have to prepare the wedding dress." When she was almost at the door, he added another sentence. Ning Shuima's footsteps paused slightly. Okay. It seemed that he finally understood that the wedding dress was something that only the wife would prepare. He didn't let her prepare it because he knew that she didn't need it for a concubine. She didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable. Just as she was about to leave his courtyard, he added, "Tomorrow noon is the ceremony for me to become a Taoist master. You can come and watch the ceremony." Ning Shuima casually uttered an "oh" and walked away. The ceremony for becoming a Taoist master should be very lively and interesting. However, this was also a rare opportunity to escape, so she had to grasp it. Ning Shuima returned to her room. Just as she was about to take off her clothes and get into bed, she suddenly sensed something and turned around abruptly. Who is it? The window opened by itself, and a person jumped in. In the dark night, that person's figure was extremely familiar. Shiju. He was actually wearing the uniform of a guard in the Marquis's estate, looking shrewd and valiant. Ning Shuima didn't expect him to come, especially in the middle of the night. Shouldn't he have returned to his Bright King clan? "Shiju, why are you here? You're even wearing such a set of clothes. My little temple can't accommodate a great deity like you. You should have sent someone to inform me of your arrival. I would have welcomed you very grandly," Ning Shuima said half-jokingly. She really had a good impression of this young man and looked at him as if he was her own little brother. Official identities can't enter. Shiju was dressed in black and stood there like a shadow. "Ah, it can't be right. My main door isn't sealed, so you can enter and leave as you wish. It isn't sealed, but there are hidden checkpoints on all the roads leading to Marquis Ning's estate. No official's carriage is allowed to enter your Marquis Ning's estate. It said that the Taoist master likes peace and quiet, so he refuses any visitors. He's also staying in your estate, so," Shiju explained. His brows furrowed and his fingers secretly clenched. Ning Shuima. She had neglected this problem. These days, Marquis Ning's estate had been in troubled times. Chapter 422. These days, Marquis Ning's residence had been troubled. The officials all wanted to stay as far away from the residence as possible. Almost no one came to visit her Marquis Ning estate. Therefore, she didn't take it to heart that there were so few people in front of her door these 2 days. Now that she thought about it, it was not normal. She was now the Heavenly Master's concubine, and that super awesome Heavenly Master was living in her mansion. Even the Emperor had to curry favor with this Heavenly Master when he saw him. There was no reason why those officials who were smarter than monkeys would not come to congratulate her. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that the Taoist master had rejected all the troublesome gifts in advance so that no one dared to come. You're not an official of Chong Kong country. If you insist on paying them a visit, would they really dare to stop you? Ning Shuima raised her hand and poured a cup of tea for him. "Come, since you're a guest, drink this cup first." Shiju didn't take the tea from her. He raised his hand and held her hand. Under the candlelight, He looked at her with a burning gaze. Shuema, come with me. The young man's hand was not big enough, but it was very strong. Ning Shuema's wrist hurt from his grip. She looked at him, but her feet did not move. Go. Where to? Anywhere. It's better than waiting here. Do you really want to marry him? Shijue was a man of action. He pulled her out. Ning Shuema's feet seemed to have grown roots. She did not take back her hand and only asked him, Shijue, where can you bring me to? Does the Bright King residence dare to fall out with Han Shanyue? Shijue choked. This is my personal decision. It has nothing to do with the Bright King residence. Besides, he is just a painter and does not have much power. So what if he is the Taoist master of Chongkong country? He can't send troops to attack the Bright King residence because of this. Even if he attacks the Bright King residence, we may not lose. It is hard to say who will win. I believe that Lu Hinti is not so stupid. Ning Shuema sighed. Although Shijue was smart, he was still a 15-year-old child. Shiju, do you think this Han Shanyue is really a loner without any power? Shiju was stunned. Isn't that so? I've sent people to sort out his information. Although his whereabouts are a bit mysterious, he's still a very good person. But every time he appeared, he was alone. He was just an art saint with high martial arts skills. If the vast Sky Empire doesn't stand up for him, he won't be able to contend against the wise King Manor. Ning Shuema could not help but rub the space between her eyebrows. She patted his hand and said in a serious tone, Shijue, you're going to be Wisdom King's successor in the future. You can't consider things so simply. Shiju looked at her with his eyes wide open. What do you mean? Think about it carefully. This Han Shanyue has been famous for more than 60 years. He always has an endless supply of rare treasures on him. Many of them are rare in this world. If such a fat sheep does not have a hidden power by his side, would those big families and clans allow him to live so freely? Shiju, that was true. In fact, whether it was a country or a gang, they needed a lot of money to maintain their normal operations. You can never have too much money. This money might not be earned openly. There were also some under-the-table operations. For example, killing people for their money or killing the rich to help the poor, and this Mr. Han was precisely such a fat sheep. Ning Shuema continued, no matter how strong a person is, he can't contend against a country or a gang. Chapter 423. If he was a general without an army, even if he had the ability to reach the heavens, there would be a time when he would take a nap. Those forces in the open and in the dark would have made their move long ago. How could he have survived until now? Shiju said, you mean he really has a force by his side? But how come no one has ever seen it before? Ning Shuema nodded. There must be, and it must be an extremely powerful force. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be so secretive and not leave any traces. I believe that there were many gangs that made their move, but they were all easily dealt with by his secret forces. That's why everyone is afraid. They have to be respectful to him. Shiju slightly clenched his fist. Those elders in the Bright King Manor had also said that before. Ning Shuema continued to analyze. Also, this person has a natural noble temperament. One look, and you can tell that he has been in a high position for a long time. It's not something that a so-called art saint or fortune teller can have. In her previous life, she had seen many awesome artists. They were also arrogant, but that was the arrogance of cultured people. But not like Han Shanyue. Ning Shuema felt that even George W. Bush did not have this kind of aura. This kind of aura was not faked, but naturally brought out. This kind of noble aura that came out of his bones was scary. The forces behind this kind of person were usually not small. In her previous life, she had seen something similar on a triad boss who had been passed down for 3 generations and had absolute influence all over the world. But compared to this Han Shanyue's aura, the difference was too great. This person's status was definitely not low. Shiju was stunned for a moment. Been in a high position for a long time? Then who is his other identity? I have seen many of the main leaders of the major forces on this continent and have also heard of many, but I have never heard of anyone like him. Ning Shuema softly spat out 3 words. What about Dizun? Shiju was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. It's definitely not him. What kind of status does Dizun have? Why would he lower himself to be a small heavenly master in Chong Kong country? With his status, I don't even deserve to carry his shoes. She glanced at Ning Xiuema again. She wanted to say something, but hesitated. Ning Xiuema had a hunch that he wouldn't say anything nice, but she still needed to listen to him so that she could make a better judgment. So, she glared at him and said, "If you want to say something, just say it. You're not a man if you're hemming and hawing." Shiju was provoked by her words of not being a man and immediately said the rest of what he wanted to say. Dizun's status is not ordinary. Furthermore, he had long since severed his emotions and desires. No, he was emotionless and desireless. He would not have any real interactions with any woman. Even when he went out on patrol, the girls beside the sedan only followed him out. He didn't speak more than 3 sentences to them in a year. Do you know who those girls are? Ning Xiuema had never heard of this before. She shook her head slightly. What's his identity? At most, they are geniuses from various countries. Shiju shook his head and sighed. It's not that simple. Those girls were all psychokinesis geniuses. There was no doubt about that. Among them, there were a few who had very noble statuses. For example, there was the miss of the Nangong family and the daughter of the sect leader of Sky Music School. There were also some in my Bright King residence. She was my half-sister, and there was even a princess from the royal family. Ning Xiuema blinked her eyes. So there were so many sects and countries that sent spies to his side. This is also good. Since you sects have sent people to his side, it will be more convenient for you to handle matters in the future. Chapter 4:24. Shiju's face darkened. What spy? The most important rule for anyone who works for the ancestor is to sever all ties with their own sect or country. During this period, they are not allowed to have any contact with their family. Violators will be immediately expelled from the Sun-Moon sect. So abnormal. Severing ties with family is even stricter than becoming a monk. There's actually such an abnormal rule. I'm afraid these girls are not willing, right? Shiju smiled bitterly. You're wrong. They're very willing. For such a limited number of places, they're fighting to the death. Those who could go are all top figures. Running for this position is 100 times more difficult than becoming a disciple of the Sun-Moon sect. These girls will be changed every 3 years. So it's only 3 years of work. After 3 years, they can go back to their families? Of course. After 3 years, even if they don't want to, they have to come back. Because this is the ancestors' iron rule. No one can violate it. That's not bad. However, since they've been working for the ancestor for such a long time, they should have a lot of contact with him, right? They should also know a lot about the Sun-Moon sect. Ning Xiuema guessed. Even the most mysterious sect, if one stayed in the core group for 3 years, they would more or less understand it. Shiju shook his head. When they came back, they didn't mention anything about the Sun-Moon sect. It seems that they have forgotten everything about the ancestor. Once, someone wanted to know more about the ancestor from their mouths, and specially sent a high-level hypnotist to hypnotize them. However, it was useless. They only vaguely remember that they were working for the ancestor, but they forgot what the ancestor looked like. Perhaps they have never seen him before. Forgotten? Could it be that their memories were erased? Or perhaps they were given some kind of forgetful drug. Ning Xiuema's heart moved. She blurted out, "Do you think the ancestor and them had something?" The ancestor was afraid that it would affect his image, so he made them lose their memories? Shiju's face darkened. He said impolitely, "What kind of mess is your head full of? The ancestor wouldn't be so tasteless. Those girls are called saintesses. When they go, they are virgins. When they come back, they are still virgins. They can still marry. Moreover, they are all outstanding talents." Okay, she was thinking the wrong way. It seemed like the ancestor just didn't want these women to spread the news about the Sun-Moon sect. He had no other intentions. She paused and suddenly looked up at Shiju. "Why are you suddenly talking about them? What does that have to do with me?" Shiju coughed and said, "I just want to prove that the ancestor is not this Han Shanhua. Just think about it. Even the most inconspicuous maids around the ancestor are all geniuses with noble statuses. If he wanted a concubine, the conditions would be even higher. He was afraid that if he let out the slightest bit of news, There would be a large number of people crying and begging to marry him. Why would he need to go to such great lengths to scheme against you? Ning Xiuma, she cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you mean that I'm not worth his scheming? He gave me a concubine, and I still have to be grateful to him. Shiju had a headache. I'm talking about Dizun. Dizun wouldn't be so bored. As for Han Shanyue, it was hard to say. The ancestor was the guardian of this continent. How could he have the time to care about the mortal world? Not to mention using such despicable methods to scheme against you and make you a concubine. Moreover, I also received accurate news that the ancestor is still a guest in Aquamarine. It is impossible for him to come here. Therefore, this Han Shanyue is definitely not him. Chapter 425. It's not him. Ning Xiuma pondered for a while. It really didn't seem to be him. Although the two of them had similar temperaments, Dizun seemed to be colder. He was the kind that carried a strong chill even in the summer. Han Shanyue's was not as serious. More importantly, Dizun's eyes were black, while Han Shanyue's were dark blue. He couldn't be like the modern people and wear cosmetic contact lenses, right? Then what kind of power was behind Han Shanyue? It was so secretive and so strong. It seemed like it was not inferior to the top sections. Why did he deliberately want to marry her as a concubine? She really couldn't think of anything that could make him covet her. She was pondering when Shijue suddenly grabbed her hand. Shijue's voice was a little anxious. Don't think about these useless things now. Take advantage of the night and leave with me. Leave with him? Leaving with him would only implicate him. He was only the wise king's heir, not the wise king. He had a fiery heart, but he didn't have strong wings to protect her. If she really left with him, not only would she implicate him and cause him to lose his position as the wise king's heir, she would also be hunted down by both the wise king residents and Chongkong country. The far-sighted king's people would never allow their crown prince to get together with a jinx with a notorious reputation. By then, she would face more pressure and be in more danger. Shijue, how did you get rid of the guards that were following you? Ning Xiuma suddenly asked. Shijue didn't hesitate. Getting rid of them wasn't too difficult. I used the excuse of going to the toilet. Suddenly, he realized something and frowned. Xiuma, why are you asking this? Ning Xiuma sighed. You came to find me without telling the wise king residents, right? This. Shijue was speechless for a moment. He paused for a moment before saying, why would I need their permission to do anything? They're just guards. But they represent your father's generation and are following your father's orders. I'm sorry, Shijue. I can't implicate you. I can't leave with you. Ning Xiuma broke free from Shijue's hand and stepped back to sit on the chair. Shijue was anxious. What do you mean by implicating me? I'm not afraid of being implicated. Follow me. Do you really want to marry that pervert? He took a step forward and pulled her again. Whoosh. A streak of faint red flew in from outside the door, brushing past Shiju's fingertips and hitting the teacup on the table. With a loud bang, the teacup that Ning Xiuma had brought to Shijue was smashed into pieces. Shijue was taken aback. He subconsciously glanced over and found that the thing that broke the teacup was actually a soft leaf. It was stuck on the table like a trembling butterfly. Who trespassed into Miss Ning's residence? Shiju's duty as a guard was taken over, and he forgot his identity for a moment. With a flash of his figure, he had already passed through the door. Ning Xiuma's expression changed, and she hurriedly followed him out. There was a maple tree in the corner of her yard. It was already autumn. The maple leaves were red, as bright as fire. On one of the thin branches of the maple tree sat a man in a moonlight robe. His hair was like ink satin, and his clothes were like fine clouds. In his hand was a white jade flute. The wind blew his black hair and white robe, making the brilliant maple tree dim in an instant. It was as if the moonlight in the sky only flowed for him. Han Shanyue, when Shijue saw him, his expression changed slightly. Mr. Han, what are you doing here in Miss Ning's room, so late at night? Chapter 426. Han Shanyue glanced at him and ignored him. His eyes fell on Ning Xiuma. Come here. Ning Xiuma frowned and did not move. Mr. Han, your courtyard is next door. You seem to have come to the wrong place. Han Shanyue looked at her with a smile. You are my future concubine. Other men can enter your room, but I can't. There was a hint of teasing in this sentence, but there was also a hint of coldness. Ning Xiuma's heart sank. Although Han Shangyue did not show much expression, she still felt that this guy was angry. This person did not make a move, but once he made a move, it would be thunderous. Then Shijue. She immediately stood in front of Shiju and looked up at Han Shangyue, who was sitting there. "It is my guard, not some other man." Han Shangyue looked at her, standing in front of Shijue, like an old hen protecting her chicks. His eyes darkened, but his words were calm. "Guard? Now he is? Now he is not." Ning Xiuma took a breath and was about to say something. Shijue, who was behind her, said proudly, "As long as Xiuma agrees, I can also be her guard now." Han Shanyue's eyes were deep and unfathomable. He said lightly, "You are willing to be her guard? I can let you stay and be her guard forever." The jade flute in his hand spun slowly, and there were strands of white light condensing at the tip of the flute. Ning Xiuma's face changed. She knew Han Shanyue's ability. Even 100 Shijue would not be his opponent. His words were not good. Once he had the intention to kill Shijue, Shijue would not be able to walk out of this courtyard. In a panic, she rushed towards Han Shanyue. She jumped onto the branch under his feet and tried to grab his jade flute. "We're just friends, nothing else." Her position was extremely tricky, and it blocked all the possible directions for Han Shanyue to attack Shijue. It made him unable to make a move. Han Shanyue's eyes flashed, and he raised his arm. Ning Xiuma did not manage to grab his jade flute, but instead grabbed the ribbon around his waist. It was also at this moment that the soft branch under his feet broke with a crack because of the extra person's weight. His and her body suddenly sank down. Almost reflexively, Ning Xiuma hugged his waist. Han Shanyue, on the other hand, grabbed her with his left arm, and with a slight turn of his body, he had already moved to another branch. The faint fragrance was intoxicating like the fragrance of flowers. By the time Ning Xiuma reacted, she realized that not only was she hugging his waist, but her head was also buried in his chest. She could even hear the steady heartbeat in his chest. She subconsciously raised her head and looked into a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea. He lowered his eyes to look at her, and a smile flashed across his lips. "I asked you to come over just now, but you didn't. Now you're throwing yourself in my arms?" "Throw myself into your arms. Throw myself into your arms." Ning Xiuma regained her senses and hurriedly let go of his waist, wanting to retreat to another branch. But Han Shanyue's arm tightened, and she could not help but fall back onto his chest. Her nose hit his chest, and it was sore and painful. She angrily raised her head and was about to reprimand him. Han Shanyue's eyes deepened, and he spoke again. "It's rare for you to be so passionate." Suddenly, he lowered his head, and a faint scent similar to that of sandalwood suddenly approached her. In front of Ning Xiuma's wide-open eyes, he kissed her slightly parted red lips. Chapter 427. Ning Xiuma's body froze as if she was struck by lightning. He actually took the initiative to kiss her. Wasn't he a clean freak? Didn't he slap people onto the street after being kissed? What was wrong with him today? Was there water in his brain? Although his kiss was as light as a feather, Ning Xiuma was still angry when she reacted. In a fit of anger, she raised her hand and slapped his handsome face. Damn it! She wanted to take revenge for being slapped onto the street. Her hand was fast, but her palm was intercepted by his hand before it could reach him. With just a turn, her body was once again enveloped in his embrace. Her wrist was also grasped by his hand, and he gently tugged it. She couldn't help but bump into him again. This time, she bumped right into his face. Her lips coincidentally landed on his lips. Damn it! Why was there such a melodramatic situation today? Ning Xiuma wanted to raise her head, but his hand was fixed at the back of her head. Her lips were still on his, and she couldn't move. "You!" Ning Xiuma shouted angrily. When she opened her mouth, his lips almost slipped into her mouth. She quickly closed her mouth and stared at him with her eyes wide open. He also looked at her. Their lips were connected, but their eyes were staring at each other like fighting cocks. This position was indescribably strange. Ning Xiuma gritted her teeth and snorted. "Bastard! Let go of me! she couldn't speak clearly. Han Shanyue's hand loosened slightly. Finally, their lips separated. The distance between them was really too close. Ning Shuima's charming face finally turned red. Han Shanyue's eyes were fixed on her face. Her every expression didn't escape his eyes. He looked at her calmly and touched her face with his fingers. "Your face is red." "And what did you say just now?" Ning Shuima tried her best to lean back and put some distance between them. "Bastard, let go of me." "All right." Han Shanyue readily agreed and suddenly let go. At this time, the two of them were still standing on the weak maple branch. When he suddenly let go, Ning Shuima did not control her body well and fell straight down. Fortunately, the tree wasn't very tall, and she managed to adjust her body mid-air, so she didn't fall. She only staggered a few steps before she steadied herself. After she stood still, she was furious. She glared at Pia Piao, who was standing on the tree. She couldn't help but curse. "Are you crazy?" Han Shanyue looked down at her and said lazily, "I heard that someone called me a pervert." Ning Shuima, how much did he hear about her conversation with Shijue? When she thought of Shijue, she subconsciously looked around, but the courtyard was already empty. Where was Shijue? Where's Shijue? Left. When did he leave? There's no need to look for him. He left. Han Shanyue said lazily from the tree. Ning Shuima sighed in relief. If Shijue stayed here, it would only make the situation worse. It was good that he left in time. Otherwise, Han Shanyue wouldn't be in a good mood and kill him. In order to prevent Han Shanyue from thinking about what happened today, Ning Shuima opened her mouth to explain. "There's really nothing between him and me. I only see him as my younger brother. If there's anything between you and him, do you think he can just leave like that?" Han Shanyue replied carelessly. His tone was so arrogant that it made people want to beat him up. Chapter 428. Ning Shuima raised her head and looked at him. Suddenly, her lips curled into a smile. "Your pants are torn." Han Shanyue froze. From where Ning Shuima was standing, she could see his pants under his robe. Was it really torn? Why didn't he feel anything? He subconsciously wanted to lift up his robe to take a look, but he seemed to have thought of something and stopped. His fingers held the jade flute, and his legs straightened. His body was stiff for a moment. Ning Shuima rarely saw his embarrassed appearance. Her heart, that had been depressed for a long time, felt a little better. She smiled and no longer paid attention to him. She turned around and entered the house. After she entered the house, she looked out of the window again. Han Shanyue's shadow had disappeared from the big tree. He must have gone back to his courtyard to check his pants. She couldn't help but smile. But halfway through, her smile disappeared and she sighed. Although her escape plan was well planned, she was afraid that it would not be so easy to meet Han Shanyue. She gently touched her lips and thought of the short kiss that she had with him. Her fingers slowly clenched. This was actually her first kiss with a grown man. How could she lose her first kiss just like that? Damn it! She had never tasted the kind of feeling described in novels when two lovers kissed. Her heart raced like thunder, and the feeling of heavenly thunder stirring up the earth fire. It was already late at night. There were very few people on the street. Shijue flew on the street. His heart was burning like a fire. The image of Han Shanyue hugging Ning Shuima and kissing her appeared in front of his eyes. At that time, he heard the sound of his heart shattering. He wanted to rush over regardless of anything. But he didn't expect that the person who was hugging the beauty with one hand and the other hand just waved at him casually. It was as if his body was fixed in place and he couldn't move at all. He finally understood that his martial arts was like an ant trying to shake a big tree. He couldn't move at all. He hadn't even made a move, and he had already been defeated. He also finally understood that with Han Shanyue in front of him, it was no doubt a fool's dream to take Ning Shuima away. And he didn't want to see the scene of Han Shanyue and Ning Shuima being intimate on the big tree. So when he regained his freedom, he turned around and left without saying a word. As her personal shadow guard, he couldn't save her from the devil's side. Shiju only felt an unprecedented defeat. As he ran, he saw an unfinished tavern. Without saying a word, he barged in and slapped the counter in front of the tavern owner who was about to fall asleep. With a loud bang, The owner of the tavern almost jumped up in shock. "Shopkeeper, give me 10 caddies of wine and 2 caddies of beef." Shiju ordered loudly. He urgently needed to use wine to douse the fire in his heart. Just as he was about to find a table, he turned his head and saw a person sitting at a table in the corner. He was slightly stunned. Ji and Wang. Why was the vast sky Empire's crown prince here? There were so many tables and benches in the tavern, but he didn't sit. Instead, he chose to sit in the most remote corner. At this moment, Ji and Wang should be half drunk. Even though Shiju had made such a big commotion, he didn't even look up and continued to drink cup after cup of wine. There were so many dishes in front of him, but he didn't even touch them. Instead, he drank 3 or 4 jugs of wine. Ji and Wang was indeed a member of the imperial family. He was clearly a little drunk, but when he drank, his posture was still elegant and noble. Not knowing why, Shiju remembered what Ning Shuima said about Han Shanyue's noble aura that was even more noble than the imperial family. His heart felt even more uncomfortable. Chapter 429. It was rumored that this crown prince was obsessed with cleanliness and never ate outside food. Why was he drinking so happily in this shabby tavern today? He walked over with large strides. Drinking alone in the middle of the night is boring. Why don't I drink with you? Do you mind if we share a table? As he asked, he had already sat down opposite Ji and Shu. Ji and Huang raised his head to look at him. Looking at him from such a close distance, he really did drink too much. His eyes were already red from drinking, and he actually did not recognize Shijue, the wise king's heir. He only raised his hand and said, "Please," before downing the wine in one gulp. It seemed that he really only needed a drinking buddy and did not care who was sitting opposite him. If it was in the past, when Shijue met the drunk Ji and Huang, he would definitely try to dig out some secrets of the vast Sky Empire. However, he was not in the mood now and only wanted to drink. He filled his own cup and said, "Please," before downing the cup. This wine was ordinary, inferior and spicy. Once the cup went down his throat, the heat rolled down his esophagus and rushed into his empty stomach, making him feel a little hot. Shijue had lived a life of luxury since young. After drinking this kind of wine, he could not help but frown. He looked at Ji and Huang and saw that he was drinking cup after cup happily, as if he was not drinking strong wine, but sweet spring water. After drinking a few cups, he even praised good wine. This was considered good wine? Shijue was speechless. He did not want to drink this kind of inferior wine. Ji and Huang raised his head to look at him and laughed. "Little brother, you don't even dare to drink this wine? Are you still a man? If you don't want to drink, then leave." A youth of Shijue's age could not stand being provoked. He immediately sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare to drink? I think this wine cup is too small. Drinking is not refreshing. Shopkeeper, change to a bigger bowl. We'll use a bigger bowl." These two men were not people to be trifled with, so the shopkeeper did not dare to persuade them and changed their bowls with a bitter face. The two of them drank from one bowl to the other. When they drank too much, even the best wine would taste like plain water in their mouths. Of course, no matter how bad the wine was, it didn't taste that bad. After drinking more than 10 bowls of wine, Shijue's eyes were already a little dizzy. In his drunken eyes, Ning Shuima's figure kept swaying in front of his eyes. "Shuima," he murmured. He felt as if his heart was being twisted. It was the first time the youth tasted love, and he encountered such a messy situation that he didn't know what to do. The person opposite him suddenly grabbed his collar and said, "You're not allowed. You're not allowed to say her name." Shiju was also unhappy and threw a punch over. "I like to call you that. You don't mind me." Bang! He didn't know where he had hit, but the man finally let go of his collar and threw a punch at him. Just like that, the two of them started fighting. Both of them were drunk, so they fought without any rhyme or reason. It was like a fight between drunkards on the street. "If you punch me a few times, I'll return the favor with a few kicks. If my hair is messy and my clothes are loose, I'll give you a black eye and kick you until you roll on the ground." The tables, chairs, and stools in the tavern fell one after another, and the sound of shattering could be heard. The tavern owner complained incessantly. The two drunkards' punches were so fierce that an ordinary person like him couldn't even get a foot in. Chapter 430. The two drunkards' fists were so fierce that an ordinary person like him couldn't even get close to them. After a moment of hesitation, a big bowl flew over and covered his head with soup and water. The innkeeper finally got angry and ran out to report this to the authorities. These few days, the security in the capital was extremely tight, and the soldiers patrolling at night were also very dense. Thus, the innkeeper quickly found team. When the leader heard that there was a fight, he immediately led a team of soldiers to arrest them. The soldiers were like wolves and tigers as they swarmed in. The leader was about to shout and show off, but the moment he saw the face of one of them, he knelt down with a thud. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." When the official knelt down, the other soldiers naturally knelt down as well. The innkeeper was also dumbfounded. The person in front of him, who was beaten black and blue and whose breath reeked of alcohol, was actually the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, who was untainted by the mortal world. This was too much of a challenge to his heart. However, this matter wasn't over yet. After the leader kowtowed to Ji and Huang, he immediately got up and ordered his men to arrest Shiju. This person actually dared to beat up the Crown Prince. He was really tired of living. However, before their soldiers could surround them, for guards dressed in black with embroidered clouds rushed in and knelt down in front of Shiju. "Your Highness the Crown Prince." "Crown Prince." Everyone was shocked. The leader of the guards waved a jade tablet in his hand. "We are from the Wise King Manor, and this is our Crown Prince. Whoever dares to be rude to him will be the enemy of the entire Wise King Manor." Whether it was the Crown Prince of Chong Kong Country or the Crown Prince of Wise King Manor, they were not people that ordinary people could provoke. The two of them drank too much and fought. Moreover, their injuries were similar. The people on both sides looked at each other for a moment and admitted that they were unlucky. They supported their masters and left. Only the innkeeper was left standing in front of a pile of debris. He was speechless. He originally had a small fortune, but the fight between these two noble young masters had destroyed more than half of his fortune. If these two were taken away, who would compensate for his loss? The innkeeper hugged his head and squatted down, unable to cry even if he wanted to. A pair of feet appeared in front of him, and a banknote floated down and landed at his feet. "This 1,000 taels of silver is to compensate for your loss." The tavern owner raised his head in surprise, but all he saw was a green figure drifting away. That person looked like he was strolling leisurely, but in a flash, he disappeared into the street. The tavern owner's jaw dropped. Did he see a ghost? He picked up the banknotes on the ground and looked at them carefully. The banknotes were real. He could withdraw cash from any bank. 1,000 taels of silver was enough to compensate for his losses. Who was that person? Which young master did he represent? The tavern owner was confused, but he couldn't care less. "My lord, we've already pressured the far-sighted king's residence. The far-sighted king's crown prince has already been taken away by the far-sighted king's residence. He won't be back anytime soon." However, this subordinate saw His Highness the Crown Prince. He was actually drinking in a small tavern, and he was dead drunk. A subordinate's report came out of the sound transmission talisman. Han Shan Yue was sitting on a chair. There was a painting on the table in front of him. The ink on the painting was still wet. It was obvious that it had just been completed. There was a woman in the painting. Her eyebrows were lively, and her red dress was like fire. She danced gracefully and played the pipa as if she was flying. She had both spirit and form. It was as if she could walk out of the painting and dance again if one blew on her. Chapter 431. The voice in the directed audio spell finally finished its report. Han Shan nodded and turned off the spell. He looked at the completed painting on the table again. His finger gently brushed the eyebrows of the woman in the painting, and his lips curled up. A smile flashed across his face. At dawn, Ning Xuema woke up. Just as she was about to tidy up, she heard music coming from outside. The music sounded like Buddhist music with a calming effect. Ning Xuema's heart skipped a beat when she heard it. She didn't know why, but ever since she was young, she couldn't listen to Buddhist music. Other people could calm down when they listened to Buddhist music, but she was furious when she heard it. So when she listened to light music at home, she never listened to Buddhist music. Now that she heard it again, the anger in her heart wanted to come out again. She took a deep breath and suppressed her emotions. She calmed herself down and thought, what was going on? Was there someone performing a ritual on this street? Ning Xiuma opened the door and came out. She was shocked when she walked out of her courtyard. Old Joan was waiting outside with a group of newly dressed guards. All of them were in high spirits, and their faces were glowing. What was going on? Did something good happen to them? Ning Xiuma was about to speak, but Old Joan stepped forward. Master, the Taoist master invites you over. Wasn't he going to attend this ceremony? Why did he ask her to go over? Ning Xiuma suddenly had a bad feeling, but she couldn't refuse. She had to go to Han Shanyue's courtyard. After seeing Han Shanyue, she knew his purpose. He actually asked her to go with him to the Taoist master's residence. He said he was going there to take a bath and change his clothes and wanted her to serve him. Ning Xiuma was naturally unwilling. She found an excuse to refuse. Taoist master, you must have a lot of maids serving you. You don't need me. But you are the only concubine. Han Shanyue's words made her choke. Damn it. A concubine was not a maid. How could she serve him when he bathed and changed his clothes? Heavenly Master, I'm not your concubine yet. Can I stay by your side after we get married? No, but if I follow you now, people will criticize me. More importantly, it would delay her escape plan. Do you think you don't have enough criticism? I don't need this one. Han Shanyue was too lazy to argue with her, so he simply pulled her hand and walked away. Ning Xiuma was speechless. She could not continue to push and pull with him here, so as not to provoke criticism. Moreover, she couldn't break free from his grip. Didn't this guy always have misophobia and disdain to have any physical contact with her? Why was he suddenly holding her hand this time? I haven't washed my hands. Ning Xiuma wanted him to let go. Han Shanyue's fingers tightened slightly, but he had no intention of letting her go. He only replied, go to the Celestial Master's residence to wash. Don't you dislike physical contact with people? She refused to give up. You'll have to get used to it sooner or later, Han Shanyue replied casually. Ning Xiuma. Her heart skipped a beat. Did he mean that he would often have physical contact with her in the future? That's right. The day after tomorrow was their wedding day. If that day really came, would he really want to consummate their marriage? Ning Xiuma secretly shuddered. Her desire to escape became even stronger. Although her soul was that of an adult, this little body was actually that of a young girl who was not even 14 years old. Her development was not complete yet. If they consummated their marriage, it would be very painful. Chapter 432. She would not let him have the chance to ravage an underage girl. If she could not escape today, then she would escape tomorrow. Anyway, she still had time. Kieran was the kind of guy that would play the gong 9 times out of 10. It would go wherever there was a commotion. It came out of nowhere and jumped into Ning Xiuma's arms. Master, I want to go too. Before its little claws could touch Ning Xiuma's clothes, it was slapped away by Han Shanyue. Go take a bath. Kieran rolled on the ground, then jumped up and looked at Han Shanyue angrily. Its body was already clean enough. Why did he want it to take a bath? Han Shanyue looked at it coldly. Kieran seemed to shiver. Its blue fur stood up. It tucked its tail and ran to take a bath. Ning Xiuma was a little curious. Did her Kieran suffer under Han Shanyue's hands? Why was it like a mouse seeing a cat when it saw him? Originally, Kieran liked to stick to her. At night, when it was sleeping, it would turn into a cat and lie by her feet. But ever since Master Han Shanyue came to her mansion, Kieran did not dare to stay by her side. At night, it would also obediently sleep in its own nest. These past few days, Ning Xiuma had been preoccupied with a lot of things, so she didn't notice the little Qilin's mood. Now, she had doubts in her heart. She looked at Han Shanyue. Why is it so afraid of you? Did you teach a lesson? Han Shanyue took large strides forward and did not answer her question. He only lightly said, look at what you've taught a divine beast to look like. A cat? Ning Xiuma was stunned. His tone sounded like he was blaming her for teaching Kieran the wrong things. TSK. Kieran was hers. What did it have to do with him what she taught it? It is yours, and you are mine. Naturally, it is also mine. In the future, I will teach Little Apple. Han Shanyue seemed to have seen through her thoughts. Ning Xiuma smiled and said nothing more. She was going to take Kieran with her. even if he wanted to discipline him. There was no way he was going to do so. The group of people went out in a mighty manner. Ning Xuemao was even more surprised when she arrived outside the door. There was already a large group of people outside. There were imperial guards in bright armor, Taoist children in green Taoist robes, and young girls in linen robes with various magical artifacts in their hands. Line after line, they stood there respectfully. In the middle of them, there was a luxurious carriage pulled by 8 horses at a glance. He actually couldn't see the end of the procession. On both sides of the procession, there were musicians playing faintly discernible classical tunes. At this moment, the crown prince, Ji Yanhuang, and various other officials were standing at the front of the procession. Seeing Han Shanyue and Ning Xuemao coming out hand in hand, Ji Yanhuang's eyes flashed with a touch of sadness. However, he immediately went forward and bowed to Han Shanyue with a smile. He said that he was under the orders of the emperor to invite the Heavenly Master back to the Heavenly Master residence to take a bath and change clothes before going to the heaven altar to worship the heavens. He said it completely in classical, official language. Ning Xuemao understood the general situation. Only now did she know that there were many ceremonies for the Heavenly Master to ascend the throne. It seemed that Chong Kong country had put in a lot of effort to keep this great master. They did not hesitate to waste manpower and money to create such a big scene. She had not seen Ji Yanhuang for nearly 10 days. At this moment, he seemed to have lost some weight. There were faint dark circles under his eyes. It was obvious that he did not sleep well these days. In public, Ning Xuemao did not want to hold hands with this great master, especially in front of Ji Yanhuang. Chapter 433. In public, Ning Xuemao did not want to hold hands with this great master, especially in front of Ji Yanhuang. She subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but Han Shanyue's grip on her fingers tightened. His fingers looked delicate, but they were extremely strong. Ning Xuemao was unable to break free from his grip. Instead, her fingers started to hurt from his grip. Ning Xuemao naturally did not want to pull with him here, so she could only let him hold her hand with a stiff face. After Ji Yanhuang finished his speech, he led the officials to make way for them. Han Shanyue nodded slightly and held Ning Xuemao's hand as they walked towards the carriage. The road leading to the carriage was covered with a snow-white carpet, with officials standing on both sides. Ning Xuemao followed Han Shanyue as they walked on the carpet. It felt like a celebrity walking on a red carpet, except there were flashing lights. This was not an ordinary luxurious scene. Although Ning Xuemao was used to seeing the world, at this moment, she still felt a little nervous. She knew that Lu Hinti valued this new, great master very much, but she did not expect it to be to this extent. Looking at this scene, it was almost comparable to the emperor's personal entourage. It was not much inferior to the emperor's travel. She glanced at Han Shanyue, who was beside her. His face was very calm, as if he was used to this kind of extravagance and did not care at all. Was it because he practiced martial arts and did not express his emotions, or was he already used to this kind of extravagance? The first one meant that he was very scheming. The second one meant that his identity was very high. A thought suddenly appeared in her mind. This Han Shanyue could not be the emperor's incarnation, right? When this thought appeared, it made her tremble. Are you scared? Han Shanyue seemed to have sensed her inner thoughts and lightly turned his head to ask her a question. Ning Xuemao's heart skipped a beat, but she smiled. A little. I haven't seen much of the world. You'll get used to it in the future. Ning Xuemao smiled and probed him. Heavenly teacher, you seem to be very calm. Could it be that you're already used to it? What do you think? Han Shanyue kicked the ball back. Lord Heavenly Master is unfathomable. How can mere mortals like us guess it well? You'll have plenty of time in the future. Just follow me and slowly guess. Damn it. This fellow's words were simply watertight. She was led by Han Shanyue to the front of the carriage. The style of this carriage could only be described with one word: low-key luxury. Black and white were the main colors of the carriage. The snow-white jade carriage was inlaid with obsidian with a faint luster. The shaft of the carriage was dark gold and emitted a faint fragrance. It was like a piece of jade. The sound of gold and the sound of jade echoed. Phoebe Janan. No, this material seemed to be much harder than Phoebe Genon. Her voice was also much nicer. This type of wood could be said to be worth an inch of gold. Normally, it would be very extravagant to make a small ornament. But who would have thought that it would be used to make a carriage shaft? Sure enough, it was the royal family's generosity. It was extraordinary. The old emperor really spent a lot of money to keep people here. Ning Shuma suddenly felt that the 100,000 taels of gold she proposed to the old emperor was too little. She was about to board the carriage under everyone's gaze when a voice sounded from behind. "Master, I'm coming." Kieran was like a blue light, rushing from behind like a whirlwind. Before it could reach her, it suddenly jumped and threw itself into Ning Shuama's arms. It missed its master's embrace so much. Woo-woo. Chapter 434. Bang! Kieran was once again flung away by Han Shua's sleeves. This time, it fell further and harder. Luckily, it was a carpet. Although Kieran had the appearance of a blue cat, it was still a Kieran with thick skin and flesh, so it was not afraid of falling. Therefore, it involuntarily rolled a few times on the carpet and suddenly jumped up. It opened its eyes wide and stared at Han Shangyue angrily. "What are you doing now? I have already showered. Return to your original form and follow behind." Han Shangyue glanced at it coldly. Why does a Kieran always turn into a cat? Kieran was speechless. It just thought that it was convenient. Only when it turned into a blue cat would its master be willing to carry it. It looked at Ning Shuama with grievance, hoping that she would speak up for it. Although Ning Shuama was unhappy with Han Shanyue's words, she was moved when she saw Kieran's appearance. Recently, Kieran had indeed turned into a cat for a longer period of time than when it returned to its original form. Originally, it was to hide its identity so that it would not bring her unnecessary trouble. But later, this Kieran seemed to be addicted to turning into a cat. It used its cat body every day, even when it was sleeping at night. The mythical beast Kieran seemed to show signs of turning into a cat. Its personality was too cute, so she unknowingly kept it as a pet. She was indeed spoiling it a little. Therefore, she only nodded at Kieran, indicating that she agreed with Han Shanyue's words. Kieran had no one to rely on, so it was dejected and could only turn into a Kieran again. It was also angry and did not want to follow behind the carriage, so it ran to the front of the carriage and attracted the exclamations of the people on both sides. Ning Shuama followed Han Shanyue into the carriage. The interior of the carriage was naturally decorated beautifully, and the design was exquisite and comfortable. This kind of luxury had a touch of antiquity. "Can you let go of my hand now?" Ning Shuama felt that her left hand was about to be broken. Han Shanyue seemed to have just realized this. He let go of her and sat down on a brocade couch. Although the carriage wasn't small, Ning Shuama still felt pressured to be alone in the carriage with this great god. Her eyes scanned the interior of the carriage. After she finished looking, she sighed in admiration. The person who designed this carriage is also an expert in layout. His vision is great. This carriage design is really not bad. "Many thanks." Han Shanyue spat out 2 words. "Huh." Ning Shuama raised her head and looked at him. "Did you design this carriage yourself? What do you think?" Han Shanyue's gaze fell on her face again. This person was an all-rounder. Not only was he the art sage, he was also the music sage. Now, it seemed that he was also an expert in interior design. His martial arts were also very high. Was this person even human? Other people could spend decades or even their entire lives to reach his level of achievement, but it seemed like there was nothing he couldn't do. "How old are you?" Ning Shuama couldn't help but ask. She didn't know if it was because she had been getting closer to him recently, or because her eyesight had improved from training, but she could now clearly see his facial features. Ning Shuama thought for a long time about his facial features, but she could only think of one word: impeccable. His facial features were the most perfect. With such perfect facial features combined together, it made his face even more soul-stirring. Normally, if a man was too beautiful, he would tend to be more feminine, but this Mr. Han was not. His beauty was not feminine at all. One look, and you could tell that he was a pure man. Chapter 435. Ning Shuima even guessed that if this man was a lesbian, he would be a dominant top and not a submissive bottom. What are you thinking about me now? Han Shangyue did not answer her question. He leaned on the couch and looked at her lazily. Ning Shuima rubbed her red wrist and did not allow him to fool her. I'm guessing your age. How old do you think I am? You should be 70 or 80 years old, right? Ning Shuima asked tentatively. He looked like he was in his 20s, but judging from his temperament, he was definitely not. And he seemed to have been famous for 60 years. His martial arts were so high. He should have learned the youthful art like Yi Qingwan. Han Shanyu looked at her with deep eyes. 70 or 80 years old to you? Is it young or old? Of course it's very old. Ning Shuima blurted out. At this age, you could be my grandfather. Han Shanyu, grandfather? He repeated, then leaned back and said, Then you could just call me Grandpa from now on. Ning Shuima, then if she married him, wouldn't it be a grandfather-grandchild relationship? Although she would not marry him, it would be too much of a loss for her to call him grandfather from now on. Master Han, you look younger than a teenager. Calling you grandfather would make you old. I'll call you master from now on. Calling you master suits your style more. Whatever. Han Shanyu closed his eyes slightly. Master, I'm about to marry you, but I still don't know your name. Ning Shuima wanted to find out more information. Han Shanyu suddenly opened his eyes. His deep blue eyes were abnormally deep as he stared at Ning Shuima. Ning Shuima felt her scalp tingle from his stare. What's wrong? Isn't my name Han Shanyu? Isn't Han Shanyu your stage name? Stage name? Han Shanyu seemed to be confused. You're the art sage. Don't most artists have stage names or pen names? Han Shanyu looked at her for a moment, then lay back down and closed his eyes again. He only said one sentence. You think too much. Han Shanyu was indeed not his real name, but it had been a long time since anyone dared to call him by his real name. He himself had almost forgotten it. There was no need for him to tell this little girl his real name. After all, they wouldn't be together for too long. Ning Shuima did not believe that this was his real name. She always felt that his real name should be more prestigious. This name was suitable for an ordinary art saint, but it didn't match him. Forget it. Since he didn't want to talk about it, she didn't need to ask. She also wanted to have as little interaction with him as possible. This person was extremely dangerous. She had always kept a respectful distance from such people. Thinking of dangerous people, she couldn't help but think of the red-clothed evildoer, Shui Ilan. That bastard was kicked into the lake by her, and, as expected, he didn't die. However, it was strange. Since that fellow had escaped danger, with his vengeful personality, why would he let her go for no reason and not harass her? Even if he didn't dare to kill her because of the oath, he would still take revenge, right? Why didn't he do it? Could it be that he was injured at that time? So he was recuperating these days and didn't have time to harass her? Or maybe he had something important to do, so he let her go for a period of time? Or, Ning Shuima raised her head and looked at Han Shanyu again. Her gaze was complicated. Or was it because this person was guarding by her side, so he couldn't do anything? Chapter 436. What are you thinking about now? Han Shanyu felt that the little girl in front of him liked to be absent-minded. I'm thinking about the red-clothed evildoer. Ning Shuima had not regained her senses yet, so she casually replied. Ning Shuima was originally sitting across from him. Just as Ning Shuima finished her sentence, her body suddenly tightened. Then, she abruptly leaned forward. Caught off guard, she crashed in his chest with a bang. Her nose bumped in his chest, and it hurt a lot. Hey, you dash! Ning Shuima was angry. She covered her nose and wanted to jump up. Her wrist suddenly tightened, and she could not jump up. She could only lie on his body. She angrily raised her head and said, What are you doing? At this moment, their bodies were tightly pressed together. When Ning Shuima raised her head, her small mouth almost touched his lips. She hurriedly leaned back and moved her face away from his face. However, this position was exceptionally close. They could hear each other's breaths. The unique smell of his body lingered around her nose, making her heart beat wildly. His eyes were like the deep blue sea. Their eyes were glued together. Ning Shuima had the illusion that she was going to drown in them. She could not move her eyes away for a moment. Master! Kirin seemed to have heard something. It slammed the door open and barged in. When it saw the scenery inside, it immediately covered its eyes with its two small paws and said, "I didn't see anything." It quickly rolled out. When it went out, it did not forget to use its two small paws to help them close the door of the carriage. Although the carriage had some soundproofing, it was not very obvious. Even a little bit of noise could not escape the ears of a martial arts expert. Ji and Huang led the civil and military officials to walk at the back of the group. When he saw Kieran go in and come out so quickly as if he had seen something that was not suitable for children, he tightened his grip on the reins again. His fingertips faintly turned white. The other civil and military officials were all smart people. They looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. It seemed that this heavenly master Han Shanyue was not completely against women. He had already done it with that little girl so quickly. He did not even let her go in the carriage. Inside the carriage, Ning Shuima was also speechless by Kieran's recklessness. Han Shanyue had already let go of her. She quickly got up and retreated a few steps. She leaned against the back of the carriage and glared at him. "What do you mean by that? You are my concubine. You are not allowed to think about other men in the future." Damn it, when was she thinking about other men? Ning Shuima was about to retort when she suddenly thought of something and looked at him in surprise. "You're not jealous, are you?" Han Shanyue. He closed his eyes again. "If you want to feel better, you can think of it that way." Ning Shuima decided to ignore him and didn't want to see his face again. She simply lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked out at the scenery. Both sides of the road had been washed with clean water, and the commoners who came to watch the show were blocked by soldiers stationed at every 3 steps. Countless envious and worshipful gazes landed on the carriage she was in. She glanced behind her, and her gaze met with Ji and Huang, who had just raised his head. Ji and Huang's face was slightly pale. He pursed his thin lips and turned his eyes away. Ning Shuima could not help but sigh in her heart. No matter what, she was destined to let down Ji Yunhuang's friendship. The carriage finally arrived at the Heavenly Master's mansion. Ning Shuima could not help but admire the power of the imperial family. In just a short period of 10 days, they were able to build such a mansion. Chapter 437. Ning Shuima had heard that this used to be a royal garden. Han Shanyue personally chose this place and renovated it according to his favorite architectural style. Ning Shuima was not sure what this house looked like before, but looking at the current Taoist master residence, for words appeared in her mind, quiet and elegant. Especially the 3 words Taoist master residence, which were extremely simple. Ning Shuima could not help but look at Han Shanyue. Wasn't this guy the art saint? Art saints were also calligraphers. Why didn't he leave his own calligraphy in front of his residence? Han Shanyue and Ning Shuima entered the Taoist master residence, while the others were waiting outside. Ning Shuima felt that this Master Han was not an ordinary pretentious person. It was just taking a bath and changing clothes, which could be done in her Jinyuan residence. Why do you have to go back to the Taoist master residence with great fanfare? It was true that his celestial master mansion was more than twice as big as her marquis Jingyuan's mansion. The buildings inside the mansion were simple and unadorned, yet they revealed the luxury of a superior. There was even a hot spring. Wait a minute. Weren't hot springs rare in Chongkong country? Only the Crown Prince residence had one. How come there was one here? And this one was much bigger than the one in the Crown Prince residence. That one was like a big bathtub, and this one was a small pool. It was a gourd-shaped hot spring pool. When Ning Shuima saw the hot spring, Han Shanyue had already finished bathing and was wearing a robe. His Taoist robe was different from ordinary Taoist robes. It was pure white like silver without any dark patterns. The sleeves were wide and the hem dragged on the ground. There were no patterns on the front of the robe either. There was only an ink-black obsidian embedded in the collar, which tightened his collar and gave off an aura of abstinence for no reason. His figure was tall and handsome. His black hair was not tied up and casually draped over his shoulders. As he walked, his hair fluttered along with his robe. There was a row of maple trees on both sides of the hot spring. It was autumn, and the maple leaves were like fire. When the wind blew, the fiery red maple leaves fluttered and danced around him. They rose and fell with his footsteps, but not a single leaf fell on his body, as if they were afraid of tarnishing his holiness. Ning Shuima could not help but hold her breath. No wonder the ancients created a phrase called devastatingly beautiful. This person really had the capital to cause the downfall of a city. It made her heart skip a beat the moment she saw him, even though she didn't like little fresh meaty boys. He sat down on a nearby jade stool and crooked his finger at her. "Come here." His lazy posture unexpectedly revealed a bit of charm. Ning Shuima shot him a glance, but she still calmly walked over. "What are you doing? Didn't I ask you to do my hair?" Out of nowhere, Han Shanyue pulled out a simple wooden comb and handed it to her. "Let me see your handiwork." Ning Shuima was actually a little embarrassed. She had never combed anyone's hair before. Moreover, she was lazy and disliked trouble. In modern times, she kept her hair short and neat. Usually, when she had to attend social gatherings, her skillful subordinates would help her style her hair. In this era, it was not easy for her to learn how to do 2 or 3 hair buns, and they were all suitable for survival in the wild. She couldn't even do her own hair very well. Now, she was asked to do Master Han Shanyue's hair, especially his hair from the coronation ceremony. She felt a little pressured. "Master, it's better if you do it yourself." "I can't do it." Ning Shuima did not take the comb. Han Shanyue looked at her. "No need to be modest. Just do it." Chapter 438. He wasn't being modest at all. Ning Shuima complained in her heart, but he didn't seem to be giving her any room to refuse. "Fine, I'll comb it." Ning Shuima took the comb and stood behind him to comb his hair. His hair was as black as ink and as cool as water. The wooden comb could slide down to the top of his head. It felt good to hold it in her hand. Ning Shuima touched his hair and thought about her own hair. Damn it, her hair wasn't as good as this man's. She was a nimble worker. She quickly tied up his hair and pinned it with a cold jade hairpin on the table. His hair was done. She took a step back and looked at him. Her expression was a little twisted and she felt a little guilty. Han Shanyue seemed to have noticed something from her expression. Out of nowhere, he pulled out a quaint mirror and casually looked at it. The veins on his forehead throbbed. His hair was indeed combed into a bun, but the bun was a little big, like a ball lying on top of his head. She had also taken the initiative to let down a ring of his hair, which fell here and there in a messy way. This hairstyle, it was unbearable to look at. Han Shanyue had never been so ugly in his life. This girl did it on purpose, right? She was obviously not a normal person with good hands. He took off the hairpin on top of his head and let the ball of hair fall down again. Comb it again. If you don't do it well, I'll shave your head bald. This was an original threat, but it was very effective on Ning Shuima. She was someone who liked to look beautiful. If her head became bald, she might as well bang her head against the wall. I really don't know how to. I've never combed anyone's hair. Why don't I call a good maid for you? She believed that many girls would be willing to do this. Han Shanyue looked at her lightly. I only allow concubines to comb my hair. Maids can't do it. So fussy, Ning Shuima blurted out. Then why don't you take a maid to comb your hair as a concubine? None of them are destined to be alone. I can't bear it. Han Shanyue's voice was still faint. In other words, he only wanted to harm her. He didn't feel guilty for harming her to death. This bastard really didn't have good intentions towards her. Ning Shuima was too lazy to talk to him anymore. She combed his hair again. This time, there was a mirror in front of him. He saw Ning Shuima's every move behind him. He would give her pointers from time to time. In the end, he couldn't stand it and held her wrist to teach her how to do it step by step. His palm was warm and dry, completely wrapping around her small hand. That warmth seemed to be transmitted directly to her body through his palm. Ning Shuima suddenly felt somewhat hot, and her heart skipped a few beats. Finally, under his guidance, she managed to fix his hair. He looked in a mirror and nodded. This time's time to practice STS's hair. TTT like the last time. And there was no. This time, she would choose to disguise herself and escape. She had already arranged all her escape routes. She looked at the gourd-shaped hot spring not far away and was puzzled. Is this hot spring natural? Han Shanyue didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, Are you going to the altar with me? Or are you going to wait here in the hot spring? Ning Xiuama was worried that he would keep dragging her down. Now that she had a choice, of course, she chose the latter, the hot spring. Chapter 439. Han Shanhua looked at her quietly for a moment and nodded. He opened his hand, and a blue fruit appeared in his palm. Eat this fruit. Ning Xiuama looked at him cautiously and took it to take a look. The fruit was the size of a small apple, and there was a groove in the middle. There was a layer of light floating on top of it. She had never seen this before. She could not help but sniff it again. There was a faint, fishy, sweet smell. She had also never smelled this smell before. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. Do I need to poison you to kill you? Han Shanhua's voice was as cold as ice. He had pointed out her concerns. Ning Xiuama naturally understood this logic, but this person's thoughts were too hard to guess. Just like how she couldn't guess why he wanted to marry her as a concubine, she also couldn't guarantee that this person wouldn't poison her. It was true that he could easily kill her, but what if this fruit was a poisonous fruit that could turn her into a puppet? Maybe if she ate this fruit, he would completely control her. After all, this fruit did not taste good, and it smelled fishy. This fruit is so green, it should not be ripe yet, right? I'll put it away and eat it after it's ripe. Ning Xiuama calmly put the fruit away. Suddenly, her wrist tightened, and the fruit flew out of her hand and back into Han Shanhua's hand. Ning Xiuama was shocked and could not help but look up. Han Shanhua did not look at her again and ate the fruit in 2 to 3 bites. Then, he glanced at her. This is the sky wind fruit. It is cold in nature and has a similar effect to the ginseng fruit. Drinking this fruit in a hot spring can cleanse the marrow and change the blood. It can expel the impurities in the body and heal all internal injuries. It can increase a mortal's power by 10 years, Ning Xiuama. So this fruit had such a great origin, and it was suitable for her. She couldn't help but hug one of his arms. She looked up at him and asked, "Do you have more of this fruit?" Han Shanhua looked down at her, who was hanging on his arm. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to get close to him. Her large eyes were sparkling, and they were filled with longing. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he replied straightforwardly, "No, this is the last one." Huh? Ning Xiuama let go of his arm in disappointment. Looking at the fruit in his hand, her heart was filled with regret. She actually missed out on such a treasure. Do you regret it? Han Shanhua's voice was calm. Ning Xiuama's face darkened. She was regretful, but she couldn't let the fruit return to its original state. You're too defensive. You're too cautious. Han Shanhua pointed out the flaw in her personality. Ning Xiuama lowered her eyelashes. If she wasn't cautious enough, she would have died many times in this world. How could it be his turn to lecture him here? Not convinced. Han Shanhua tapped his finger on the jade table in front of him. Ning Xiuama looked up at him. She was too lazy to argue with others, but for some reason, she really wanted to argue with the person in front of her. There are too many malicious things in this world. If I didn't take precautions, what you would see now would probably be Xiuama's skeleton. Han Shanhua narrowed his eyes. He already knew most of what happened to her. Thinking about what she had been through these days, it was true. Once she believed it, she would be doomed eternally. Perhaps even he himself did not realize that his gaze had softened. You cannot believe others, but you should believe me. After all, I am your husband. He was trustworthy? Chapter 440. Ning Xiuama mocked him in her heart. Wasn't he the one who caused most of her problems? Why is he pretending to be kind now? Ning Xiuama found a stool and sat down. She pursed her lips and said, "You said that I was a jinx and was despised by everyone in the city." Han Shanhua's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Although she was despised by everyone in the city, didn't the messy peach blossom engagement disappear as well? You secretly used a technique to seal my acupuncture points and didn't let Shi Tianlong come to save me. I almost drowned in that deep lake. Ning Xiuama continued to complain. Han Shanhua still didn't say anything. His eyes were dark and complicated. He had indeed gone overboard with that matter. However, this girl was too good at seducing men, which made him angry. That was why he couldn't help but teach her a lesson. They said that I was a jinx and wanted to take the opportunity to kill me. I took the crown prince hostage and escaped. Just as I was about to succeed, you helped them to restrain me. Ning Shuima still felt resentful when she thought of the situation at that time. You can't escape, Han Shangyue finally said. Lu Hinti trained a group of secret guards with high psychokinesis. As long as you leave the main hall and enter the 9 winding corridors, they will have countless ways to kill you, and they won't hurt Ji Yunhuang. Ning Shuima was stunned. Don't try to scare me. If Lu Hinti really had such secret guards, the crown prince would know, and he wouldn't let me take him hostage. Ji Yunhuang doesn't know. Han Shanyue's voice was still calm. That is Lu Hinti's secret weapon. No one knows about it, and they only listen to his orders. They can kill the crown prince. Ning Shuima's heart skipped a beat. Lu Hinti was a sly old fox. No one would really trust him when he was sitting on the throne. He would even guard against his own son. It wasn't strange for him to have such a secret army. How do you know? Ning Shuima blurted out. Han Shanyue's lips curled up. What could be hidden from my eyes? He could see where the psychokinesis was moving irregularly. So, when you restrained me, it was for my own good. You finally understand. But if you wanted to save me, you could have taken me in as an art boy or something. Why did it have to be a concubine? This was the part that Ning Shuima didn't understand the most. If I asked you to be my art boy, would you agree? Of course. Ning Shuima replied without the slightest hesitation. Under those circumstances, she would have agreed to be his art's art. Han Shanyue tapped the table lightly. Then how could Emperor Lu Xian beg you like this? Why did he agree to so many conditions? Ning Shuima, it turned out that he had proposed such a condition so that she could take revenge on the old emperor. As saying that all of this for me? It's good that you understand. Han Shanyue's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. He stood up. You can soak in the hot spring here and wait for me to come back. He turned and left. Why must it be a concubine? Ning Shuima couldn't help but ask the last question. Why not a wife? Because I only need a concubine. Han Shanyue's feet paused for a moment, but without turning his head, he threw out a blue fruit. Ning Shuima reached out and caught it. Looking down, she was slightly surprised. Chapter 441. This fruit was exactly the same as the one just now. Could it be that the fruit he ate was just a trick? Ning Shuima held the fruit with mixed feelings. You don't have to believe others, but you could try to believe me. Han Shanyue threw down these words lightly and left with his sleeves fluttering in the wind. Ning Shuima ate the fruit and took off her clothes to soak in the hot spring. The bottom of the hot spring was paved with sparkling and translucent jade stones. Stepping on them was like having a foot massage. The sides of the hot spring were also inlaid with jade stones. She felt very comfortable leaning on them. After soaking in the water for a while, she could feel a faint electric current flowing through her 8 extraordinary meridians through the pebbles. After eating the fruit, she felt that her stomach was a little cold, but after soaking in this special hot spring, the cold and hot intertwined and slowly balanced out. The qi in her body flowed faster, as if there was a clear ice spring washing her meridians, driving all the impurities out of her body. This feeling was very comfortable. She soaked in the water like floating clouds. She couldn't help but lean on the edge of the hot spring and close her eyes. She didn't know how long had passed, but she finally felt that the water around her was getting hotter and hotter. She gradually started to feel uncomfortable and open her eyes. But when she saw her appearance, she was shocked. Her body seemed to be covered with a layer of pale white scales, like some kind of oily mud god. Although oily mud was expelled from her body when she was meditating, it was a small amount. It wasn't as scary as this. She was shocked when she saw it. She hurriedly looked down into the water. The water reflected her little face. She almost wanted to cover her face. Her little face also had a dense layer. Even the bottom of her hair had a layer. Damn, I can't look anymore. She hurriedly splashed the water to wash off. Not bad. These scales could be washed off slowly as long as she used a little force. She thoroughly washed herself in the hot spring from head to toe, washing off all the scales and oily mud. Finally, her jade-like soft skin was revealed. After thoroughly washing, she found that her skin seemed to be more translucent and smooth. Under the sunlight, it shone like a pearl, making her eyes almost pop out. She couldn't help but splash a handful of water. The water droplets scattered in all directions under the sunlight, shining with a rainbow light. She was only 22 years old in her previous life, an age brimming with enthusiasm. At this moment, her heart was filled with joy, and she finally let go of the uncertainty in her heart, revealing her childlike nature. Ever since she had transmigrated, this was the first time she was so happy. She did not have to worry about anything. She frolicked in the water for a while and examined her entire body. The more she looked, the more she liked it. Over the past few days, she had been injured many times. Her body had been bruised, and there were even a few calluses on her palms. Now, all the scars had disappeared, and her small hands had become incomparably soft and smooth. Not a single callus could be seen, and they were as white and tender as scallions. The effect of the hot spring water was so obvious that she wanted to soak in it for a while longer. However, the hot spring water became hotter and hotter until it became unbearable. Only then did she reluctantly climb out. When she was putting on her clothes, she found another problem. Her clothes were too short and too small. No, it should be that she grew taller again. His body had also truly developed. This caused Xiaoma to be very surprised. Chapter 442. Before Ning Xiaoma entered the water, she was about 1.6 meters tall. However, after 4 hours of bathing, her height had increased by another 5 or 6 centimeters. Now, she was about 1.6 meters tall. Her chest, which was originally as small as a steamed bun, had increased in size by quite a bit. When she wore her previous clothes, not only were they shorter, her chest was also squeezed uncomfortably. She had only taken a bath, but her body had actually changed so much. Ning Xiaoma stood there in a daze for a moment. Obviously, she could not wear this dress anymore. When she entered the Taoist master residence, Han Shanyue had directly brought her to the hot spring. She did not know the layout of the building at all. Where is she going to get another set of clothes? In the Taoist master residence, she did not know if there were any female clothes prepared. Ning Xiaoma looked around the shore, and her gaze landed on the small cabinet at the side. The small jade cabinet was almost one with the stone table and stool beside it. If she did not look carefully, she would think that it was also a jade decoration. From the cabinet door, a soft white corner of cloth could be seen. Ning Xiaoma was enlightened. She ran over and looked at the small cabinet for a long time. The small cabinet looked ordinary on the surface, but Ning Xiaoma had already seen that it was an extremely complicated mechanism. If she made a mistake and could not open the cabinet, she was afraid that the mechanism set inside would shoot her into a porcupine. Ning Xiaoma was not in a hurry to open the cabinet. Instead, she walked around it in circles. From time to time, she would knock here and there, pressing there. After a while, her finger continuously tapped on the jade cabinet more than 10 times. Her finger was so fast that it was like a flash of light. Finally, with the last tap of her finger, the jade cabinet door slowly opened, revealing a set of clothes inside. The soft silk was smooth to the touch. The style looked simple and elegant, but when she wore it, she looked like a fairy flowing like the wind. After Ning Xiaoma put it on, she was embarrassed. This dress was simply too fitting. It was as if it was made to measure her body. It would be too fat if she added a bit, and too thin if she lost a bit. Obviously, he had prepared this dress for himself. Moreover, he had calculated her figure after the bath in advance. This person was simply abnormally shrewd. Ning Xiaoma looked at the spectacular view in front of her chest, and her heart was suddenly moved. Her current figure shouldn't be the figure of a 13-year-old girl, right? Obviously it belonged to a young and beautiful girl. Could this hot spring water have the effect of accelerating the ripening process? If she were to soak in a few more rounds, would she become a middle-aged woman? There was an antique mirror on the stone table. It belonged to Han Shanyue. He did not take it away and left it there casually. This made it convenient for Ning Xiaoma. She looked at herself in the mirror and almost dropped it on the floor. The mirror reflected her face from her previous life. It turned out that her face in her previous life was 70 to 80% similar to Ning Xiuma in this life. It was like a miniature cartoon version of his previous life. But now it was completely the same. She had watery eyes, a straight nose, and cherry blossom-like lips. When she smiled, there was a hint of seduction amidst her innocence. The only difference was that in her previous life, she did not have this coral bean-like, snowflake-shaped cinnabar mole between her eyebrows. Her skin was also not as good as it was now. Although her skin was originally soft, there would occasionally be a few small pimples and 2 or 3 small harmless freckles on her cheeks. But now, those blemishes were all gone. Her skin was like jade, and because she had just taken a bath, her cheeks were slightly flushed. It was even smoother than a baby's skin. Chapter 443. She couldn't help but look at the hot spring. What kind of spring water was this? It actually restored her appearance from her previous life. Right now, she looked like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. She was like a willow branch in spring about to bloom. She turned around in a circle, her moonlight white dress fluttering in the wind. Under the sunlight, it seemed as if her dress was dancing. Ning Xiuma touched the cloth. She wasn't unfamiliar with it. When she escaped from the Heavenly Book Mountain, she wore a man's robe that was similar to this. No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't remember who had given her this robe. She also didn't know who had helped her and Kieran establish the blood contract. She had all her other memories, but this one was missing. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember it. She had asked Kieran, but Kieran was even more confused. At that time, Ning Xiuma faintly understood that her memories of that period of time had been erased by someone else. It was like meeting an immortal in the legends. After leaving the immortal realm, everything in the immortal realm was blurred. She had always treasured that robe. Now that she finally saw the same material, a question slowly arose in her heart. Could it be that she had a deep relationship with Han Shan in the Heavenly Book Mountain? Was he the one who established the blood contract with Kieran and gave her the robe? The more she thought about it, the more likely it was. This person's martial arts were too profound. Perhaps he really had reached the first level of the heaven realm. Could it be that he and the ancestor were the same kind of people? Or perhaps they were originally the same person? She shook her head, thinking that it was impossible. The ancestor didn't seem to be that free. Moreover, the ancestor was said to be otherworldly. He definitely wouldn't want to take in a concubine. This didn't make sense. Perhaps this Master Han Shanhua was really a hermit, just not as flashy as the ancestor. She raised her head to look at the sky. The sky was high and the clouds were light. The sky was blue like a mirror. The sun had already moved to the center of the sky. It was almost noon. At this time, he should be on the altar to worship the heavens. Lu Hin-Ti had created such a huge scene for the worship of the heavens this time. Those soldiers and whatnot would definitely be guarding the altar. The defenses in other places would definitely be lax. This was the best time for her to escape. If she missed this opportunity, she might not have another chance in the future. She lowered her eyes and looked at the beautiful dress she was wearing. She sighed inwardly. This dress was beautiful, but it was too eye-catching. If she wore this dress on the streets, she would obviously become the center of attention. It was better to find another dress to wear. Ning Xiuma ran out without even realizing it. When she was about to run out of the courtyard's moon gate, she seemed to have bumped into something transparent. However, before she could react, her body had already passed through. She turned around and looked at the door in surprise. There was nothing on it. Was that an illusion? Master! Kieran appeared out of nowhere. Just as she was about to jump into Lin Sanjiu's arms, she paused and looked at Lin Sanjiu with her big eyes. Master, you're finally out. I thought you had fainted inside and was extremely worried. Why don't you go in and take a look? Ning Xiuma was puzzled. There's a barrier in this courtyard. If I go in, he will definitely notice me. He threatened me not to go in. Otherwise, he will send me to some barren mountain or river to train. He won't let me see Master again. Kieran felt even more wronged. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Chapter 444. So it was not an illusion when she felt like she had passed through a transparent film. There was indeed a wizardry barrier. She could not help but turn around and walk toward the moon cave door. She carefully touched it, but she could not feel anything. She even walked back inside, but she did not feel anything blocking her. Could it be that she had broken through the wizardry barrier? It was too much like a soap bubble. Too fragile, too weak. Wait, if he could sense her breaking through the wizardry barrier, did that mean he had already sensed her running out? He told her to wait inside obediently. She and Kieran looked at each other. Master, are we still going? Ning Xiaomo made up her mind. Let's go. The Heaven Worship Platform was located near the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The platform was tall and majestic, and it was completely built with white marble. Below the Heaven Worship Platform, Lu Hinti led the civil and military officials to stand on both sides. Surrounding the civil and military officials were soldiers with weapons in their hands, who were under orders to protect them. They kept all the citizens at the very outside. There was a sea of people. It was really a sea of people. Almost all the citizens in the capital came out to watch the bustling scene. Perhaps it was because the order was maintained well. Although there were 3 layers of people around the Heaven Worship Platform, it was not particularly noisy. Almost everyone held their breaths as they looked at the person on the platform. Han Shanyue stood there in his wide white robe. The wind made his robe dance, and he looked like he was riding the wind. On both sides of the platform, there were 18 Taoist children in dark blue robes. They were holding a horsetail whisk, and all of them looked handsome and solemn. The positions they stood in were also carefully chosen. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that this formation was like a 6-sided snowflake, and it just so happened that Han Shanyue was in the center. It was almost noon, and the sun slowly moved to the center of the sky, shining right on top of Han Shanyue's head. Han Shanyue's white robe was fluttering. He was clearly under the sun, but there seemed to be white snow swirling around him, and it seemed to contain a huge amount of energy. The people below the platform wanted to submit to him, and they wanted to worship him. He seemed to be preparing for some kind of ceremony. His posture was calm and elegant, and his every move seemed to have a strange rhythm. There were quite a few women in the crowd below the stage. They stared at the stage in a daze, their eyes glued to the man in white on the stage, unwilling to even blink. This great master had obviously used some kind of spell. No one could see his face clearly, but his figure and a few movements were enough to stun all living beings, causing them to willingly sink into oblivion. Finally, it was noon and the sun shone down. Suddenly, the world seemed to darken, and the sunlight seemed to condense into a beam. The surroundings were dark, and only the high platform was bright. There seemed to be layers of golden light flickering. Everyone below the stage held their breaths as if they had seen a legendary god. One after another, they knelt down. The golden light on the stage was like the light of Buddha. After it condensed on the stage for a moment, it spread out in all directions like water ripples. The light of Buddha spread rapidly inch by inch and gradually spread to the surrounding people who were kneeling down piously. Everyone felt an indescribable sense of comfort as the warm sun shone upon them. Their hearts also felt as if they were soaked in warm water. Peaceful and peaceful, specks of snowflake-like light swirled in the Buddha's light, making people feel as if they had entered the sweetest dream. Excitement, joy, peace. The people who were illuminated by the light of Buddha began to burst into joyful cheers. As the light of Buddha expanded, the cheers became louder and louder. In the end, it was earth-shattering. It was like a landslide or a tsunami, shaking the ground beneath their feet. Chapter 445. Han Shanyue stood motionless on the stage. Just as the cheers were about to erupt, he clapped his hands together. The crowd's cheers seemed to be surrounded by an inexplicable force, condensing into a line. It was as if a dragon of sound flew into the sky, in a cave in the heavenly Book Mountain. A red-clothed man was sitting in the flickering hall, playing an ice blue guqin. Around him were 8 young women in their prime. These 8 women were also wearing red dresses. Although their faces were different, they all had a pair of small and delicate hands. One look, and you could tell that they were the kind of hands that played the zither. Delicate and white. In fact, no matter what their identities were, they all had one thing in common. They were all zither experts. They were the female leads in the case of the missing girls in the city. At this moment, they were sitting in 8 different positions. Their posture was also the posture of playing the zither. They clearly did not have zither on their knees, but they were all playing the zither. Following their movements, there seemed to be some kind of soft chi coming out from their fingertips. It swirled around and flowed towards the ice-blue zither on the man's knees. The zither was a 7-stringed zither. It was unknown what material the strings were made of, but they were also sky blue. There was a faint light flickering on the strings. Among the 7 strings, one of them was obviously dim in color, as if its charm had been sucked away and it was heavily injured. The soft chi coming out from the 8 women's fingers flowed towards the dim zither string. As the chi of the 8 women poured into the zither string seemed to be injected with vitality. Its color finally began to gradually brighten and recover bit by bit. As for the 8 women, their chi seemed to be slowly sucked away. Their faces became paler and paler. Their faces were blank. It was obvious that they were being controlled by the sound of the man in red zither. Their fingers were mechanically playing the zither, but their eyes were filled with horror. They could not control themselves as the chi in their bodies was slowly sucked away by the zither. Their long black hair began to dry up and slowly turn white. Their originally soft and smooth skin began to lose its elasticity at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wrinkles also began to appear, more and more. The color of the damaged zither string was finally returning to its original luster. At this rate of recovery, the zither string would be able to return to its original glory in less than an hour. The red-clothed man's forehead was covered in sweat. He stared at the strings with a warm expression. He was finally going to recover. Pride and satisfaction appeared in his eyes. He just had to hold on for another hour. Just an hour was enough. A pale white light flashed from the outside. Suddenly, the strange sound of landslides and tsunamis rushed into the cave. In an instant, it drowned out the sound of the zither. Not only was the sound loud, it also contained an extremely strong yang chi. It rushed in like a huge dragon, and the entire cave suddenly lit up. It was as if a super bright signal flare had been set off, so bright that no one could open their eyes. The women seemed to have woken up from a dream. Their bodies swayed, and their hands stopped moving. Bang! The string that had just recovered finally snapped. The string bounced off the back of the red-clothed man's hand and then disappeared. The red-robed man sat there in a daze. He lowered his eyes and looked at the back of his hand. A line of blood slowly flowed out from the open wound. It was bright red and enchanting. Now, why am I here? Where's this place? Heavens, who are you? You're so ugly. Chapter 446. The women had already stood up. They were obviously not in the right state of mind. They looked around with a face full of surprise. When they saw each other's faces, they screamed again. Every young girl had now turned into a white-haired, wrinkled old woman. At first, they were only shocked by each other. When they realized that something was wrong with them, they touched their cheeks and looked at their hands. Then they screamed in disbelief. The cave was in chaos for a moment. After the women screamed, their eyes fell on the man in red sitting there. The man in red half closed his eyes and looked at the guqin on his knees. He did not hear the women's screams. Saint Master, what is going on? Saint Master, please say something. Where are we? Didn't you say you're going to teach me the most amazing guqin skills? Saint Master will not teach an ugly monster like you. Saint Master said he was going to teach me. The women started to quarrel again. The man in red slowly raised his head. When the women saw his face, they opened their eyes wide in shock. Saint Master, what happened to you? The man in red had blood on his lips. His pair of spring green eyes were also blood red. He smiled slowly and said, "You are too noisy." His voice was gentle, but his actions were ruthless. He made a move with his palm. His body was still in the same place, but the 8 women seemed to have their necks grabbed and flew to the stone wall behind them. Then they unwillingly kicked their legs and stopped moving. The man in red kept his guqin and slowly stood up. His face was as pale as a ghost, but his eyes were as red as a demon's. He wiped the blood on his lips, coughed twice, and walked out. As he walked out, the cave behind him rumbled and collapsed. In the end, the entire cave disappeared, and the mountain wall returned to its original state. Who would have thought that there were 8 women with great Guqin skills buried in this solid cliff? The man in red coughed twice and looked up at the sky. The sky was clear, and the sun was slightly away from the center. The man in red slowly clenched his fingers in his sleeves. Han Shangyue. Han Shangyue. Who the hell is this guy? He was actually able to counter his soul-chasing zither. Not only did he ruin his plan that day, but he also ruined his plan to restore the zither strings today. Who would have thought that he, Shuilan, would encounter such a powerful opponent in the human world? This was truly beyond his expectations. That person was actually able to mobilize the yang qi of the people in the city to fight against him. Not only did it destroy another string of his zither, it also injured him. This place was obviously not safe, so he had to leave first on the altar. The thunderous applause and cheers finally stopped, and the world regained its former brightness. The white-robed, black-haired heavenly master had a calm expression on his face. He stood upright like a mountain and walked down the high platform step by step. The crowd automatically dispersed to the sides like a tide, and then knelt down and kowtowed again. If he had any doubts about this heavenly master's ability in the past, all his doubts were swept away now. This heavenly master had the power to change the world. With such a heavenly master in the vast sky nation, why would they be afraid of demons and monsters? This heavenly master's ability is probably not inferior to that of the most mysterious overlord, right? Everyone's face was filled with fanatical joy, and they could only kneel down and kowtow to express their respect. Lu Hin Ti was naturally elated. Chapter 447. Lu Hin Ti was naturally elated. Suddenly, she felt that the humiliation of agreeing to Ning Shuima's conditions was worth it. He led the civil and military officials to greet Han Shangyue. Han Shangyue nodded slightly and said, "The Guqin demon will not come for the next 2 months." Lu Hin Ti's eyes lit up. He had been on tenterhooks for the past few days. He always felt that the red-clothed Guqin demon's blade of death was hanging over his head and would fall at any moment. It was not an ordinary worry. Hearing Han Shanyue's words, he let out a sigh of relief. He actually wanted to ask if there was a way to permanently get rid of that scourge. But Han Shanyue only glanced at him, and he shivered inwardly. He did not dare to ask again. However, in any case, the red-clothed Guqin demon would not come for the time being. He and the civil and military officials could sleep peacefully for the next 2 months. Not far away was the carriage specially prepared for the heavenly master. Han Shanyue rejected the banquet that Lu Hin Ti had specially prepared for him. His sleeves fluttered as the people on both sides bowed to him and walked directly to his carriage. After getting on the carriage, he raised his hand and looked at the unremarkable jade ring on his finger. The ring, which was originally lustrous and glossy, was now somewhat dull. It was as if the outer layer of the ring had been broken. She did not listen to him and ran away. She broke the enchantment when he was concentrating on casting the spell and almost caused him to be injured. Was it a coincidence? Or did she do it on purpose? He lowered his eyes for a moment and took out a talisman from nowhere. When the talisman faintly lit up, he asked, "Where is she now?" A crisp voice immediately came from the talisman. Reporting to Dizwa, she has already left the city. The Qilin Divine Beast has changed into a horse. A blue horse? No. Dizwa, she should have put on makeup for the Qilin Divine Beast and changed its fur color. It is now a red horse. Red horse? Han Shanyue pursed his lips. It seemed that she was very fond of red. Dizwa, she has also changed her appearance. She now looks like an ordinary man. She was accompanied by a man. The charm continued to report to him. Han Shanyue didn't say anything, but the temperature in the carriage seemed to have dropped. Dizwa, do you want to capture her? A moment later, Han Shanyue's cold voice rang out. No need. Let her be. The other party didn't seem to have expected such an answer. After a pause, he said, then this subordinate will continue to follow her. If necessary, no need. Han Shangyue spoke 2 short words again. His voice was flat as he added a few more words. Don't bother about her anymore. Yes, the other side responded. The voice transmission talisman dimmed and returned to Han Shangyue's palm. He supported his head with his hand and closed his eyes. Ning Shuima, you missed this opportunity. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Just as the carriage drove out of the crowd, a shadow glided across the sky. Amidst the surprised cries of the crowd, a beautiful long-necked white swan descended and landed not far in front of the carriage, blocking its path. Who dared to block the path of the new celestial master? Everyone turned to look at the gigantic white swan, and they were all stunned. 2 people jumped down from the back of the white swan. One of them was an old man with a white beard. He had a ruddy complexion and white hair. The other person was a young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Her appearance could only be described with one word: stunningly beautiful. Chapter 448. 2 people jumped down from the back of the white swan. One of them was an old man with a white beard. He had a youthful complexion and white hair, looking like a sage. The other person was a young girl who looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. Her appearance could only be described with one word: exceedingly beautiful. There were countless young girls present, and there was no lack of beauties. However, compared to this young girl, no matter how beautiful she would feel inferior. Her hair covered her forehead, and her eyebrows were slender. She was elegant and refined, as if she was isolated from the secular world. What was even rarer was that this young girl's body seemed to be surrounded by a faint layer of mist. Some of the more knowledgeable people exclaimed in a low voice, "Earth Stage Level 7. She has already cultivated to Earth Stage Level 7. Their voices were filled with disbelief. Only when one's psychokinesis reached Earth Stage Level 7 would there be such a layer of mist around the cultivator's body. One had to know that even the peerless genius Jian Huang had only cultivated to Earth Stage Level 4. And this young girl looked like she had just reached marriageable age. How could she have such profound martial arts? Who was she? Who was she? When did such a young, peerless genius appear on this continent? Countless people's gazes fell on the young girl, and they all began to guess. They also did not know the purpose of these 2 people appearing here. The carriage stopped, and the Taoist child leading the way was about to ask the 2 why they were blocking the way. The old man cupped his hands towards the carriage and said, "Is this Master Han? The master of the Tianqing Castle wishes to see you." "Grandpa, Tianqing Castle." Gasps could be heard from the crowd. The Tianqing Castle was the 2nd largest family on this continent. Its reputation was not inferior to the wise king's mansion. It was also passed down through the family. Although its reputation was below the wise king's mansion, in the hearts of the people on this continent, the Tianqing Castle was more respected than the wise king's mansion. There was no other reason. The Tianqing Castle had many alchemists, many godly doctors. According to modern times, they were a family of godly doctors. In this world, doctors were a very rare profession, and those who could be called godly doctors were even rarer. However, almost everyone in the Tianqing Castle studied medicine, and everyone was a genius in this field. Their extremely mysterious secret recipe was said to be able to revive even the dead. When Jian Huang was heavily injured, Lu Hinti had also tried to go to the Tianqing Castle to ask for help. However, the Tianqing Castle was too far away from the vast Sky Empire, so before the vast Sky Empire's envoy could reach the Tianqing Castle, Jian Huang had already been treated by Ning Xiuma. Doctors are people that no one in this world wanted to offend. Naturally, Tianqing Castle was even more so. Normally, any servant sent by the Tianqing Castle would be treated as a VIP by the nobles of the various countries. But now, the lord of the Tianqing Castle, who rarely showed his face in the martial arts world, had personally appeared. Then the young girl beside him must also have an extraordinary background, right? Also, this Mr. Han's background is too great. The lord of the Tianqing Castle also bowed to him respectfully. One had to know that this old man was famous in the Jianghu for having his eyes on the top of his head and looking down on everyone. "What's the matter?" Han Shanyue's cold voice finally came from inside the carriage. "Mr. Han, is it convenient for you to come out and meet me? This old man has a treasure to offer." The lord of the Tianqing castle continued to bow. The young girl beside him blushed slightly and pursed her lips. She seemed to be a bit embarrassed and a bit annoyed. The beauty was angry, and under the sunlight, her beauty was shocking. Many of the men present were dumbfounded by this scene. A treasure that the lord of the Tianqing castle personally gave out must be shocking. Everyone looked at the empty-handed lord of the Tianqing castle, and then looked at the young girl beside him. Some people were lucky and suddenly guessed what was going on. Could it be that the lord of the Tianqing castle wanted to offer this young girl to the new heavenly teacher? Chapter 449. Luck with Women. What luck with women? But the heavenly master didn't seem to be interested in women. In all these years, he had only asked for a marriage once, and the person he asked for was Ning Xiuma. But the girl in front of them was a rare beauty. No man could resist her charms, right? The heavenly master had just taken in Ning Xiuma, so it was not impossible for him to take in another one. Everyone's curiosity was ignited, and they all looked at the tightly shut carriage. It's not convenient. No one expected Han Shanyue to give such a straightforward answer. He seemed to have given some order to the child driving the carriage, and the child started the carriage again. The lord of the Tianqing castle also didn't expect such an answer, and was stunned. He didn't dare to block the carriage's path, and could only move to the side. However, he didn't give up, and couldn't help but say, "Master Han, I am here to repay my debt. I will never forget the debt of saving my life. This treasure was specially prepared for you, and I have raised her for 18 years. Now that she has matured, I dare to present her to you." When he said this, it was obvious what the gift was. The girl's face turned even redder, and she bit her lips even harder. Her cherry-red lips were almost white from her biting. Lu Hinti also heard the guard's report and rushed over with the crown prince. Lu Hinti's face didn't look too good at first. When he heard the guard say that the lord of the Tianqing castle had come all the way here to give Han Shanyue a gift, he felt that something was wrong. He was afraid that the gift was too valuable, and that the heavenly master would be taken away by the Tianqing castle again. When he got closer, he heard the lord of the Tianqing castle say something about repaying his debt, and he let out a sigh of relief. He was only here to repay his debt, and not to take him away. As long as he wasn't here to steal his girl, then it was good. His face finally returned to normal. He was also an old fox, and when he heard the lord of the Tianqing castle, he knew that the gift was the girl, and couldn't help but look at her. This girl's appearance wasn't any worse than the current Ning Xiuma. It could be said that the spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums all had their own characteristics. But what was with the 18 years of nurturing? And it was specially prepared for Han Shanyue. Then he thought of the Tianqing castle's medicine refining skills, and a bold idea suddenly floated into his mind. Could it be that this girl was a cauldron specifically for men to use to replenish their yang? Legend had it that there was such a woman in the world who could practice a special kind of martial arts and had special abilities. Her cultivation may not be very high, but once she had intercourse with a man through a special method, she could greatly increase her psychokinesis. It was more effective than any elixir. However, in this world, there were very few women who possessed such a physique. Even Lu Hinti, who was used to seeing beauties, had only heard of them but had never seen one. Now, he couldn't help but size up the girl again. His heart was moved again. If this girl was a super big cauldron, then she would be a good match for his son. Perhaps his son's martial arts would recover soon, and he might even be better than before. He glanced at Ji Yun Huang, who was beside him. This brat had been gloomy for the past few days. He had always been a man of few words, but he had been scarily silent these past few days. According to the reports of the servants, this precious son of his would often get drunk in the middle of the night. Many times, when he came to see his father, he reeked of alcohol. Chapter 450. At this moment, Ji Yun Huang, who had been expressionless all this while, also looked at the young girl. His eyes seemed to flicker. Could it be that this brat had fallen for this young girl? Lu Hinti did not know if he was happy or worried. This son of his was a genius and had always been arrogant. He did not care about any woman. It was with great difficulty that his heart was moved, and it was still towards that heavenly, calamitous, lonely star Ning Xiuma. Even he could not stop him. Fortunately, that Jinx had been chosen by the heavenly master. Although they were not married yet, his son obviously could not have any thoughts about her. Thus, he was relieved. He was also afraid that his son would not like any woman in the future and be single for the rest of his life. Thus, he had been intentionally or unintentionally stuffing his son with women. There were all kinds of beauties. However, his son did not even look at them and rejected them all. Now, he had finally noticed a woman. Moreover, this woman's background was not bad. If she was matched to his son, it would be a good match. If she was indeed a tripod, then it would be even better. The only thing that worried him was that this young girl was offered by the Tianqin castle to the heavenly master. If the heavenly master accepted her, then his son would have no hope. Lu Hinti's thoughts changed in an instant. Heavenly Master Han Shangyue and the carriage seemed to have been moved. The carriage actually stopped. The Tianqin castle lord's eyes lit up. Lu Hinti's heart was in his mouth. Ji and Huang's eyes also lit up slightly. He quietly took a step forward. If Han Shangyue agreed to accept this girl, did that mean that he was not determined to get Ning Xiuma? Perhaps he would agree to cancel his engagement with Ning Xiuma. Ji and Huang's hands that were hidden in his sleeves were tightly clenched. He stared at the carriage, and his fingertips turned pale. The carriage door finally opened slowly, revealing Han Shanyue's figure. He did not come out of the carriage. Because the outside was brighter than the inside, she could only see his outline. The young girl in green suddenly raised her head and looked into the carriage. She could faintly see the figure of a tall and straight man. She could not see his face clearly. She could feel the other party's gaze on her. That gaze was cold and sharp. She instantly shuddered and lowered her head. Her heart was beating wildly. He pursed his lips tightly again. Ever since she was young, she knew that she was a cauldron weapon. Furthermore, she was a cauldron weapon made from special herbs. She was specially prepared for a man named Han Shangyue. Every day, she was forced to practice martial arts. Every day, she was soaked in boiling hot or cold medicinal water. The food she ate was also refined from herbs. Her life was dull and uninteresting, and she couldn't describe how she felt about Han Shangyue. Hatred? Disgust? Curious? Nervous? It seems that every emotion has some. She thought that this Han Shangyue would be an old man, but she didn't expect him to be such a cold and elegant person. Her heart was beating wildly, but she had no choice but to lower her head. She knew that Han Shangyue would take her in. After all, this great master also knew medicine. He knew how rare and hard it was to get a spirit medicine woman from the Tianqin castle, and how beneficial she was to him. Spiritual medicine woman? Han Shangyue finally opened his mouth again. He was indeed someone who knew what was good for him. That's right. The Tianqin castle lord revealed a proud expression. He was still very respectful. This girl is this old man's youngest daughter. Not only does she meet the requirements of being a spirit medicine woman, but she is also a genius in telekinesis. Her telekinesis has already reached Earth rank level 2, and her effects are even stronger. His tone did not sound like he was talking about his daughter's merits, but rather like he was promoting medicine. Chapter 451. The girl in green had already lowered her head, and her face was pale from embarrassment. So she was Earth rank level 2, but what was with the layer of smoke surrounding her? Was it something that only elixir ladies would have? Everyone was making unkind guesses. Many men were drooling as they looked at the girl. Treasure. It was indeed an exceptional treasure. No man would be able to reject such a treasure. Everyone's gaze fell on the carriage again. Tian Xingyu, are you really giving her to me? No matter what I ask her to do. Han Shangyue finally spoke. The lord of Tianqin castle was called Tian Xingyu. His eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed. Yes, good, I'll accept her. Han Shangyue made the final decision. Although this was within their expectations, everyone still sucked in a few breaths. Ah, how would this great master arrange for this girl to be his concubine? Would her status be higher or lower than that of the heavenly calamity star? Lucian Emperor's face was filled with disappointment. There was no hope for his son again. Ji Yanhuang's eyes lit up. He stepped forward and was about to say something when Han Shangyue spoke again. Tian Xingyu, what do you want from me? Since you sent your daughter here, I can promise you one more thing. Tian Xingyu's eyes lit up. He immediately lowered his head and said, Thank you, sir. I don't have anything to ask of you for now. I just hope that you can promise me that if Tianqing Castle is in trouble, you'll help me once more. Han Shangyue said indifferently, If it doesn't go against the heavens, I will help you once. Tian Xingyu nodded. Of course. I know your bottom line. I definitely won't go against the heavens. Xingqing, why aren't you greeting your husband? The girl was called Tian Xueqing. Even her neck seemed to have turned red. She stepped forward and was about to bow to Han Shangyue. Han Shangyue spoke again. Wait, I'm not your husband. This sentence shocked everyone. Everyone looked at Han Shangyue in shock. Tian Xueqing also froze. She didn't know if she should bow or not. Mr. Han, what do you mean? Tian Xingyu was also very puzzled. Han Shangyue said indifferently, Since you gave her to me, then it should have nothing to do with you if I give her to someone else, right? Tian Xingyu choked on his words. This is naturally unrelated. He had already given out the gift, so he really couldn't say anything about who the other party wanted to give the gift to. Han Shangyue no longer looked at him. His gaze landed on Ji Yanhuang, who was already standing at the front of the group. Ji Yanhuang's heart skipped a beat. He wanted to retreat, but Han Shangyue had already spoken. Miss Xueqing should serve Crown Prince Ji Yanhuang from now on. He is the one for you. Ji Yanhuang's expression changed greatly. His originally pale face became even paler. He opened his mouth and was about to say no. Unexpectedly, his back suddenly went numb, and his mind was suddenly in a mess. He couldn't help but say, Yes, thank you, Heavenly Master. When the green-clothed girl heard that she was being transferred to another place, her face turned pale. However, when she heard Ji Yanhuang agree, she couldn't help but turn her head to look at him. When she saw Ji Yanhuang's face clearly, her eyes slightly lit up. Her cheeks flushed red as she lowered her head. It was obvious that she was willing to do so. Lu Hinti felt as if he had been hit by a golden pie. He immediately laughed. Good. Chapter 452. Lucian Emperor felt as if he had been hit in the head with a golden pie. He immediately laughed out loud. Good. When these two children are together, they will be a perfect match. Fort Lord, from today onwards, we are in-laws. We will definitely not let Huang fail your daughter, and will make her the crown prince consort. Although Tian Xingyu was a little disappointed, he had already achieved his goal. Using his daughter to get such a marriage was also a pleasant surprise. He did not object anymore. Ji Yanhuang's face was pale. He kept trying to say something, but his mouth did not belong to him. Not only that, his body did not seem to belong to him anymore. He slowly walked in front of Tian Xueqing and extended his hand to her. Tian Xueqing's face was bright red. She was so nervous that she did not know what to do. However, she still extended her hand and let him hold it. Ji Yanhuang could not help but hold Tian Xueqing's hand. The hand in his palm was soft and tender, warm and delicate. His heart, however, was ice cold. Holding her hand in front of everyone meant that he had acknowledged this marriage. He could not go back on his words. Xuema. Could it be that we are not fated to be together? The carriage was sent off by the crowd. Inside the carriage, Han Shanyue's voice transmission talisman lit up again. My lord, what are your orders? The voice from the talisman belonged to the person who was following Ning Xuema. Han Shanyue was silent for a moment before he finally said, Did she stop when she left the city? Did she turn back to look? The person on the other side of the talisman was slightly stunned. He did not understand why his lord would ask this, but he immediately replied, No, my lord. She ran away immediately after leaving the city. She did not turn back. There should not be any accomplices who met up with her. My lord must think that she has accomplices. So he asked this question. The person guessed in his heart. There was no response from the talisman for a long time. The person did not know what his lord was planning. He asked tentatively, My lord, do you want me to follow her again? No need. Han Shanyue's voice turned cold. He turned off the voice transmission talisman, and the carriage fell into silence. It was unknown when a wedding dress had appeared on his lap. The fiery red wedding dress seemed to be woven from the clouds in the sky. It was soft and silky, and it shimmered faintly in the carriage. There was also a phoenix coronet beside it. The design was luxurious and unique. Not to mention anything else, just the luminous pearl the size of a pigeon egg on top of the coronet was priceless. His fingers slowly brushed past the wedding dress and phoenix coronet. Suddenly, his eyes darkened and a white light appeared on his fingertips. That set of priceless bridal clothes and phoenix coronet turned into dust under his palms. The sun was already setting in the west. Ning Xiumao was resting on a big rock by the roadside. Kiran was still lying on the side in the form of a horse. He lowered his head and looked as if he had gotten himself into trouble. From time to time, he would glance at Ning Xiumao's robe. There was a suspicious patch of red on her gown, very conspicuous and conspicuous. Ning Xiumao's escape this time was actually very smooth. She was afraid that Han Shanyue would send people to chase after her, so she disguised herself as a man and escaped. In order to make it more realistic, she even made a male companion on the way and called a brother. After they became familiar with each other, they left the city together. After leaving the city and riding for a while, Ning Xiumao found an excuse to break up with the scholarly man. Then, she rode Kiran all the way. When Ning Xiumao left the city, she vaguely felt that someone was following her. Chapter 453. When Ning Xiumao first left the city, she vaguely felt that someone was following her. However, after searching for a few times, she still could not find the person who was following her. Her heart was perturbed, so she let the little Qilin run at its fastest speed. Like a gust of wind, after running for 4 to 6 hours, she was already 700 to 800 miles away from the capital city. The consequence of running like that was that Ning Xiumao was sweating. The little Qilin was also sweating. Then, the red paint on Kiran's body started to fade and stain Ning Xiumao's robe and pants. Ning Xiumao seemed to have something on her mind. The bottom part of her robe was red, but she did not seem to notice it. Her eyes were staring at the setting sun in the sky. From time to time, other passers-by would pass by, and every passerby would glance at her. Kiran could not help but ask, "Master, do you want to change your robe?" Ning Xiumao was still a little absent-minded. "I don't need to change anymore. I've already changed 3 or 4 sets of clothes along the way, and there are no more people following me." But your clothes are dirty. Dirty, it doesn't matter if it's dirty. It won't attract attention. Ning Xiumao answered casually. Then, she looked at herself and suddenly jumped up. Why did she look like she was on her period? No wonder she felt that the passers-by were looking at her strangely. Could it be that this little body of hers was finally on its period? Ning Xiumao did not have time to think so much. She jumped up and ran to a place where there was no wind and changed into a new set of clothes. At this time, the pursuers were still nowhere to be seen. It seemed that the person would not send anyone to chase her. She did not need to wear men's clothes anymore. Of course, she did not dare to revert to her original appearance. She returned to the main road with her sickly face. When she was changing her clothes, she also noticed that her period did not come. Then, the culprit that stained her pants red was, when she came back, she touched Kiran. As expected, her hand was red. She couldn't help but rub her eyebrows. The quality of the pigments in this era wasn't up to standard, and the color faded too badly. "Master, can I wash off the red paint on my body? It's so oily and uncomfortable." Kiran shook its body. It felt itchy all over, as if it was allergic. Ning Xiumao thought for a moment and sighed. "All right, then don't turn into a horse anymore. Turn into a fox." Kiran was overjoyed and jumped up to find a place to take a bath. A moment later, it returned and turned into a blue fox. "Master, where are we going?" Kiran was at a loss. "To Daliang City." Ning Xiumao had already asked the people along the way. Daliang City, which was the city between Chongkong Country and Xianming Country, was just 100 kilometers ahead. She would first go there to rest before heading to Xianming Country to find a place to settle down. Ning Shuama was about to stand up when she suddenly heard the sound of a zither swaying in the air. The sound of the zither was faintly discernible, like falling flowers dancing. Ning Shuama had just stood up when she was shocked by the sound of the zither. Her calf accidentally hit a sharp corner of a big rock next to her. Her skin was cut, and blood immediately gushed out. Damn it! Ning Shuama cursed under her breath and looked down at her injured leg. The crisp sound of silver bells and the sound of a zither gradually approached. Ning Shuama raised her head to take a glance and saw that it was a rather luxurious and noble-looking carriage. Furthermore, the sound of the zither was not the black wave zither that she feared the most. She did not think too much about it. She lifted her skirt and rolled up her pants, wanting to apply some medicine on her injured leg. Chapter 454. The carriage stopped next to Ning Shuama, and a little girl jumped out. She looked at Ning Shuama and asked, "Miss, are you hurt?" Ning Shuama turned around and looked at the little girl. She was dressed like a servant, so she must be a maid from a wealthy family. She nodded and continued to apply medicine to her injured leg. "May I know where Miss wants to go? If it is convenient for you, I can give you a ride." The door of the carriage opened, and a beautiful woman appeared. Her voice was like a gentle breeze, clean and warm. Had she met a living lay phone? Ning Shuama turned around and looked at the woman. She looked like a young lady from a wealthy family. Her eyes were clear, and her clothes were simple yet elegant. "I'm going to Daliang City. May I know who you are?" The girl's eyes lit up. "What a coincidence. I'm also going back to Daliang City. If you don't mind, you can come with me." Ning Shuama glanced at the maidservant. That maidservant looked at her young miss with a helpless expression. If she was not pretending, then this young lady was always doing good deeds, which made the little girl feel helpless. Ning Shuama smiled and said, "Okay, thank you." She carried the blue fox and got into the carriage. "Hey, it is okay for you to get into the carriage, but don't bring a pet." The little girl could not help but shout, "My young lady is allergic to pet fur." Before she could finish her sentence, the blue fox's blue eyes were fixed on her face. The little girl suddenly felt dizzy, and when she woke up, she was already in the carriage. The carriage started to move again. Ning Shuama quickly treated her injured leg in the carriage. The girl in front of her looked at her with admiration. "Miss, do you know medicine? I know a thing or two about traveling." Ning Shuama was dressed like a chivalrous woman for convenience. The girl looked at her with envy. "Miss, you're so free and easy. It would be great if I could be as free and easy as you." Ning Shuama was speechless. Free and easy? She was now running all over the place. Every day, she was on the run. How could she be happy? Ning Shuama was very good at reading people. Her eyes were sharp. After talking with this young girl for a while, she knew all the details of this young lady in front of her. The young lady's name was Yin Zuan. She was the only daughter of the city lord of Daliang City. She had gone out to watch the Celestial Master's enthronement ceremony and had only returned after watching the show. Ning Shuama had already noticed that the horse pulling the carriage was a rare good horse. Even the royal family, there were only a few horses like this. It seemed that this young lady was very favored. This girl was only 15 or 16 years old. At first glance, one could tell that she had not experienced any hardships. She was innocent, kind, lively, and cheerful. Talking to her made Ning Shuama feel like she was bathing in the spring breeze. Ever since Ning Shuama had transmigrated, she had met many people who harbored ill intentions towards her, and very few people who were kind to her. Therefore, when she got on the car, she was still very wary of this girl. He was afraid that it was another trap. But after talking for a while, she finally let out a sigh of relief. She had finally met a truly good person, and not someone who was scheming against her. Yin Ziwen was probably rare to meet someone she could talk to. She chatted and laughed with Ning Shuama along the way. From Yin Ziwen, Ning Shuama knew about the miracle that Han Shanyue had created during the enthronement ceremony. She also knew about Tian Xueqing's existence. Naturally, she also knew that Han Shanyue had bestowed Tian Xueqing to Ji Yanhuang. Chapter 455. Ning Shuama listened quietly. When she heard that Ji and Huang did not reject Tian Xueqing's marriage and even held hands with her, she heaved a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she felt a little upset. She had a good impression of Ji and Huang and knew that he had feelings for her. However, due to various misunderstandings, she could no longer accept Ji and Huang. She knew that they were not fated to be together. This was also good. He finally had someone he loved, and she did not need to feel guilty towards him anymore. But was Ji and Huang really willing to marry her? With his personality, his feelings should not have changed so quickly. Could it be that Han Shanhua was behind this? With Han Shanhua's character and methods, he did not seem to have a bottom line. He could really do something like this. However, regardless of whether Han Shanhua was behind this or not, Ji and Huang marrying Tian Xueqing was already set in stone and could not be changed. After Ji and Huang was injured, he lost more than 2/3 of his power. If he really married Tian Xueqing, he would be able to recover quickly. This should be a good thing for him. When Yanzuan talked about the new heavenly master, her eyes shone brightly and her words flowed like a river. Ning Xuema seemed to see the scene from her mouth. No matter where that person went, he was a shining presence. He only left the stage after the ceremony. When she broke his barrier, he probably did not notice it. Or maybe he did notice it, but he did not care whether she stayed or left. Ning Xuema felt that her mentality was a little strange. She was afraid that he would send people to chase after her, but he did not. She felt a little lost. After 2 hours, the carriage entered the city. Yin Ziyuan had already treated Ning Xuema as a friend. After entering Daliang City, she invited Ning Xuema to her residence as a guest. Ning Xuema actually did not want to interact with officials. She was currently on the run, and it would be too obvious if she interacted with officials. Thus, she politely declined. Not long after entering the city, she parted ways with Yin Ziyuan and left. Probably because she was too tired, Ning Xuema slept in the inn for an entire day. When she woke up, it was already past noon of the next day. She went out for a stroll and bought some necessities for the journey. Just as she returned to the inn, she saw Yin Ziyuan's carriage parked outside the inn. Ning Xuema was stunned. Then she saw Yin Ziyuan's maid jump down from the carriage. "Miss Shui, my miss invites you." The curtains of the carriage were also half opened, revealing half of Yin Ziyuan's small face. She repeatedly waved at her. "Shui Shui, come quickly." Ning Xuema didn't tell Yin Ziyuan her real name. Instead, she gave her a random name, Shui Shui. Xuema thought that she and this Yin Ziyuan were just strangers who met by chance and met in the blink of an eye. Therefore, she was too lazy to think of a pseudonym. She almost forgot about it when she talked about the past. When he heard her call out to him, he was stunned for a moment. She knew that it was not convenient for Yin Ziyuan to get off the carriage, so she had to get in. After chatting with Yin Ziyuan for a while, she found out that Yin Ziyuan was going to participate in a zither recital on the boat tonight. Yin Ziyuan specially invited her to watch the fun and comment on it. It turned out that yesterday, when Ning Xuema and Yin Ziyuan were playing the zither in the carriage, Ning Xuema felt that there were a few small flaws in her zither music. Yin Ziyuan immediately regarded her as a bosom friend and asked her a lot of questions about the zither. Ning Xuema's zither skills were actually very good. However, after coming to this world, she had been busy running for her life. She simply didn't have time to play such an elegant thing. Chapter 456. Ning Xuema was just itching to test her skills yesterday. She also felt that Yin Ziyuan's personality was quite similar to hers, so she said a few more words. She did not expect Yin Ziyuan to regard her as a teacher. This time, she insisted that she go and take a look. She even said that it was not just a Guqin recital in the boudoir. There would also be outstanding scholars and refined scholars participating. There would also be a prize, and Ning Xuema was more interested in that prize. Phoenix Crystal Wood. Currently, Ning Xuema's with psychokinesis had already reached the 4th level. These past few days, she had encountered a bottleneck and was stuck at the 4th level, unable to break through. She remembered that Han Shanhua once told her that there was a shortcut if she wanted to break through this bottleneck. That was to absorb the energy of the Phoenix Crystal Wood. The Phoenix Crystal Wood was extremely rare, and it was produced in Daliang City. However, Ning Xiuma did not know exactly where it was produced in Daliang City. Ning Xiuma came to Daliang for two reasons. One was to come out of isolation here. The other was to find out about the whereabouts of the Phoenix Crystal Wood. She did not expect that it would be the prize for this Guqin recital. This time, Ning Xiuma had to go. She didn't know where the little Qilin had run off to play. Fortunately, Ning Xiuma had telepathy with it, so she knew that it was happily gobbling up food somewhere. Thus, she didn't bother to inform it. Daliang City was a peninsula city. It was surrounded by mountains on one side and water on three sides. There were many lakes in the city. It was not an exaggeration to say that half of the city was surrounded by mountains and half a lake. The Guqin recital was held at the largest lake in the city, Qiming Lake. Qiming Lake was as big as Hangzhou's West Lake. It had a quaint stone bridge, boats, lotus leaves, and a boundless green lake. Regardless of day or night, the scenery was beautiful. When Ning Xiuma arrived with Yan Ziyuan, the sun had just set. The setting sun melted the gold, and the distant mountains were beautiful. Pleasure boats floated back and forth on the lake, and a flock of egrets flew in the sky. Ning Xiuma stood in a gazebo by the lake. Looking at the beautiful scenery of the lake and mountains, the gloominess in her heart seemed to have disappeared. She stretched her arms and took a deep breath of the fresh air by the lake. Freedom. It felt good to be free. Ever since she had transmigrated, she had rarely felt so relaxed. She looked at herself. Her red dress fluttered in the wind, making her look exceptionally valiant and formidable. In order to avoid trouble, her face was still the same as yesterday. She had thick black eyebrows and sallow skin. With high-end makeup skills, her cheekbones were protruding and her mouth was a size bigger than before. Her current appearance was poles apart from her former appearance. Only those who were extremely familiar with her would be able to find her original shadow and recognize her from her current appearance. In fact, Ning Xiuma obviously worried too much. Even if she didn't put on makeup, her original acquaintances might not be able to recognize her at a glance. After all, after soaking in the hot spring, not only did she grow taller, her appearance was no longer as young and immature as before. Her figure was even more curvaceous. Even if Ji Yinhuang came, it would be difficult for him to recognize her at a glance. Looking at the beautiful scenery, Ning Xiuma suddenly had the urge to howl. Although her temperament was calm, she was still a 20-year-old girl. She had the lively nature of a young girl. In a modern world, when climbing mountains or swimming lakes, she would often howl a few times at the highest point to relieve the pressure in her heart. Now, she had this desire again. Chapter 457. Because the Guqin recital wouldn't start until after dark, most of the people hadn't arrived yet, so there weren't many people by the lake. There were only 3 people in this pavilion: her, Yan Ziyuan, and her little maid. Ning Xiuma faced the vast lake and shouted at the top of her lungs. Ah! His voice was clear and long, spreading far and wide. The mountains in the distance seemed to respond. Ah! Ning Xiuma's sudden shout startled Yan Ziyuan. She looked at her with her eyes wide open. Shui shui you? Ning Xiuma pulled Ziyuan's hand and made her face the lake. She smiled and said, Ziyuan, why don't you give it a try? It's very comfortable. Yan Ziyuan's eyes lit up. She really wanted to shout out loud, but it was inappropriate for a girl to shout in this place. She was afraid that if her father knew about it, he would miss her again. The young maidservant also used the same reason to persuade Yan Ziyuan not to shout. While Yan Ziyuan was hesitating, Ning Xiuma said casually, People live for themselves. As long as you don't cross your bottom line, why should you care about other people's opinions? She didn't care about Yan Ziyuan. Lin Hu shouted a few more times, and she felt that the weight in her heart had been lifted quite a bit. There were still people around the lake. Ning Xiuma's shouts attracted a lot of attention. Ning Xiuma didn't care at all. She stood there with her eyes full of elegance and high spirits. Yan Ziyuan was finally moved. She stood together with Ning Xiuma and shouted at the lake. After all, she was the daughter of a noble family, so her voice was still a little soft, and she didn't dare to let it out. But even so, he still felt a lot better. Ning Xiuma giggled as she encouraged her. Louder! Then, She raised her voice and shouted again. Yin Ziyuan took a deep breath and finally threw away her scruples and shouted at the lake. Once they shouted the first time, the more they shouted, the more excited they became. The more they shouted, the happier they felt. Yin Ziyuan obviously had something on her mind. After shouting, her eyes lit up. "What are you doing?" A voice abruptly cut in. Yin Ziyuan's body stiffened. Her shout got stuck in her throat, and she slowly turned around. She pursed her lips. "Master!" Ning Xiuma also turned around to take a look and frowned slightly. There were two people standing outside the pavilion, a man and a woman. The man looked to be in his 20s. He was handsome and had an elegant temperament. He wore a lake blue robe. At this moment, his dark eyes fell on Yin Ziyuan. His brows were slightly furrowed. It was obvious that he disapproved of her shouting. The woman was also around 16 or 17 years old. She had an elegant appearance and an elegant temperament. Her whole body was filled with a strong, scholarly aura. She was holding a zither in her arms. When she saw Yin Ziyuan turn around, she bowed slightly. "Little sister Yuan." Yin Ziyuan, who had always been enthusiastic, had a cold face. She said in a domineering manner, "Who is your little sister? Don't randomly claim to be relatives." The woman bowed her head slightly. "Yes, Mississippi Ziyuan." The man's eyes darkened and his handsome face sank. Yin Ziyuan raised her head and looked at him. "What about me? Did I say something wrong? My father only has one biological daughter. She is just an adopted daughter. What qualifications does she have to call me little sister?" The man glanced at her and said coldly, "Yin Ziyuan, you are too much." Yin Ziyuan's face turned red. "You don't need to care if I'm too much or not. You don't need to interfere in the matter between me and her. You're just my zither player. Do you really want to lecture me?" Chapter 458. The man's expression also became cold. "You unreasonable. Rongyan, let's go." After taking 2 steps, he stopped. "You are a young lady. Cry like a ghost and howling like a wolf is too disgraceful." At this point, he seemed to feel that he was meddlesome. He didn't finish his words and then strode away. Yin Zin was like a little rooster with high fighting spirit, but now she is like a deflated ball, slowly sitting down with the support of the pillar. Ning Xiuma has been watching with folded arms. She has already seen the general situation. She sat next to Yin Ziyuan and said indifferently, "Some things don't belong to you, so you don't have to force them." Yin Ziyuan's body stiffened and looked at her sideways. You can see it? Anyone with a little bit of observation can see it." Ning Xiuma patted her shoulder. "Your emotions are actually written on your face. If you want to cry, I'll give you a shoulder to lean on. After you cry, cheer up. Don't let people see you as a joke." Yin Ziyuan's pair of big eyes were already misty, but she tightly pursed her lips. "I won't cry. I won't cry for them." Ning Xiuma's palm pressed on her shoulder and didn't speak. Yin Ziyuan sat there blankly for a moment. In the end, she was still a 16-year-old girl, so she couldn't hide her emotions. Now that she met a confidant like Ning Xiuma, she couldn't hold back her worries anymore. Without waiting for Ning Xiuma to ask, she started to talk about her own matters. Yin Ziyuan's mother and Rong Yan's mother used to be close friends and had a very good relationship. Later, Rong Yan's father was convicted and the whole family was demoted to commoners. Rong Yan's father died of depression. The Rong family was completely defeated. They couldn't even live their lives. Rong Yan's mother took Rong Yan to Yin Mansion. When Yin Ziyuan's mother saw that her childhood friend was in trouble, she naturally didn't hesitate to entertain her. She arranged for the mother and daughter to stay in her residence and provided them with good food and drinks every day. But he didn't expect that Rong Yan's mother would bite the hand that fed her. She was not content with her family and coveted Yin Darren's status. Intentionally or unintentionally, she seduced him. Yin Darren couldn't control himself for a moment and had an affair with Rong mother. Later, their affair was discovered by Yin Ziyuan's mother. Madame Yin was betrayed by both her husband and her best friend. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. How could she tolerate this? He had a big fight with Lord Yin and went to beat up Mother Rong. Lord Yin flew into a rage out of humiliation. He slapped Madame Yin and scolded her for being jealous. He even announced on the spot that he would take Mother Rong as his co-wife and be on equal footing with Madame Yin. Madame Yin couldn't take this lying down. She fell seriously ill and passed away after a month in bed. Even when she died, she couldn't forgive her husband and didn't see her husband for the last time. Before Madame Rong's arrival, Madame Yin and Lord Yin's relationship was very good. Lord Yin didn't even have a concubine. After Madame Yan's death, Lord Yin was full of regret. However, regret couldn't be exchanged for Madame Yan's rebirth. Guilt made him especially dote on his only daughter, Yin Ziyuan. However, Yin Ziyuan couldn't forgive her father because of her mother's death. She couldn't tolerate the culprit of her mother's death, Madame Rong. Lord Yin had no choice but to move Madame Rong and her daughter out of the mansion and buy them a house to settle down. Because Yin Ziyuan liked the Guqin, Lord Yin, in order to compensate his daughter, specially hired a famous Guqin master in Daliang City, Gu Ziyan, to be her teacher. The people of Daliang City loved musical instruments, especially the Guqin. Chapter 459. Almost everyone in the city knew how to play a song or two. Every year, there would be a Guqin competition. If one won the competition, not only would they become famous in Daliang City, their social status would also increase exponentially. Gu Ziyan was that year's champion. Not only was he good at playing the Guqin, but he was also young and handsome. He was almost the dream lover of all the girls in Daliang City. Yin Ziyuan also developed feelings for him in the process of learning the Guqin from him. Yin Ziyuan was a bold and passionate girl. She plucked up the courage to pursue him and confess to him. She did not expect that she would be rejected by Gu Ziyan on the spot. After Gu Ziyan rejected her, he probably did not want to get into trouble, so he refused to be her Guqin master and never visited her again. Yin Ziyuan was not discouraged. She continued to pursue him, sending him gifts and fighting for every opportunity to meet him. Until one day, she saw Gu Ziyan and Rong Yin walking together. Later, she found out that Gu Ziyan and Rong Yin were childhood sweethearts. The two were friends before the Rong family fell. Yin Ziyuan was hit especially hard. It turned out that the person she liked was the childhood sweetheart of the person she hated the most. She was defeated by that woman. There was nothing more dramatic than this. Yin Ziyuan could not recover from the shock for a long time. She originally had an excellent Guqin. Gu Ziyan had chosen it for her when he was her Guqin master. She had always regarded it as a treasure. However, ever since she found out about the relationship between Gu Ziyan and Rong Yin, she wanted to smash the Guqin. But she had a fetish and could not bear to destroy her own things. In the end, she sent someone to throw the Guqin out. Out of sight, out of mind. Of course, she had also completely given up on Gu Ziyan. However, rationality was one thing, and feelings were another. She was deeply invested in this relationship. How could it be so easy to withdraw completely? Her feelings for Gu Ziyan could not be put down so easily. Fortunately, she was more rational and did not ask about Gu Ziyan's matters. She would not go to places where Gu Ziyan was present. In order to ease his daughter's anxiety and divert her attention, Lord Yin had organized several tea parties, flower parties, poetry parties. He had even arranged for her to go to the capital to watch the Celestial Master's enthronement ceremony so that she could broaden her horizons and forget about that person. Over the past year, she had made a lot of friends and had become a lot more cheerful. She even thought that she had let go of her feelings for Gu Ziyan, but she did not expect that the moment she saw him for the first time today, her heart would still beat violently. Being scolded by him, her heart would still hurt. Seeing him and Rong Yin together, her heart still felt like it was about to explode. She just wanted to cry a good cry. She said she would not cry, but in front of Ning Shuama, she still shed tears. In the end, she simply leaned on Ning Shuama's shoulder and cried. After crying, she dejectedly said that she had signed up for this Guqin party because she heard that Gu Ziyan would not be coming. She did not expect him to come, so she was ready to withdraw and pull Ning Shuama back to her Yin mansion. Since you are ready to let go of him, why not face him bravely? Treat him like an ordinary person? Ning Shuama could not help but sigh and pat Yin Ziyuan's shoulder. Chapter 460. Ning Shuama said again, Didn't you always want to be a chivalrous woman in Jianghu? Running away like this is not like you. It's not chivalrous at all. You don't owe them anything, so why are you afraid? If you just leave like this, aren't you afraid that Rong Yin will laugh at you? The little maid was also indignant. That's right, miss. Your zither skills have improved very quickly this year. This time, you might be able to get a good ranking and surpass that Rong Yin. Do you really want to see that vixen win the championship and raise her tail to the sky? In the end, Yin Ziyuan was a hot-blooded girl. Her fingers slightly clenched, as if touched, and she lowered her head in silence. Ning Xiuma took out a mirror from somewhere and handed it to her. Come, look for yourself and increase your confidence. You are not worse than that woman. That person giving up on you is the biggest loss in his life. These words made Yin Ziyuan laugh, and her eyes lit up. Yes, she had to walk out of the knot in her heart in the end. Blindly running away was not her style. Not only did she want to participate in this zither recital, she also wanted to participate in it in a grand manner. Ning Xiuma and Yin Ziyuan changed into a new set of clothes, freshened up, and walked into the boat where the zither recital was held under the accompaniment of the musical attendants. It was already dark, and the people who came to participate in the zither recital had almost all arrived. The interior of the boat was decorated in an antique style. There were incense tables, auspicious beasts burning incense, and ink paintings of mountains and rivers on the screen. All of them showed one word: elegance. There were many people who came to participate in the competition, a total of 38 people. They were all experts in the zither, and most of them were young men and women. Everyone was carefully dressed. The men's clothes fluttered in the wind, and the women's skirts were slender. Playing the zither was an elegant activity, so the men and women who came to participate in the competition highlighted one word: elegance. There were no strange clothes, no bright red or purple, and mainly plain colors. Even the jewelry on the women's heads was removed, and most of them used a white jade hairpin or a green jade hairpin. Because of the plain clothes on this boat, when Yin Ziyuan and Ning Xiuma walked in, they attracted everyone's attention. If the red dress was not worn properly, it would appear gaudy. But today, Yin Ziyuan's outfit gave people an extremely breathtaking feeling. When it came to fashion sense, if Ning Xiuma claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. And today, Yin Ziyuan's outfit was completed under her command. She wore a fiery red mermaid dress that dragged on the ground, and a piece of the same color draped over her shoulders. A southern pearl the size of a cat's eye hung on her snow-white neck, glistening brightly. Her black hair wasn't tied up in a bun, but draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. There was only a flower branch strung with pearls on top of her head. Her eyebrows were slightly raised, and the corners of her eyes were slightly raised. There was a bright red between her eyebrows, and her red lips were full, like a red cherry blossoms slightly blooming in the rain. She gently pursed her lips, and there was a soul-stirring beauty. There were all kinds of palace lanterns hanging around the hall. Under the flickering candlelight, her face was even more stunning. This red dress on her body was like a ball of bright fire. It didn't seem tacky, but had a kind of extreme elegance and nobility. Of course, it was also in line with her identity as the daughter of the city lord. There were occasional gasps in the hall, and it was unknown how many pairs of eyes fell on her body. Those eyes were filled with amazement, jealousy, and of course disapproval. Yin Ziyuan's identity was noble, and most of the people present knew her. They came forward to greet her, and some greeted her. Chapter 461. Compared to Yin Ziyuan's high profile, Ning Xiuma's attire was very ordinary. She only wore a dress that did not show off her figure. Her makeup was neither ugly nor handsome, so standing beside Yin Ziyuan, she seemed to be overshadowed. Almost no one noticed her existence. On the other hand, Yin Ziyuan often pulled Ning Xiuma in front of her and introduced her to the others. This is Zither Master Shui from the capital. Ziyuan's Zither skills have benefited greatly from her guidance. She is Ziyuan's good teacher and helpful friend. Because of her introduction, there were a few people who looked at Ning Xiuma a few times. Ning Shuima smiled back at them, making it difficult for people to guess her depth. Among the gazes that looked at Ning Shuima, there were two that could not be ignored. Ning Shuima deliberately looked back and happened to meet the eyes of the blue-robed Gu Ziyan. Gu Ziyan's gaze was somewhat complicated. It was sharp and cold, as if he was evaluating Ning Shuima's worth. Ning Shuima calmly looked back. Unexpectedly, she could faintly see some hostility in his eyes. Hostility? Where did this hostility come from? Ning Shuima was actually somewhat puzzled. She knew that this genius Zither Master Gu was not participating today, but was there as a judge. Ning Shuima could not help but sigh in her heart. No wonder Yin Ziyuan could not forget this Zither Master Gu. This person's appearance was indeed several levels higher than all the men around him. His temperament was also good, belonging to the cool type of handsome guy. When he sat on the judges' panel, everyone else became a part of the background. Who knew how many young girls' gazes secretly lingered on his body? Who knew how many young girls' gazes were on the corners of his robes? Of course, this did not include Ning Shuima. It was not that she did not like looking at handsome guys, but with the two super handsome guys in front of her, Shui Yilan and Han Shanyue, she was already immune to other handsome guys. She did not know why, but she suddenly thought of Han Shanyue. She secretly thought that if this person were to appear here now, she was afraid that this boat would be overturned. At that time, it was unknown whether these young girls' gazes would still linger on Gu Ziyan. Although Yin Zin was also a participant, her status was still there, so her seat was a good position, close to the judges' panel. She did not know whether the person who arranged the seating arrangement did it intentionally or not, but her seat was right next to Rong Yan's. Rong Yan's head was slightly lowered. When she saw Yin Ziyuan coming over, her eyes flashed with hatred, but when she raised her head, her gaze became gentle. She stood up and bowed to Yin Ziyuan, Sister Yuan. She seemed to feel that it was inappropriate, so she changed her words. Miss Yin, Rong Yin is blessed. Her voice was melodious, and she had a good voice. Yin Ziyuan's gaze was cold, and she only said one sentence, give up your seat. Rong Yan's face stiffened, and the appropriate smile on her face almost disappeared. What did you say? Yin Ziyuan ignored her, and raised her head to look at the chief steward who arranged the seating arrangements. Move her things elsewhere. I want this place. The Zither recitals held in Dalian City were all sponsored by the Yin family, so these people were very polite to the eldest daughter of the Yin family, and did not want to provoke her. Although Yin Ziyuan was usually the eldest daughter of the Yin family, she did not have a temper. No matter what the competition was, she would not oppress others because of her status, and always participated with her own ability. Even if she did not win any awards, she would not be dissatisfied and would not embarrass others. Therefore, most people were very respectful to this eldest daughter of the Yin family. No one would have thought that she would directly embarrass Rong Yin and chase them away. Chapter 462. Everyone was stunned. Rong Yan's pretty face turned green and white. On the judging panel, Gu Ziyan slightly frowned. His eyes fell on Yin Ziyuan. You've gone too far. His tone was the usual tone he used when talking to her, with a sense of condescension, as if he was her master. Yin Ziyuan also faintly glanced at him. Child Gu, whether I've gone too far or not, it's not up to you to say. This was the first time she had insulted him in front of others. This was also the first time she didn't call him master, but Child Gu Ziyan was somewhat embarrassed. His handsome face faintly paled. Child Gu, you and I are no longer master and disciple. It's inappropriate to call me by my name. Please call me Miss Yin. Yin Ziyuan spoke again. Such a distant attitude, such a cold tone. Gu Ziyan's fingers slightly clenched, as if he was enduring. All right, Miss Yin, Rong Yin was the third place last year. What's wrong with her sitting there? You want to drive her away? Yin Ziyuan glanced at Rong Yin. Rong Yin's head was slightly lowered, but it just so happened that people could see the hazy light in her eyes, as if there were tears in her eyes, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Yin Ziyuan's eyes flashed with a touch of anger. That year, it was this woman's mother who used this kind of weakness to seduce her father, and finally killed her mother. This really is like mother like daughter. Her daughter used this method to win the sympathy of everyone. Yin Ziyun suppressed the anger in her heart and coldly said, "I came with my friend and master. We want to sit together." As for this Miss Rong, she was only the third place last year. There are still several previous third-place winners here. There are even 2 second-place winners, but I don't see them sitting in this seat. Child Gu arranged for her to sit here alone. Isn't that a bit biased? The seat that Rong Yin was sitting on could only be occupied by a woman of Yin Ziyuan's status. With Rong Yan's status, it was indeed inappropriate for her to sit there. And Ning Xuema appeared in the name of Yin Ziyuan's friend and master. Naturally, she would take the upper position. Therefore, Yin Ziyuan's words were not inappropriate. However, Yin Ziyuan usually didn't care too much about this. Last time, Rong Yin was sitting in this position. At that time, Yin Ziyuan felt wronged and endured it. Therefore, when Rong Yin arrived this time, he decided to sit in this seat. Although the chief steward who made the arrangements didn't think it was appropriate, he tacitly agreed to it for the sake of Gu Ziyan and Lord Yan's adopted daughter. But she didn't expect that this time Yin Ziyuan wouldn't tolerate it anymore, which made Rong Yin quite uncomfortable. In front of so many people, she didn't want to give up this seat. A pair of watery eyes looked at Gu Ziyan for help. Ziyan Gij. Gu Ziyan's face didn't look very good. He paused for a moment and said, "Rong Yin, you change your seat." Rong Yin was stunned. Although she was unwilling in her heart, at this time, there was no other way. She could only tidy up the zither and move her seat. The chief steward who arranged the seating arrangements arranged a new seat for her. The arranged seat was not far from the rostrum. It was arranged with the other second and third place winners, so she couldn't find any other reason. Ning Xuema seemed to be watching a good show. She didn't open her mouth, but in her heart, she felt that Yin Ziyuan was really a good child to teach. She should have been like this a long time ago. A kind person is bullied. A kind horse is ridden. When necessary, you still need to use your momentum to suppress people. Dear friends, can you guess who will come to this Zither festival? Then shout at the top of your lungs about the recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Chapter 463. Miss, are you a Guqin master from the capital? Are you Z, Miss Yan's current master? Gu Ziyan suddenly turned to face Ning Xuema and asked. She and I are like a teacher and a friend. We've only given her a few pointers. Ning Xuema lazily replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. Miss Yan's Guqin skills are very good. Since Miss can give her pointers, your Guqin skills must be even better. I wonder if this one would be willing to exchange pointers? Ning Xuema couldn't help but glance at him. It seems that this man's hostility towards her has deepened. He actually opened his mouth to challenge her. The crowd also looked at each other in dismay. Although Gu Ziyan's personality was cold, his temperament was modest, and he didn't have a competitive heart. How many people wanted to challenge him? But he had indifferently declined. Who would have thought that today he would actually challenge a woman like Ning Xuema? What kind of provocation did he receive? Yin Ziyuan's eyes revealed a touch of sadness. He must be angry at her for driving Rong Yin away, so he came to find trouble with her friend. Rong Yin really is his sweetheart. For her, even his temperament has changed. Everyone had their own thoughts, but Ning Xuema only smiled and said, "This little girl also came to participate in the competition. When it's this little girl's turn, I hope that Child Gu will not be stingy with his guidance." Having said that, Gu Ziyan couldn't say anything else. He only said one sentence, "Then I will listen to Miss Yan's high notes." The crowd looked at each other again, and finally looked at Ning Xuema. Whether it was Ning Xuema's appearance or dress, she was the kind that didn't attract attention. Especially her pair of small hands, which looked a bit rough and dark, not at all delicate like a master Guqin player. Therefore, these people didn't believe that Ning Xuema was a Guqin master. They thought that she was a street performer that Yin Ziyuan casually pulled out to annoy Gu Ziyan. Most of the gazes that looked at her were filled with suspicion and disdain. There were even people talking in low voices behind them, voicing the suspicions in their hearts, and then laughing mockingly. Ning Xuema's ears were sharp. She heard their mocking words, but she didn't take it to heart. She wasn't the kind of person who cared about rumors and slanders. She had always done things her own way and didn't care about what others said about her. He ate and drank as he pleased. He sat there and peeled melon seeds. The boat was quite large. It was currently sailing on the misty lake. The sound of the zither could be heard from the boat, reverberating and rippling on the surface of the lake. The guqin competition had already begun. The contestants played the guqin according to the order they had arranged beforehand. Because there was not enough time, each contestant was only allowed to play a short piece. Those who played particularly well would be allowed to play 2 short pieces. Because Ning Xuema was added later by Yan Zuin, she was arranged to be the last to perform. These contestants had actually gone through several rounds of selection. To be able to participate in the last round of the competition, everyone naturally had some skills. Ning Xuema cracked melon seeds, drank tea, and listened to the music. At first, she was still commenting on the players in her heart, or listening to the comments of the 4 judges. These 4 judges were indeed worthy of being highly respected. Every comment was on point and very authentic. Gu Xian's comments were very few, but every one of them was sharp and accurate, going straight to the core. His evaluation of each contestant was extremely appropriate. Ning Xuema also had some admiration. It seemed that Gu Xian's reputation as a guqin genius was not undeserved. She listened to the first dozen or so contestants, and their guqin skills were not bad. Chapter 464. Compared to Ning Xuema, these people are still lacking. She was rather impatient and turned her head to look out of the window. There were many windows on the cruise ship, and her seat was near a window. At this moment, the night breeze was blowing, and she could hear the sound of the oars moving across the water. She felt a little drowsy, and the music played by the players behind her was like a lullaby to her. Unknowingly, one of the players stopped playing. Since Miss Shui is a master from the capital, why don't you give this servant some pointers? Miss Shui? Miss Shui? A soft voice sounded. Ning Xuema was in a half-asleep state when she was suddenly pushed by someone. She finally woke up from her nap. When she looked up, she saw that Rong Yin had just stopped playing and a pair of eyes fell on her. Her tone was gentle and polite, but her eyes flashed a trace of disdain and malice. Obviously, she found out that Ning Xuema was dozing off and deliberately wanted to embarrass Ning Xuema. Miss Shui couldn't have fallen asleep, right? Could it be that our music is too vulgar and can't enter Miss Shui's ears? Rong Yan's voice was softer, and her words were more sarcastic. Rong Yan. Gu Xian's face showed displeasure. Xian Gij, I'm sorry, but this little sister really wants to listen to Miss Shui's comments. A master from the capital must have some unique points. If you give some pointers, this little sister will benefit a lot. This time, Rong Yan was determined to embarrass Ning Xuema, because she clearly saw that Ning Xuema had already fallen asleep while she was playing the zither. Everyone's eyes fell on Ning Xuema, waiting to see what she would say. This white lotus actually came to provoke her. Ning Xuema couldn't help but want to laugh. She didn't want to be meddlesome today and wanted to be a good person, but in the end, her eyes turned to Rong Yan's face and smiled. You really want me to comment? Her voice was very gentle and kind, but Rong Yan's heart inexplicably trembled. Her intuition seemed to have provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. But now that she had said it, she had no room to retreat. Therefore, she nodded reservedly. Please enlighten me, Miss Shui. Since you want me to comment, then Miss Rong Yin must think that I am a first-rate teacher on the same level as these 4 masters. Since Miss Rong addressed the 4 of them as great masters, you should naturally address me as such as well. There was no need to talk about young ladies anymore. If they broke the rules, they would not be asking for guidance. Don't you think so, Miss Rong? Rong Yin was speechless. Ning Xuema's words were so sharp that Rong Yin was speechless. However, how could she be willing to call Ning Xuema great master now? She rolled her eyes and said sweetly, Miss Shui's words are naturally reasonable, but we still haven't seen Miss Shui's true skills. Now that he addressed Miss Shui as master, it was likely that everyone present would not be convinced. Miss Shui has to rely on her true ability to convince the masses. I don't know what Miss Rong wants to see my true ability. Ning Xuema raised an eyebrow. You want me to play a piece for you now? I remember that my piece was arranged at the end. If I play it now, It would break the rules of this zither recital. Or does Miss Rong think that you are a cut above others? That you have a childhood sweetheart as a judge, so you can change the rules at will? Rong Yin was once again blocked by Ning Xuema's words. She opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Gu Ziyan, who was sitting at the judge's table, said lightly, "The rules cannot be changed." Chapter 465. Yin Zuan also proudly opened her mouth. "The rules are the rules. This lady does not have the right to change them. Others do not." When she said this, she inadvertently glanced at Gu Ziyan. She did not expect Gu Ziyan's pair of black eyes to fall on her body, the color of his eyes faintly complicated. The two people's eyes met. Gu Ziyan expressionlessly looked away. Yin Zuan also lowered her eyes. Yin Zin rarely did not give him face. After this time, he will only hate her even more. But she can't endure anymore. Not to mention, she can't let her friends be wronged. Rong Yan's face changed again. Even Gu Ziyan did not speak up for her. She had to change her mind and smiled. The rules really cannot be changed. This servant also did not mean that. Then can I ask this lady to comment on the quality of the performance of the few people just now? I think they would also like to be guided by this lady. She looked at the few people who just finished playing not long ago. Those people naturally nodded again and again. Ning Xuema smiled and leisurely said, "Do you know that my comments are worth 1,000 gold? If you want me to comment, that's fine. Show me your sincerity." Rong Yin was startled. Her face immediately showed disdain. "Lady Shui, the zither is an extremely elegant thing. Tainting it with the stench of money is not good. I'm afraid it will be ridiculed." The others also showed a look of agreement. How could an elegant person's activity be tainted with gold and silver? This woman is too worldly. Ning Xuema's lips curved. "Then I would like to ask Lady Rong, is painting an extremely elegant thing?" "Of course it is." Rong Yin answered without hesitation. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting are originally the elegant activities of an elegant person. That painting Saint Han Shanyue is extraordinary enough, right? His paintings are hard to get even with millions of gold. When did you see him give away his paintings on the streets? This, Rong Yin choked. If this is a painting competition, you invited Master Han to come and let him give you comments one by one? Rong Yan's face turned green. Everyone looked at each other. One of them harumphed indignantly. "Master Han is known to be a leading figure in the art world. How can you compare to him?" Ning Xuema's face darkened, and she sneered. "You haven't heard the sound of my zither yet. How can you be sure that I'm not the leading figure in the ancient zither world?" That person was tongue-tied, and he also retreated. A well-off young man surnamed Du, who had just finished playing, stood up and expressed that he was willing to pay 1,000 gold for Ning Xuema's comments. Ning Xuema leisurely smiled. "All right. Originally, my comments are priceless, but since I've just arrived at your precious land, and you're all Yang citizens, I have to give Ziyuan some face and give a few comments during this zither recital." That young Master Du was quite straightforward and immediately handed over 1,000 taels of silver. Young Master Du wanted to play another song and let Ning Xuema comment again. Ning Xuema waved her hand to indicate that there was no need. She immediately started to comment on the strengths and weaknesses of his zither playing, as well as the shortcomings. Her words were not much, but they were extremely incisive. Every word and sentence went straight to the point. Almost everyone present was an expert in the zither. When they first listened to her, they were somewhat disdainful. They thought that she was just deliberately mystifying, and in reality, she was just looking for a copy of the words in her sleep. But after listening to a few words, almost everyone's expression became dignified. Too incisive. Not only did she point out the small mistakes in young Master Du's zither playing, but she also pointed out how to correct them. Chapter 466. Ning Xuema's comments were all ignored by the four judges. They simply didn't mention it. Ning Xuema only gave a few comments, but young Master Du felt that he had benefited a lot. His attitude had also changed from indifference to wholeheartedly convinced. When Ning Xuema finished, he clasped his hands and bowed. "Miss Shui is indeed a master of the Guqin. I have learned a lot. Thank you. No matter which profession, the strong were respected. It was the same for Guqin masters. The other Guqin masters looked at Ning Xiuma differently. They no longer looked at her with disdain, but as if they were looking at a real master. There were many rich kids present. After young Master Du, there were a few people who wanted to spend a lot of money to invite Ning Xiuma to give her comments. Ning Xiuma sat down lazily. It's getting late. Let's hurry up with the competition. For those who need my comments, I will speak up after the four masters. She had a kind of arrogant attitude, with the strength of a master. She was also good at acting cool. The others did not dare to say anything else. The Guqin competition continued. Among the people behind, after the judging, they spent a lot of money to invite Ning Xiuma to give her comments. Ning Xiuma's comments were just right, making everyone wholeheartedly convinced. The people who received her comments benefited a lot. Everyone looked at her with more respect and admiration. Even the four judges were convinced by Ning Xiuma's comments. Ning Xiuma was in the limelight. Yan Ziyuan also felt proud and elated. Her eyes were full of smiles. She was originally a bright and beautiful girl. Now that she was sitting in her seat, she attracted the attention of many young talents. Yan Ziyuan occasionally turned her head and met Gu Ziyan's eyes. His eyes were pure black and deep like a whirlpool. Yan Ziyuan's heart skipped a beat. She was the first to look away. Since they were not fated to be together, she had to learn how to let go. Gu Ziyan also lowered his eyes and took a sip of tea. The girl who used to be lively and straightforward, who used to circle around him every day, now had such a cold gaze. He suddenly felt that this tea was actually very bitter, causing his mouth to be filled with bitterness. In fact, he didn't know what he was feeling either. He clearly hated her and didn't want her to bother him. But when she really stopped pestering him, he felt a little lost. When he really couldn't see her, he actually started to miss her and even dreamed of her occasionally. Gu Ziyan didn't plan to be a judge for this Guqin recital, but when he heard that Yan Ziyuan would be participating, he unexpectedly agreed. He was the one who had resigned from his position as her teacher. He was the one who didn't want her. But why did he feel jealous when he saw that she had found a new teacher? Moreover, the teacher was a woman. His heart was filled with a bitter taste. He lifted his sleeve and coughed twice. Gu Ziyan had been feeling unwell for the past few days, but he had forced himself to sit here. Now, he still felt a little dizzy. Yan Ziyuan seemed to have heard the commotion. She glanced at him and saw his pale face. She knew that his old illness had flared up again. If it was in the past, she would have flown over like a little swallow and asked about his well-being. She even specially prepared medicine for him. Back then, she always had it on her. Even now, she still had the special medicine that she had specially prepared for him. Sometimes, habits were really a scary thing. Yan Ziyuan touched the medicine in her sleeve. Right now, it wasn't her turn to care for him. There would naturally be someone who would care for him. Chapter 467. Yan Ziyuan suppressed the bitterness in her heart. Her eyes swept over him. Sure enough, after Gu Ziyan coughed twice, Rong Yin walked over and asked him a few words with concern. Her demeanor was very intimate. Gu Ziyan suddenly felt a little irritated. He just answered her with a few words and couldn't help but glance at Yan Ziyuan. He thought she would come over, but Yan Ziyuan just turned her head to look at him, and then looked away, focusing her energy on the person playing the zither. The expression on her pretty face was still the same, slightly pursing her lips, proud like a little peacock. Ziyan Gij. Rong Yan's call called him back to his senses. He suddenly felt dispirited, waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind, and let Rong Yan return her seat. Finally, it was Yan Ziyuan's turn. The zither boy behind her brought her a zither. Gu Ziyan's eyes fell on her zither. His eyes slightly narrowed. The style of her zither and the one she used to play was very different. The one she used to play was a scorch-tail zither, with black as the main theme. But now this one was golden red. With her red dress, it was surprisingly harmonious. Yan Ziyuan originally didn't wear red in front of him, because she knew that he didn't like red and green things, and liked to wear plain clothes, so she always wore plain clothes. His occasional praise could make her pair of eyes shine brightly for a long time. The current Yan Ziyuan seemed to have completely said goodbye to her past and restored her original nature. Her original nature was so flamboyant and passionate. Originally, she was like his little attendant. Everything revolved around him. Now, Yin Ziyuan finally radiated her original style, so youthful and compelling. Don't know how many men's eyes lingered on her body, and her eyes no longer stopped for him. He took another sip of tea, only to feel the bitterness in his mouth. Yin Ziyuan's zither skills have improved a lot compared to before. It was as smooth as flowing water and increased a lot of spirituality. She played 2 bars before stopping. Applause rang out in the hall. It was clear that listening to her play the zither was indeed a pleasure. Maybe it was because she was feeling it, or maybe it was because she had been enlightened by a great teacher, but this time there was a different flavor to her zither music. This flavor brought people into her melody, and their emotions couldn't help but be affected by her, fluctuating along with her zither music. As the last note of the zither fell, everyone had a feeling that it was not enough and wanted to continue listening to her play. The people present were all experts and felt that she had performed the best in this zither recital. The other 3 judges also had high praises for her performance this time and said a lot. When it was Gu Xian's turn to comment, he only said 2 words, "Very good." Yin Ziyuan pursed her red lips and lowered her eyes. Although he didn't comment much on others, it wouldn't be to this extent. It was obvious that he was being perfunctory. It seemed that he hated her to the core. Her eyes inexplicably felt a bit sore. She blinked her eyes and held back those tears. Yin Ziyuan only gave Gu Xian a slight nod like she did with the other judges, expressing her gratitude. Her gaze then turned to Ning Xuema, clearly wanting to hear her comments. Naturally, Ning Xuema gave her a few comments, pointing out some of her minor flaws. In the end, she faintly smiled. Up until now, you're the one who displayed the best performance and played the most standard. Chapter 468. This was the highest evaluation, but no one had any objections because the majority of the people also thought so. Rongyan lowered her head to drink tea, but her fingers holding the cup were a little tight and her knuckles were a little pale. She thought that she could win the competition today, but she didn't expect Yin Ziyuan to be in the limelight. Why? She was also Lord Yan's daughter, although she was an adopted daughter, but her mother was married to Lord Yan, wasn't she? She was also a co-wife, but now she was living like a concubine and couldn't even enter the Yan mansion's gate. Her mother thought that after Madame Yan's death, she would be able to become the mistress of the Yan mansion. But she didn't expect that Yin Ziyuan would become a big stumbling block. That girl wouldn't tolerate them no matter what. And after Lord Yin moved them to the outer residence, he didn't even visit them once a year. If it wasn't for her cleverness, trying to please her godfather, perhaps they wouldn't even have enough money to live an ordinary life and would be bullied to death by the servants in the mansion. Every time Rong Yin saw Yin Ziyuan, although she was respectful and polite, but in her heart, she couldn't wait to stab this girl and curse her to die quickly. In front of Gu Xian, she also intentionally or unintentionally said bad things about Yin Ziyuan, making Gu Xian's impression of Yin Ziyuan drop again and again. Rong Yin suppressed the hatred in her heart and softly congratulated Yin Ziyuan like everyone else. Yin Ziyuan ignored her, as if she didn't see her. Rong Yan's face looked like she was wronged and helpless, but her heart sneered. The more bad Yin Ziyuan's attitude towards her, the more people had opinions and dissatisfaction towards Yin Ziyuan. After all, among the people present, more than half were children of ordinary families. It was common to pity the poor and hate the rich. The more condescending Yin Ziyuan's attitude towards Rong Yin, the easier it was to arouse the public's disgust. Sure enough, she secretly scanned the crowd and received a lot of pity and sympathy from their eyes. She also saw that they were disappointed in Yin Ziyuan. She couldn't help but look at Gu Xian again. She felt that he would speak up for her or comfort her with his gaze. But no, Gu Xian seemed to be distracted. He kept drinking tea, and his face was paler than usual. After that, a few more contestants bounced over, and the judges all had their own opinions. Finally, it was the last person's turn. The last person was Ning Xuema. At this time, it was already close to midnight. Everyone was a bit sleepy, but Ning Xuema's appearance made everyone excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After commenting on so many people, It was finally her turn to take the stage. Many people only knew how to talk, but they did not know if this young lady really had the ability to shock the world with a single song. Ning Xiuma did not bring her own zither. After she stood up, she smiled and said, "This time I came out in a hurry, so I did not bring my zither. Who has a zither that I want to use?" Once the words came out, the audience was silent. Everyone understood that when playing the zither, one should play the zither that they were already used to and not casually change it. Especially during the competition, one should pay more attention to this point. The zither that everyone brought this time was the one that they were most familiar with. But now, Ning Xiuma actually casually asked for a zither. Did she really not put these people in her eyes? Or was her zither skills so high that she did not need to choose a zither? Rong Yan's eyes flashed slightly. She was about to ask to lend her zither to Ning Xiuma, but Gu Ziyan said lightly, "Use mine." With a wave of his hand, the zither boy behind him carried his zither to Ning Xiuma's zither. Chapter 469. The zither was wrapped in a soft silk cloth. After the silk cloth was untied, the black charred body of the zither was finally exposed. The zither is indeed a good zither. Both the strings and the body are perfect. Ning Xiuma tried playing a few notes and nodded her head. This zither is good to her liking. When Yin Ziyuan saw the zither, her face slightly changed. Is this the zither that she threw away? Look at the color and the shape. It's exactly the same. Is it a coincidence? Or is it really that zither? She did throw away the zither in a fit of pique. As for where the servant girl threw the zither, she was afraid that she would regret it, so she never asked. Now that she suddenly saw the exact same zither here, her heart felt like it was thrown into a stone, endlessly turbulent. Suppressing her heartbeat, she looked at the zither a few more times, feeling that it's even more similar. After all, this zither has been with her for a year. She is already familiar with its every texture, every string. It's impossible to be wrong. Could it be that after she threw away the zither, it was picked up by Gu Ziyan? What does he mean? Her eyes couldn't help but look at Gu Ziyan. This time Gu Ziyan and her did not have a tacit understanding. His face did not have much expression. He just coughed twice. Rong Yin naturally also recognized this zither. Her face changed. She couldn't help but say, "Ziyan Gij, this is not the zither you usually use." Gu Ziyan seemed to not care. What does it matter if I use it or not? Zither are spiritual weapons. Every zither should be treasured. Are these words meant for her to hear? Yan Ziyuan slightly pursed her lips, her heart feeling complicated. Fortunately, her bad mood did not last long, because Ning Xiuma has already started to play. After a few notes, the whole hall instantly quieted down. When an expert shows his hand, it's easy to tell. Ning Xiuma only played a short piece of music, but it was enough to stun everyone in the hall. Ning Xiuma loved musical instruments. She knew a lot of musical instruments, but the one she was best at was the guqin. Perhaps it was because she had a special talent for playing the zither. In her previous life, when she learned this zither, she felt as if she had the help of God. It was as if this was an innate skill that she had picked up again. Every time she played, even her teacher would be amazed. After learning for a year, not only did she surpass her teacher, but she also couldn't find a match for her in terms of playing the guqin. If she hadn't become a special agent, perhaps she would have become a famous zither player in her previous life. The song she played this time was Moonlit Night on the Spring River. It was a famous song, but the people in this world had never heard it before. Coupled with her superb zither skills, it almost instantly brought people into the atmosphere of the zither. Along with the sound of the zither, a beautiful scene seemed to unfold before the eyes of the people on the boat. The moon was as big as a round plate, and the river water was flowing. The moonlight floated in the river, and the ripples were like fragments of silver. There were sporadic flowers blooming on the riverbank. As the river flowed, the flowers bloomed and withered in an instant. And the moon was sometimes full and sometimes waxing. The moon was waxing and waning, and the flowers bloomed and withered. Only the flowing river water remained unchanged. It was as if time flowed like water, and life had its own vicissitudes. Everyone held their breaths, afraid that if they breathed out too much, it would disturb the beautiful sound of the zither. People who dabbled in the arts were sensitive, and their emotions were easily affected by the sound of music. Those who were sensitive already had tears in their eyes, as if they were on the vast and empty riverbank, feeling the passage of time and the impermanence of life. Chapter 470. Ning Xuema had already played more than 2 parts of the song, but no one interrupted her. Finally, the complete moonlit spring riverflower night was played, and the sound of the zither stopped. There was a moment of silence in the hall, and then there was a thunderous applause. Almost everyone stood up and applauded Ning Xuema with all their might. Even 3 of the 4 judges on the judging panel stood up and applauded for her. Even the strictest zither master could not find any problems with Ning Xuema's playing. The 3 zither masters gave her a high evaluation in unison. This song can only be heard in the heavens. How many times can it be heard in the human world? Gu Zian also gave a sigh and said, listening to Miss Xue's song, "This Gu feels like I learned it for nothing." Miss Xue's title of Great Zither Master is well-deserved. Miss Xue is the champion of this zither competition. Ning Xuema smiled. "You flatter me." She was not interested in being the champion of the zither competition. She was interested in the prize the Crystal Phoenix would. Her gaze landed on the prize, and her eyes sparkled. That thing was finally hers. Ning Xuema gently pushed the zither and said, "I have to thank Child Gu for his zither. Now this zither can be returned to its owner." Gu Zian shook his head and lightly said, "This zither is not this Gu's. I was just afraid of wasting a heavenly treasure, so I casually picked it up. If Miss Xue wants to return it to its owner, you might as well go find its original owner." Ning Xuema was stunned. She was a very smart person and looked at Yan Ziyuan. Yan Ziyuan's face was a bit pale, and her bright eyes dimmed. She was thinking too much. She thought that he didn't hate her, so he secretly picked up her zither. So he was just afraid of wasting a heavenly treasure. Moreover, he didn't want to keep it and just casually gave it away. Yanzing, thinking too much is an illness. You have to treat it. It's time to cut everything off. She gave a faint smile. "Xue Xue, this zither is mine. Can you return it to me? I'll give you a good one later." Ning Xuema naturally wouldn't refuse. She happily handed the zither to her and said, "You don't have to give it to me anymore. I'm also on a journey, so it's inconvenient to bring this along." Yan Ziyuan took the zither and casually played it with her fingertips. A series of ding, ding, dong, dong, dong sounds were heard. Her expression was a little strange, as if she cherished it, but also as if she was indifferent. Gu Zian glanced at her, a hint of a smile on his lips. She still cherishes this zither, doesn't she? He remembered that she loved this zither as if it was a treasure. No matter where she went, she would carry it herself and not allow anyone to touch it, not even the zither boy. Except for him, of course, he had chosen this Guqin for her. Since she cherished it so much, he naturally knew what she meant. At that time, he had only felt annoyed, but now, suddenly, several clanging sounds were heard. Yan Ziyuan's hands suddenly slashed. 7 strings snapped at the same time. Countless people looked over. His eyes were filled with surprise and confusion. Although this zither wasn't a peerless zither, its quality and workmanship were top-notch, so it was worth a lot. They didn't expect that Yan Ziyuan would casually break the strings. Gu Zian's smile froze on his lips. His fingers suddenly clenched. Ziyuan. Yan Ziyuan didn't even look at him. She struck the zither with her palm again. The zither instantly broke into 2 pieces. It was completely destroyed. She looked at the ashen-faced Gu Zian and smiled calmly. "This zither is flawed. I've wanted to destroy it for a long time. Now I just have time." Gu Zian's face was pale. His hands clenched and loosened and clenched again. But he couldn't say anything else. Chapter 471. Rong Yen sighed. "So this zither belongs to Miss Yen." Brother Zian said that the zither is a sacred object that touches the soul. No matter what kind of zither it is, he will treat it well. There are many zither in his zither room. Among them, there is no lack of zither that he picked up from various places. There is even a broken zither full of cracks. Ayin takes care of these zither for him every day, so she knows them the best. Who told Brother Xian to be a zither fanatic? She had a helpless expression on her face, but every word and sentence was full of a sense of possessiveness, letting people know that her relationship with Gu Xian is really close. Everyone originally thought that Gu Xian picked up Yan Ziyuan's zither. Perhaps there was some ambiguity between the two, and Gu Xian treated Yan Ziyuan differently. But after Rong Yan's explanation, everyone immediately felt that Gu Xian picked up the zither purely because he loves it. It has nothing to do with the person who threw it away. Gu Xian glanced at Rong Yan and slightly frowned. It seems that he wanted to say something, but in the end, he held back. His eyes glanced at Yan Ziyuan. Although Rong Yan's complexion was a little pale, the corners of her mouth still held a trace of smile. After Rong Yan finished speaking, her face became even more indifferent. Your brother Xian is a refined scholar, but I am a vulgar person. I like to do things that burn the zither and cook the crane. After saying that, she sat back down on her seat. The maid behind her poured a cup of tea for her. She took a sip and praised. Good tea. Her set of movements was smooth as flowing water, as if there was no one around. But the fingers holding the teacup faintly trembled, and the tea spilled a little. The atmosphere was a little subtle for a moment. The organizer of the zither recital stood up to smooth things over and change the topic. This zither recital has been successfully concluded. This time, the winner is Miss Shue Shue. He said a few congratulatory words, and finally he held up the plate containing the phoenix crystal wood. This phoenix crystal wood is yours. A smile appeared on Ning Xiuma's face. She was just about to take it when suddenly there was a zhong, sound of a zither from outside. The sound was like splitting silk. This voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's hearts. Almost everyone trembled. The person in charge of the Guqin recital trembled especially hard. His hand shook and the plate fell to the ground. The phoenix crystal wood on the plate fell to the ground and shattered into 17 or 18 pieces. My crystal phoenix wood. Ning Xiuma looked at the crystal phoenix wood on the ground, almost unable to cry even if she wanted to. This thing was like an egg. It was most effective when it was whole, but once it was broken, it would be like an egg with the yolk and white flowing away, leaving only the eggshell behind. It was useless. At this moment, the sound of a zither could be heard outside. Ding, ding, dong, dong. String after string of notes flowed out and reverberated on the surface of the lake. The zither player's skills were naturally brilliant. With just a few notes, it had an extremely shocking effect, stunning all the zither players on the ship. An expert, a peerless master, an unprecedented master of the Guqin. Everyone's face was filled with a passion for art. They all rushed to the window and looked in the direction of the sound. Then, all of them seemed to be frozen in place. Under the moonlight on the surface of the water, a small boat slowly sailed over. A man in red sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat. On his lap was a deep blue zither that was like the canopy of the sky. Under the moonlight, it was overflowing with brilliant colors. The small boat rippled. The full moon above his head was like a silver moon. The deep blue sky automatically became a backdrop behind him. His red clothes were winding and fluttering behind him. His black hair was soft and smooth, draping over his shoulders. His facial features were elegant and peerless. When he smiled slightly, it was as if the flowers between heaven and earth had bloomed. Chapter 472. Moonlight, boat, red clothes, black hair. Poetic and picturesque. All of this was like a beautiful dream, and everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths. They were afraid that if they let out a long breath, they would be able to scatter this dream and blow the beauty away. Ning Xiuma originally wanted to see which evildoer had frightened her phoenix crystal wood, but the moment she saw the man's face, she also held her breath and couldn't help but take a step back. The red-clothed evildoer, Shue Ilan. This guy actually appeared here. This was really a small world for enemies. What did he come here for? Was it a coincidence, or did he have a motive? This continent was so big, and there were so many people, so why did she have to meet this guy again and again? What kind of ill-fated fate was this? Ning Xiuma was speechless and asked the heavens. She took a step back, then another step back. She quietly left the window and hid behind the crowd. Hopefully, this guy was just passing by and wouldn't come to this boat. Her heart was beating wildly, and her palms were covered in cold sweat. She had once schemed against this guy in Monster Lake. With this person's vengeful nature, once he caught her, she was afraid that her little life would be over. The sound of the zither continued outside, and the song Ning Shuama played just now was Moonlit Night of Spring River. Ning Shuama's playing could already be considered to be at the peak of perfection, and Shui Yilan's playing could be called the sound of nature. It was not something a human could play. Everyone was intoxicated listening to it. Not only the people on this boat, even the nearby boats and fishing boats all stopped moving. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only the faint sound of the zither could be heard on the surface of the lake. Ethereal, mysterious, like smoke enveloping the cold sand, like the moon covering the mountains and rivers. Everyone felt that after listening to his zither, their elegant and high-end playing just now was like playing cotton. It was unbearable to the ears. The sound of the zither was wonderful, and the person playing the zither was even more wonderful. He was so handsome that he didn't seem to belong to this world. Not to mention the women present. Even the young men's hearts were shaken, and they almost forgot what day it was. Ning Shuama stood there looking down. She was not mesmerized by the sound of the zither. There was only one thought in her mind. Let's go. Let's go. Heavens, this guy is just passing by. Let him scram. Stop acting coquettish here. But this time, the heavens clearly did not hear her prayer, because the sound of the zither continued to linger in the vicinity, neither far nor near. Obviously, it had no intention of leaving. The sound of the zither finally stopped. The sky was dark blue, and the lake was blue. A thin layer of fog rose from the lake, covering half of the lake's surface. It also made the people on the boat faintly discernible. It almost made people think that the person would dissipate with the fog. Brother, no, great master, may I invite you onto the ship for a chat? The most respected musician judge on Ning Shuama's ship actually opened his mouth to invite him. Ning Shuama was shocked. Was this guy someone they could provoke? Was this musician trying to get himself into trouble? Would that evildoer agree? Ning Shuama's breathing had already stopped. Since you've invited me, I dare not refuse. Shui Lan's reply came from outside with a smile. His voice was slightly hoarse, as if it contained a hint of water vapor. It was exceptionally magnetic and pleasant to the ears. He had actually agreed. The people on the boat were in an uproar, especially the women. Their eyes shone brightly as they watched the red-robed man slowly stand up from the boat. There was no one to paddle his boat, but it moved through the water and slowly moved towards the big ship. Chapter 473. The women began to dress up, tidying their hair and tidying their clothes. Some of them even quickly took out mirrors from their sleeves and secretly looked at themselves. They all wanted to show their best side to this man and not leave any flaws. Ning Shuama quietly retreated to the back cabin door. She wanted to leave before Shui Yilan boarded the ship. Her disguise might be able to fool the people here, but it definitely could not fool that guy's eyes. Because that guy was not human at all. Very good, because this place was located in the south, and the weather was quite hot. The front and back cabin doors and windows were all open. Now, everyone's attention was on the man in red who had not yet boarded the ship, so no one noticed Ning Shuama. Even Yin Ziyuan did not notice her. Ning Shuama was very fast. She quietly exited the back cabin door. She had to leave before that evildoer noticed her. This evildoer's Guqin skills were quite good. Perhaps he only boarded the ship to learn from others and might not harm the people here. As long as these people did not covet his Guqin, it should be fine. But she could not do that. She had a grudge against him. Once they met, she would be finished. So she had to leave early on her own. Even Yin Ziyuan did not have time to inform her in advance. Because once she did, Yin Ziyuan would definitely ask countless questions. It would also alarm the others. And then there would be many more variables. She was afraid that she would make a noise and alert the evildoer, so she did not choose to jump into the water. Instead, she grabbed the rope beside her and slowly slid down. She entered the water very softly and did not make any noise. She only created a ripple on the surface of the water. To be safe, she did not dare to stay on the surface of the water. Once she entered the water, she directly dived to the bottom. She had to dive for more than 10 meters first. Just as she dived half a meter into the water around her suddenly rippled. It was as if something had closed in and directly enveloped her. When Ning Xiuma saw it clearly, she realized that she had actually entered a big net that was the same color as the ripples. She was shocked, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. She subconsciously tried to tear the big net in front of her, but she didn't know what the big net was made of. It was very strong, and she couldn't tear it open even after using all her mental strength. What was worse was that she was very familiar with the feel of the net, as if she had touched it before. Because it was nighttime, the light underwater was even dimmer. Ning Xiuma couldn't see the color of the net, even if she tried her best. She tried several ways to get rid of the net, but to no avail. After touching the net a few more times, the familiar feeling became even stronger. Even after using her knife to hack at the net, she still couldn't damage it in the slightest. Finally, Ning Xiuma remembered the origin of the net. This was clearly the mechanism that she had used to trap that red-clothed evildoer. At that time, she felt that the big net was stained with the red-clothed evildoer's blood, so she casually threw it into the monster lake. Who would have thought that he would appear here again? Needless to say, it was the red-clothed evildoer who had placed the net here. That bastard knew she was on the boat. He also knew that she was going to escape, so he had placed the net here in advance to wait for her. This mechanism was not something that could be destroyed by human strength. In order to get rid of the net, she had to go up again. Although she knew that going up would not be a good thing, Ning Xiuma had no other choice at this time. If she didn't go up, she could only suffocate to death here. If she went up, she might still have a chance to survive. Her hands and feet moved in the water, dragging the big net upstream. Chapter 474. Unexpectedly, just as her head was about to touch the surface of the water, the net around her suddenly tightened again. She was stuck there, unable to go up or down. Ning Xiuma tried several methods, but she was unable to get out of the situation. The surface of the water was only a few inches away from her, but she couldn't go up or breathe. She had already held her breath for a long time. Her chest felt like it was going to explode, and her head was buzzing from the lack of oxygen. Her heart turned cold. She had already experienced the feeling of holding her breath in the water once. She never thought that she would experience this feeling again a few days later. Although she had suffered that time and almost drowned, she still managed to escape in the end. What about this time? That red-clothed evildoer was clearly taking revenge on her. With his personality, would he let her go so easily? Ning Xiuma desperately raised her head. From where she was, she could see the deep blue sky and the bright stars. Freedom was so close, air was so close, but she was only one step away from life. There seemed to be some movement on the boat as a group of people came out. The leader was the red-clothed evildoer, Shueilon. He stood at the stern of the boat, leaning against the railing as he looked down. His eyes sparkled under the starlight as he stared at Ning Xiuma, who was trying her best to look up. Separated by a thin layer of the lake, his eyes met hers. When their eyes met, Ning Xiuma clenched her teeth. Shueilon looked down at her, who was on the verge of death. The corner of his lips curved into a gentle and elegant smile. The people behind him also looked down and naturally saw Ning Xiuma struggling to get out of the water. Someone screamed, "Miss Ning Xiuma has fallen into the water!" Shue shue. Yanzuan suddenly rushed out from the crowd. "Someone, quickly save her!" Splash! Splash! Two boatmen jumped into the water and swam towards Ning Xiuma, trying to get her out. Ning Xiuma stared at Shueilon, who was standing at the end of the boat. She felt that this evildoer wouldn't let anyone save her so easily. He still wanted to toy with her. The two boatmen quickly swam to Ning Xiuma's side, only to discover that she was wrapped in an almost transparent net. No wonder she couldn't get up. Without another word, the two men stretched out their hands to pull at the big net. They wanted to tear the big net apart or pull her up with the net. Unexpectedly, the net seemed to be fixed in place, and they couldn't move it at all. Because of the commotion caused by their actions, Ning Xiuma, who was trapped in the net, swayed twice in the water. This movement caused the last bit of air in her mouth to be exhausted. She knew that at this time, even if she suffocated to death, she couldn't breathe. Otherwise, if she choked on the water, she would really be finished. Her face was still red at first, but then it slowly turned white and green. She bit her lips so hard that her lips were bleeding, but she did not feel any pain. His vision was getting darker and darker, and his head was getting dizzier and dizzier. His forehead was twitching as if something was about to pop out. The two boatmen naturally saw that her situation was critical. One of them steeled his heart and said, "Miss Shui, sorry for the offense." He raised his head to take a deep breath and plunged into the water. His lips moved towards Ning Xiuma's lips, wanted to give her some air to slow her down. But before his lips could touch Ning Xiuma's lips, his body in the water suddenly trembled, as if he had been attacked by something. His face turned white, and his body tilted. He died on the spot and slowly sank into the water. Chapter 475. The other person was shocked and subconsciously reached out to grab his comrade. However, just as his fingers touched his comrade's clothes, his expression changed. With a groan, his body tilted and sank into the water. Because they were high above the water, the people on the boat could not see what happened in the water. They only saw the two people sinking into the water. Yin Ziyuan was worried about Ning Xiuma's safety and immediately sent two people who were good at swimming. Ning Xiuma's heart turned cold. She naturally knew that the deaths of the two boatmen were related to Shui Lan. They were most likely plotted against by him. As long as that bastard was standing there, no matter how many people were sent, it would be useless. They would lose a few more lives for no reason. Although she knew it clearly, she could not open her mouth to warn the people on the boat because she had been underwater. She tried her best to widen her eyes and stared at Shui Lan. If looks could kill, Shui Lan would have been dismembered by her several times. Shui Lan had been standing there with his hand on the railing. His posture was elegant, and he looked like a demon. The smile on his lips was overflowing as he coldly watched Ning Xiuma struggle on the brink of death. Because of the lack of oxygen, Ning Xiuma's head became more and more bloated. In the end, it felt like it was going to explode. The psychokinesis in her body was also rushing around in her body, causing her tendons and meridians to hurt as if they were being torn apart. She subconsciously adjusted her breathing and adjusted her chaotic meridians. She did not know what was going on. When she adjusted her breathing and adjusted the airflow in her body, her forehead suddenly jumped again. It was as if a small mouth was slowly opening there. There was clearly no water coming out of her forehead, but that small mouth seemed to be able to decompose the oxygen in the water. After a moment, she actually did not feel suffocated anymore. What was going on? Could it be that there was really an additional small mouth on her forehead? Wasn't that like Erlang Shen? However, Erlang Shen's forehead opened the heaven's eye, while hers opened the heaven's mouth. She almost wanted to raise her hand to touch it. But just as she was distracted, she felt that the little mouth on her forehead that could breathe underwater wanted to close. This was already her only hope. She immediately focused her mind and once again circulated her energy. She finally managed to get the little mouth to breathe again. Shui Lan leaned on the railing and looked at her. She was still glaring at him earlier, but now she had her eyes closed. She pursed her lips slightly and floated in the water. Her long hair was spread out behind her as she floated in the water. She looked extremely fragile. Could she have drowned? He didn't even see her choking on the water. He looked at Ning Xiuma carefully again. His eyesight was naturally amazing, so he could clearly see her entire condition. Her chest did not rise and fall at all. Oh no, was he really dead? Shui Lan's figure rose and floated down like a red cloud. With a wave of his sleeve, he waved away the two boatmen who had just swum over and were about to rescue them. He floated on the water like an immortal. His shoes and socks were not wet. Everyone on the boat gasped softly. Not to mention anything else, just this Qin Gong alone was enough to shock the world. Some of the girls actually forgot that Ning Xiuma was still underwater and shouted out good. Shui Lan's sleeves fluttered in the wind. He lowered his eyes to look at Ning Xiuma, who was underwater. This little girl was too crafty. Even someone like him had been plotted against by her several times, so he had no choice but to guard against her. Her beautiful face turned green and white as she floated there motionlessly. At this time, she couldn't possibly do anything, right? Everything was clear at a glance, wasn't it? Chapter 476. Shuilan's eyes faintly flickered. Finally, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion towards the surface of the water. He didn't know which mechanism he had triggered, but the net that had been fixed under the surface of the water brought Ning Xiuema out of the water. He stretched out his arms and caught Ning Xiuema with the net in his arms. The body of the beauty in his arms was slightly cold, but her eyes were still closed. Although she was already out of the water, she still wasn't breathing. Little girl, how does it feel to be in the net? Is it enough to make you happy? Don't die. His bright red lips moved closer to Ning Xiuema's ear and whispered. His warm breath lingered in her ear. That scene was indescribably lingering. The people on the boat were already very surprised to see him go into the water to save someone. Then they saw the otherworldly man holding the wet Ning Xiuema in his arms. His posture was very intimate, as if he was holding his first love. Most of the women on the boat suddenly felt that if the one who fell into the water was them, then it would be good. If they could be tenderly hugged by this person, then even if they died, it would be worth it. They originally thought that this was the best that the red-clothed man could do for Ning Xiuema, but they didn't expect that there would be something even more shocking. The red-clothed man said something in Ning Xiuema's ear. Then he slowly lowered his head and kissed Ning Xiuema's lips. Everyone's jaws dropped. Because Ning Xiuema had put on makeup before, her face didn't look ugly or handsome. Other than her astonishing zither skills, the others didn't feel that there was anything special about her. Men were basically visual creatures, and they appreciated beautiful women the most. Therefore, although they admired Ning Xiuema's zither skills, they didn't have any romantic thoughts toward her. The women on the boat also didn't treat Ning Xiuema as a love rival or competitor. No one would have thought that this red-clothed zither master, who seemed to have a good temper and didn't put anyone in his eyes, would take pity on Ning Xiuema. Not only did he personally save her, he also kissed her. This world was a fantasy. The women were indignant and felt that this zither master Shue's luck was too good. Rong Yin was the most unconvinced. Among the women present, other than Yin Ziyuan, she was the prettiest. She was also a top-notch character. No matter where she went, she would become the focus of men's eyes. Although she already had Gu Ziyan in her heart, her competitive nature made her want to show off her charm in front of beautiful men to prove her extraordinariness. Therefore, when Shuilan had just boarded the ship, she deliberately squeezed in front of the crowd and spoke a few words to Shuilan. Her voice had always been pleasant to listen to, and her posture was gentle and beautiful. Most men would find it difficult to resist her charm. Even if they weren't charmed by her, they would still greet her politely and warmly. But at that time, she had said so much to the red-clothed man, but the red-clothed man had no intention of paying attention to her. She had gotten herself into a tight spot. Although there was a hint of a spring breeze smile on his lips, the expression in his eyes was indifferent. He didn't put her, a talented woman, in his eyes. To be exact, he didn't put anyone here in his eyes. After he sat down surrounded by the crowd, he directly asked for the top 7 list of the zither recital. When he casually said that he wanted to know the first place, everyone discovered that Ning Xiuema had disappeared while everyone was looking for Ning Xiuema in the cabin. Rong Yin came forward and intentionally or unintentionally introduced herself, saying that she was the 3rd place on the list. Chapter 477. While everyone was looking for Ning Xiuema in the cabin, Rong Yin stepped forward and intentionally or unintentionally introduced herself, saying that she was the 3rd on the list, and so on. It was this remark that made the red-clothed man look at her, and then he smiled. His smile was too beautiful, too soul-stirring. 2.5 of her soul flew away from her when she saw his smile. She almost couldn't find her bearings. Just as she was about to say a few more words to leave a good impression on this man, everyone heard some movement at the stern of the boat. Then the red-clothed man stood up and chuckled. The first place Shue girl didn't fall into the water, did she? Then he took the lead and walked out of the cabin to the stern. Then, the following scenes happened. The red-clothed man breathed for Ning Xiuma, shocking everyone on the boat. One after another, the sound of inhaling was endless. Rongyan couldn't help but sneer and explain. This master is so kind, actually willing to breathe for such a woman. Presumably, no matter who fell into the water and fainted, the master would do the same. Her tone was obviously sour. Yin Ziyuan originally didn't want to pay attention to her, but hearing her say that about her friend, she immediately became angry. Rongyan, what nonsense are you talking about? What kind of woman is this? Shue is a woman's husband. How can someone like you casually praise her? Yin Ziyuan's appearance was originally cold and elegant, but at this moment her pretty face was taut, and under her anger, her momentum was not small. Rongyan's heart was cold, but she didn't dare to refute. She could only look at Gu Ziyan for help. Gu Ziyan stood there expressionlessly. Looking at Yin Ziyuan, his eyes were somewhat deep. He didn't have the intention to help Rongyan. Yin Ziyuan's mind was completely focused on Ning Xiuma below. After reprimanding Rongyan, she held the railing and looked down, her face anxious. She was about to call the red-clothed man to rescue Ning Xiuma, but she didn't expect that the red-clothed man who was kissing her, as if he was pricked by a needle, suddenly raised his head, and blood seemed to be dripping from his lips at this moment. Ning Xiuma, who was motionless in his arms, suddenly moved. She raised her sleeves, and several blue, flying needles shot towards the red-clothed man's chest. No one expected this sudden change. Several people cried out in alarm. The red-clothed man chuckled. With a wave of his sleeve, the flying needles immediately disappeared. But Ning Xiuma was obviously not finished. At the same time, she launched the poison needles, her two palms to hit the red-clothed man's chest. Her legs were not idle. With a fierce kick, her knees directly hit the red-clothed man's crotch. Her sudden attack was a perfect example of 3 words: fast, accurate, ruthless. In the blink of an eye, she had already unleashed 3 deadly moves. She was fast, but the red-clothed man was faster than her. Before the crowd could cry out in alarm, the red-clothed man had already made his move, but no one saw how he did it. The crowd didn't even see how he made his move, but with just a few moves, he blocked all 3 of Ning Xiuma's killer moves. With a raise of his hand, he resolved the danger. "Little Xiuma, you're really naughty," the red-clothed man said with a smile. His arms circled around her, and he held her tightly. Ning Xiuma's hands and feet were restrained by him, so she couldn't break free. Seeing his handsome face in front of her, she steeled her heart and head-butted him. She practiced internal strength, and although she didn't practice the iron head art, her head was much harder than ordinary people, so the power of this head but was not small. There's more at noon. Chapter 478. She had practiced inner strength before. Although she had never practiced the iron head technique, her head was still much harder than an ordinary person's. The force of this collision was not small. If the red-clothed man were to be hit by her, his handsome face would be smashed into mush. Her attack was aimed directly at his nose. Damn it. Even if she couldn't kill him, she wanted to break his nose and make him jump in pain. The man in red did not seem to be able to dodge. He only had time to lower his head slightly and move his nose away. Bang! Ning Xiuma's forehead hit his forehead. Ning Xiuma's mind was suddenly in a daze. She saw stars and stars dancing in front of her eyes. She couldn't see anything clearly. "Little Xiuma, I know you want to be intimate with me, but you are too impatient. Look, you hit yourself, right? Ah, there's a bump." Shui Ilan's voice was steady, and there was a hint of concern in it. As he spoke, he even reached out a hand to rub Ning Xiuma's forehead. His voice was filled with pity. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Was this guy's forehead made of iron? She had clearly hit him with a lot of force, and the effect of the force was mutual. Even someone like her, who had practiced martial arts, would feel dizzy from hitting herself. But this guy didn't have any problem at all. She had hit him so hard that it was as if she had hit a piece of wood. His tone was gentle, but the strength of his fingers was not the same. His fingertips were rubbing the bump on Ning Shuima's forehead, causing her great pain. It also finally cleared her head from the dizziness of the impact. She shook her head fiercely and shook off his mischievous fingers. She glared at him fiercely. "What do you want?" Shuilan looked at her gently and sighed softly. "Little Shuima, every time we meet, you want to hit or kill me. It makes me very sad. Sad your sister." Ning Shuima cursed in her heart. She struggled for a moment, but Shuilan tightened his grip on her body, making it impossible for her to move an inch. He also made it hard for her to breathe. "Let go of me." She gritted her teeth. Shuilan shook his head seriously. "That won't do. You're a little loach. If I let go of you, you'll run away again." As he spoke, his palms started to touch Ning Shuima's body. Ning Shuima's expression changed. Was this bastard trying to molest her in front of so many people? "Hey, what are you doing? Stop." She gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. Shuilan smiled. Under the starlight, his smile was as resplendent as the moon, but the words he said were infuriating. "Don't worry. I've touched it once, so I'll naturally stop." His hand reached into her chest. Even though Ning Shuima's skin was thick, at this moment, her face was flushed red. She usually looked carefree and didn't care much about etiquette, but she was still a virgin. After being touched by him so unscrupulously, she wanted to bite this bastard to death. "Bastard, take your dirty hands away. If you do this again, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide." Anyway, she wouldn't be able to get away with it if she fell into his hands, so she might as well die. Shuilan's hand reached out from her chest, but he didn't really molest her. When he withdrew his fingers, there was a bag of needles between his fingertips. He said slowly, "Don't think too much. I just want to pull out the poisonous thorns of a little hedgehog like you." While he was speaking, his fingers had already nimbly touched every part of Ning Shuima's body. From her body, he found 3 packs of poisonous needles, a bottle of poisonous sand, 10 packs of poisonous powder, and a pile of other things. Chapter 479. Ning Shuima glared at him angrily. This bastard actually took all of her belongings. He didn't even let go of her banknotes. She clearly kept a lot of her things very well, very secretive. Shuilan looked at the bottles and jars that he took out and sighed, "So many poisonous things." "Little Shuima, aren't you afraid that you'll accidentally poison yourself?" Ning Shuima angrily said, "It has nothing to do with you." In fact, although she had a lot of poisonous things on her body, she had stored them very well, so there would never be a situation where she would be poisoned. "How can it have nothing to do with me? You're my person. If you poison yourself or kill yourself, my heart will ache." Shuilan's eyes were watery and full of affection. Ning Shuima was speechless. When did she become his person? Also, what did this bastard say about his heart aching? He was clearly the one who almost drowned her. If it wasn't for the heaven's mouth on her forehead... Wait, was the heaven's mouth on her forehead still there? Ning Shuima almost wanted to reach out and touch it. Shuilan seemed to have read her mind and sighed faintly. "In order to save you, I didn't care about how dirty your body was and gave you some air. However, you bit the hand that fed you and hurt my lips." There was even a hint of grievance in his voice. Ning Shuima was shocked by him and trembled. She stared at Shuilan's lips. She had indeed bitten him when he wasn't paying attention just now. There were still drops of blood on this guy's lips. Strange, she had clearly smeared some kind of poison on her teeth. She had taken the antidote beforehand, so she wasn't poisoned. How come this bastard wasn't poisoned either? Shuilan was a considerate person. He immediately understood the confusion in Ning Shuima's eyes and kindly explained to her, "Little Shuima, I'm the poison ancestor. I'm immune to all poisons. So that's how it is." Ning Shuima's mind was spinning rapidly. This bastard looked like he was smiling and had a good temper, but he was actually a pervert. Now that she was in his hands, she didn't know how he would torture her. How could she escape? His kung fu was not as good as his. He could not poison him, and he could not bind him with an oath. If she had the chance in the future, she would have to find a way to make this bastard swear an oath in the name of the demon ancestor, so that he would not be passive. Shuilan didn't feel tired at all as he hugged her and chatted with her on the surface of the water. She was still dragging that big net on her body. Seeing her pretty face turn pink and white from anger, he felt a sense of accomplishment. He couldn't help but raise his hand to pinch her cheek. Little Shuama, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've grown up a lot. It was becoming more and more tender. I almost couldn't recognize you. His fingers were gentle, but Ning Shuama had goosebumps all over her body. She was afraid that he would tear her face off on a whim. Shui Lan probably felt Ning Shuama's tense body. He looked at her and asked, Are you afraid of me? I really want to slap you to death. Ning Shuama complained in her heart, but she didn't say anything. You really are afraid of me. Sigh. Actually, you don't have to be afraid of me. I love you so much. Love her? Damn, you always made her love him, right? Ning Shuama almost wanted to laugh at his face. Do you hate me? Do you want to buy me to death? Do you want to take revenge on me completely? Shui Lan looked into her eyes and asked. Was there a need to ask? If she had the ability to do so, she would have kicked this bastard into the 18th level of hell. Actually, I have an excellent way for you to take revenge on me. Do you want to hear it? Shui Lan smiled lightly. Chapter 480. Was there something wrong with his head? How could he think of a way for others to take revenge on him? His idea was most likely a wicked one, or he was just teasing her. Ning Shuama closed her eyes. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. My idea is for you to marry me. Shui Lan said something shocking. Ning Shuama finally opened her eyes. She looked as though she was looking at a crazy person. You can only stay by my side if you marry me. When you're angry, you can hit me with your little fists. When you're unhappy, you can plot against me when I'm asleep. Or you can just show me your charm and make me die of exhaustion in bed. If you really hate me to death, you can also spend all my money and make me a penniless pauper. Let me starve and cold on the streets. But I have always been a person who dotes on the person beside me. If you are a little disrespectful to me, I will not bicker with you. I will pamper you, spoil you, and let you live like a queen. You see, isn't it better for you to take revenge on me by marrying me? This set of theories was simply overturning one's worldview. Ning Shuama was defeated by him. She gritted her teeth and finally said, Are you a masochist who likes to be abused? I'm sorry, but I don't have such a perverted hobby. I don't want to cooperate with you either. I only beg you to let me go and treat me as a stranger. We'll go our separate ways and don't provoke each other, okay? Her words were more modern words. Fortunately, Shui Lan was smart. He followed the meaning of her words and understood the gist of it. His eyelashes curved slightly. No, okay. I think I like you quite a lot. I don't want to go our separate ways. He pointed at her red lips. I'll make you marry me willingly and be my concubine. Ning Shuama. She was indeed destined to be a concubine. Both of them wanted her to be a concubine. That's what you said. You have to make me do it willingly and not force me. Ning Shuama immediately seized the opportunity in his words. Yes, I did say that. Shui Lan smiled, but there was a hint of malice in his smile. However, my words can usually be discounted. Whether they count or not is up to me. Ning Shuama, talking to this pervert, was exhausting. She took a deep breath. Since you want me to be willing, you have to show me some sincerity and treat me better. That way, I might be moved by you. First, take this net away. It's making my stomach hurt. Shui Lan laughed. That won't do. You're too slippery. I'll be more at ease with this net covering you. Didn't you say you were going to treat me well? You can't even fulfill such a small request? Ning Shuama provoked him. If you agree to my proposal and become my concubine, I'll naturally treat you well. Shui Lan looked at her with a smile. Why don't you agree now? Agree my ass. Only a ghost would be his concubine. Besides, this guy didn't mean what he said. She was afraid that if she agreed, he would do whatever he wanted to do to her. He might even make fun of her. This kind of person had a characteristic. The more he couldn't get something, the more he would desperately pursue it. Once he got it, he would put it to the back of his mind. Perhaps he would find it no longer challenging and kill her directly. If she didn't agree, she might be able to live longer. Once she agreed, her life would come to an end. Chapter 481. If she didn't agree, she might be able to live a little longer. Once she agreed, her little life would come to an end. Therefore, Ning Shuama's lips curled up slightly. In your dreams, she was indeed an extraordinary little girl. Every decision she made was beyond his expectations, and it only piqued his interest and made him even more reluctant to let go of her. He also smiled. "Little Shuma, let's wait and see." The tip of his foot kicked off the surface of the water, and his body floated up as light as a feather. Together with the net, he carried Ning Shuma and flew to the bow of the boat. The people on the ship were already boiling. Just now, Shui Ilan and Ning Shuma's conversation was sometimes high and sometimes low, so they also heard a few sentences. No one would have thought that the ordinary-looking Miss Shui would have so many entanglements with this heavenly master. This master who didn't put anyone in his eyes was actually pursuing her, and she clearly didn't take this man seriously. Other than saying no, she kept rejecting him. It's not fair. It's not fair. Is this the so-called ugly people make more trouble? Is this the so-called good men don't have good wives? Everyone looked at Shui Ilan with different gazes, all kinds of emotions. Of course, they also saw Ning Shuima in Shui Ilan's arms. Ning Shuima was tightly held in Shui Ilan's arms. Her small face was almost buried in his chest, so no one could see her expression. That kind of posture was too intimate. Who knew how many girls' hearts were broken? It also made the eyes of a few girls who had just been in love quietly turn red. Yin Ziyuan was worried about her good friend. She didn't care about anything else and hurriedly stepped forward. "Shui, are you okay? Did you choke?" Ning Shuima was still in Shui Ilan's arms and only said a few words. "I'm fine. You guys can leave." Yin Ziyuan didn't know what the red-clothed evildoer was planning to do by bringing her on board the ship. With his murderous temper, it was obviously not safe for Yin Ziyuan to stay on the ship. It was best for her to leave as soon as possible. Yin Ziyuan didn't understand the meaning of Ning Shuima's words. She couldn't help but take a step forward. "I heard that your voice is a little hoarse. Did you choke? I have some medicine for your throat." "I said I'm fine, so I'm fine. Who asked you to be a busybody?" Ning Shuima's tone was very fierce, but she was a little anxious. If Shui Ilan found out that Yin Ziyuan was her friend, he might use Yin Ziyuan to threaten her. Yin Ziyuan was stunned. Shui, what's wrong with her? Why was he suddenly so impatient and fierce with her? Her face was slightly pale, and she was a little hurt. Rong Yin pursed her lips and smiled. "Miss Yin, Miss Shui is now the master's personal person. It's enough that she has his concern. Why do you have to ask for it?" "Ha!" Rong Yin's laughter disgusted Yin Ziyuan. She coldly looked at her. "Rong Yin, if you don't speak in a strange way, no one will think you're mute. I can care for whoever I want. What's the matter?" A sentence blocked Rong Yan's mouth. Rong Yan's face changed, but she still pretended to be a white lotus. "Miss Yin, although you don't want to recognize me, I'm still your sister in name. I just want to care for you. I don't want to see you get bullied." "Sister?" Yin Ziyuan sneered. Her voice was cold. "Your surname is Rong, and my surname is Yin. We don't have any blood relationship. What kind of sister are you? You want to enter the Yin Mansion's door so much? You don't even want your own ancestors?" These words were a little harsh. Chapter 482. Rong Yin was so mean in public that she couldn't continue to act like a white lotus anymore. Her face sank. "Miss Yin, we as the younger generation shouldn't ask about our parents' right and wrong. But you've gone too far. Our father has already accepted my mother as his second wife. In any case, she should stay by our father's side. It's fine if you don't agree, but you're also trying to prevent them from reuniting and separating them. Is this your filial piety as a child?" In this era, men marrying and taking in concubines was a very common thing. So the people present at most secretly laughed at Madame Rong's lack of virtue, but they didn't think there was any problem with Yin Darren taking a second wife. In addition, Rong Yin intentionally or unintentionally created an image of her mother enduring humiliation in front of everyone. She even intentionally or unintentionally made people misunderstand that Rong Yan's mother was actually Yin Darren's childhood sweetheart, because Madame Yin used a scheme to get the position of the mistress of the Yin family. Madame Rong was sad and married to the Rong family. After the decline of the Rong family, Yin Darren felt sorry for his old lover and took them to the Yin family. Then the two of them relapsed and got together again. Rong Yan's mother didn't care about the hatred of Madame Yan's interference. She was benevolent and righteous, endured humiliation, and was willing to be a concubine. This kind of story was obviously more in line with the aesthetic of the poor couple, so everyone sympathized with Rong Yan's mother, who was placed in the outer residence and couldn't enter the Yin family. The people present were all scholars. This kind of people had a bit of pride and didn't fear power. They sympathized with the weak from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, seeing Yin Ziyuan being aggressive, they couldn't help but be a little angry. This mouth, that mouth, whether overtly or covertly, criticized Yin Ziyuan for being unfilial and arrogant and domineering. Rong Yan's weak posture won the sympathy of everyone, so she couldn't help but feel proud. Looking at Yin Ziyuan's green and white face, she felt particularly relieved. She began to habitually play the role of a white lotus and sighed softly. Everyone, Zhen is still young and insensible. I won't blame her as her elder sister. I only hope that she can see that her father is old and lacks a caring person by his side. She won't threaten him with her life and prevent them from reuniting. As for me, what's a little grievance? I only hope that my parents can live well and enjoy the happiness of a family. Yinzhen was so angry that her hands were trembling. She was a straightforward girl and didn't know how to beat around the bush. At this moment, Rong Yan's words made her so angry that she raised her hand to slap Rong Yan's face, which made her feel incomparably disgusted. Her talent in telekinesis was actually quite good, and she had received guidance from a famous teacher in the Yin manner. Her martial arts were also quite good, and this palm strike brought with it a sharp gust of wind. Rong Yan's talent in psychokinesis was average, and her martial arts practice was just so. Saying that her martial arts were flowery and impractical was a bit of an exaggeration. How could she escape from Yin Ziyuan's angry palm? He was so scared that his face changed. She screamed, "Brother Ziyan, save me." She had already finished her sentence, but the slap still hadn't landed on her face. Her heart stirred, and she opened her eyes. Gu Ziyan grabbed Yin Ziyuan's wrist with one hand at the critical moment. It was Gu Ziyan who decisively saved her. Yin Ziyuan's slap was stopped halfway by Gu Ziyan. He held her wrist and said in a deep voice, "Ziyan, don't go too far." Chapter 483. Yin Ziyuan's wrist hurt from being held by him, and her heart also seemed to hurt. She suddenly struggled. "Take your dirty hand away." Gu Ziyan's face slightly changed, and he subconsciously let go of her hand. He loosened his grip a bit too quickly, and Yin Ziyuan happened to be struggling with all her strength. Coincidentally, Yin Ziyuan was shaken a bit and retreated a few steps. She couldn't stand still and sat on the ground with a plop. Coincidentally, her head hit the corner of the table next to her. Blood flowed down her forehead. Everyone seemed to have not expected this scene, and they were all stunned. Gu Ziyan's face changed, and he reached out to help her. Yinduan seemed to have been scalded by fire, and her body slightly moved to the side, avoiding his hand. The little maidservant who accompanied her had already rushed over and hurriedly helped her up from the ground. Almost crying, "Miss, you're bleeding." Yinzhen shook her head. "It's okay." Her forehead was burning with pain, but compared to the pain in her heart, the pain in her forehead was nothing. Her forehead was bleeding profusely, and in the blink of an eye, it had already flowed to her cheeks. The little maidservant hurriedly treated her wound, but because she went out to participate in a zither recital, which was an event for scholars, the little maidservant didn't prepare any ointment for bruises. At this time, she anxiously paced around. "Miss, this servant should die. I didn't bring any ointment." "I have some here." A hand reached out, and there was a bottle of Jinshuang ointment in the palm. It was a very beautiful hand, and it was obvious that it was used to play the zither. Following the finger, it was Gu Ziyan's uneasy face. The little maidservant looked at Yin Ziyuan, but Yin Ziyuan turned a blind eye to that hand. She casually tore a piece of her sleeve and raised her hand to wrap her head. "It's just a flesh wound. No need to use any medicine." She raised her sleeve, revealing her once white wrist. There was a dark purple circle around her wrist, which was caused by Gu Ziyan in a moment of desperation. Gu Ziyan's eyes moved from her bleeding forehead to her bruised wrist. His face turned even paler. He raised his hand and held Ziyuan's hand, which was about to be bandaged, and stuffed the ointment into her hand. "This wound must be treated or will leave a scar." Yanzhen abruptly snatched her hand back. Her movement was big, and Gu Ziyan was also apprehensive. He didn't dare to hold her hand tightly, so she broke free. Even a medicine bottle in his hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The ointment flowed all over the floor. "Pa!" With a loud sound, Gu Ziyan's heart seemed to shatter along with the medicine bottle. Gu Ziyan paused and looked at her angry eyes. "Then, I didn't mean to." Yanzhen secretly took a breath and pulled the corner of her lips. "I know. You were just worried about Rongyan. You can't allow her to be hurt." Yanzhen smiled bitterly in her heart. She understood everything, but she couldn't see through the barrier of love. That's why she repeatedly got hurt, because of small things. Her eyes seemed to be filled with tears. She didn't want to stay here any longer. She had already lost face, and she didn't want to make herself more embarrassed by crying here. She was about to bandage her wound and immediately get a boat to leave. Behind her, a hand silently stretched out. There was also ointment in the palm. Miss Yan used this. Yanzhen raised her head and looked into the eyes of a black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth's eyes were calm, but the hand holding the ointment was very steady. Yanzhen breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 484. The young man in black was her shadow guard. Yanzhen was lively by nature and liked to run around. Her father was afraid that she would get into an accident, so he assigned a shadow guard to her, named Yifeng. Yifeng was not much older than her, around 18 years old, but he was much calmer than her. No matter where Yanzhen went, he would always follow her silently. Yanzhen was at the age where she was rebellious. She worshipped freedom and hated it when someone followed her around, making her unable to have fun. So she cried and argued with her father a few times, asking him to remove this shadow guard. Unfortunately, her father had always complied with her wishes, but he refused to back down on this matter. Yanzhen vented all her anger on Yifeng. As long as she saw him by her side, she would never give him a good look. So Yifeng really became a shadow guard, secretly following Yanzhen around, making her unable to discover him. He would only appear when she met with extreme danger. 2 days ago, Yanzhen went to the capital to watch the Heavenly Master's enthronement ceremony. She only brought a servant girl with her. Like a fat sheep, she wandered around outside and came back safely. In fact, it was all thanks to this shadow guard who helped her deal with all the dangers in the dark. This time, when Yanzhen boarded the ship, she did not see Yifeng. She thought that she had finally gotten rid of him this time. But she did not expect that he had also boarded the ship and was so quiet that she did not notice him at all. Where is he hiding just now? Although she did not like him, but his appearance at this time helped her out of her predicament. She took the ointment from his palm and let the servant girl help her apply it. Yifeng was very well prepared. Just as the servant girl finished applying the ointment for Yanzhen, he handed over a tray of snow-white bandages. Gu Ziyan stood there, and he was left hanging there. His fingers were clenched tightly in his sleeves. Yanzhen's rejection of him was very serious, and that shadow guard was standing between him and Yanzhen. He could not even see the corner of Yanzhen's clothes. This shadow guard, in addition to being a Guqin master, Gu Ziyan was also a psychokinesis master. If they were to really fight, not many people present would be his match. He was also very good at judging people. Normally, when someone passed by him, he would be able to sense the strength of the other party's aura. From there, he could estimate the depth of the opponent's kung fu. It was rare for him to make a mistake. But today, he saw 3 people he couldn't see through. The first one was Ning Xiuma. This little girl didn't seem to have a high psychokinesis, but her aura was very strong. The second was Shui Lan. This red-clothed man not only had a strong aura, but his psychokinesis was also unfathomable. Just looking at him made him feel anxious. That feeling was like a rabbit meeting a tiger. He knew that this person must not be provoked. The third was this shadow guard called Yifeng. This youth was like a peerless sword hidden in its scabbard. He had a calm demeanor. Although he was silent, no one could ignore him. Gu Ziyan could not see the level of his martial arts at all. Yifeng's face was not the kind of handsome face that was popular nowadays. His face was strong and simple. His face was handsome, and his eyes were deep and calm like the sea. When he looked at Gu Ziyan, that kind of coldness made Gu Ziyan's heart turn cold. After Yin Ziyuan's head injury was bandaged, Yifeng said, "Miss Yin, the boat has been prepared. Do you want to disembark now?" This person was very understanding. Yin Ziyuan could not wait to leave this place, and Yifeng had prepared everything for her. Yin Ziyuan was very satisfied. Chapter 485. Yin Ziyuan was very satisfied. When she looked at Yifeng again, she didn't feel so disgusted. She nodded slightly. "Okay, let's get off the boat." She couldn't help but look in the direction of Ning Xiuema. She could leave, but her friend was still in that man's arms. Would she be in danger? That man's red clothes were as dazzling as the morning sun. She didn't know when he had sat down at the head of the table. Ning Xiuema was still trapped in his arms and couldn't even raise her head. He held Ning Xiuema with one hand and supported his chin with the other. He looked in the direction of Yin Ziyuan with interest, as if he was watching a play with relish. Seeing that Yin Ziyuan was looking at him, he patted Ning Xiuema's back. "Little Xiuema, your friend is really good. She suffered such a grievance and still can't let go of you." Ning Xiuema's heart was anxious. She wanted to kick Yin Ziyuan away. In such a dangerous place, the sooner she left, the sooner she would be safe. Although she had only known Yin Ziyuan for a day, she already understood her temper. She was a passionate, naive, and chivalrous little girl. If she knew that she was in danger, she would probably blindly stay and provoke this evildoer. Her little life could be lost in minutes. She sneered and lightly said, "Friend? Who treats her as a friend? I just want to participate in this zither recital, win this prize, and use her as a ladder to cross the wall." This sentence made Yin Ziyuan's face turn white. She had a simple temperament, so she couldn't think of Ning Xiuema's thoughts. Today, she had been betrayed twice in a row, making her angry. She coldly snorted, "Okay, I recognize the wrong person, so you were just using me. Yifeng, let's go." Yifeng glanced at Ning Xiuema, then silently turned around and walked beside Yin Ziyuan. He didn't seem to have the consciousness of being a servant. When he spoke to Yin Ziyuan, he didn't bow and salute. When he walked with her, he didn't lag behind like a servant. Shui Lan still sat there without any intention of stopping her. Ning Xiuema, who had been guarding against him, let out a sigh of relief. As expected, Yifeng had prepared a small boat under the ship. The small boat was made of ebony. Although it wasn't big, it was sturdy enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people. The suspension ladder to disembark from the boat had already been set up. The young maidservant led the way and boarded the small boat. Yin Ziyuan followed behind, while Yifeng brought up the rear. Yin Ziyuan's dress fluttered as she approached the small boat. The young maidservant had already reached out her small hand and stood at the bow of the boat, wanting to support her. Yifeng, who was walking at the back, suddenly had a change in expression. He flew up and picked up Yin Ziyuan, then turned around and flew away. Yin Ziyuan was caught off guard and cried out in alarm. "Yifeng, what are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, she heard a loud bang behind her, followed by the young maidservant's miserable cry. It went straight into Yin Ziyuan's ears. Following this loud bang, the suspension ladder also broke. At this moment, Yifeng hadn't rushed back to the ship yet. When the suspension ladder broke, he immediately fell from the sky with Yin Ziyuan in his arms. People on the ship cried out in alarm because they saw that the small boat had turned into a fireball. Yifeng and Yin Ziyuan were falling right above the raging fire. At this critical moment, Yifeng shook his hand, and a black ribbon flew onto the ship and wrapped around one of the masts. Yifeng pulled on the ribbon and flew up like a big bird. He finally returned to the bow of the ship and put Yin Ziyuan down safely. Chapter 486. Yin Ziyuan was still in shock. She calmed herself down and rushed to the bow of the boat. Her servant girl was called Zhu. She was on the small boat that was on fire. At this moment, she had turned into a big ball of fire along with the small boat. There was no way to save her. Yin Ziyuan and Zhu were master and servant in name, but in reality, they were like sisters. When Yin Ziyuan saw that she had died for no reason, her eyes turned red, and she almost jumped off the bow of the big boat. "Be careful." Yifeng pulled her back. His voice was still calm. "She is already dead. My condolences." Yin Ziyuan was so angry that she couldn't help but slap him. "What the hell are you doing? Why did you prepare a small boat that could catch fire?" She was heartbroken and lost her ability to think. "Pa!" This slap landed on Yi Feng's left cheek. Yin Ziyuan's hand was numb from the shock. She was also stunned. She didn't expect that she would really slap him. Yi Feng's left cheek was left with a red palm print, but he was still as a mountain. Even his voice didn't fluctuate. "It's this subordinate's negligence." He apologized, but he didn't let go of Yin Ziyuan's hand. Yin Ziyuan didn't want to hold her. She tried to shake him off, but she couldn't. She was so angry that she almost stomped her feet. "Bastard, why are you holding me? Let go." "Miss Yin, sorry to offend you." Yifeng didn't have the intention to let go of her. He used a little strength and pulled her closer to him. The people who heard the commotion frowned. They all felt that this shadow guard was too daring. He actually kept holding his master's hand. The concept of hierarchy in this world was very strict. The master was the master, and the servant was the servant. Everyone present scolded Yifeng, asking him to let go of their master. Xin also spoke. "Yifeng, she is a master and you are the servant. It's not proper for you to hold her like this." Yifeng turned a deaf ear to everyone's reprimand. He looked around and frowned. Everyone also subconsciously looked at the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, they cried out in surprise, "Hey, where is this? What a thick fog. Is it a deserted island? How do we get here? No, this is not the lake. There is no island in the lake." Unknowingly, the surroundings were covered in white fog. The fog covered the sky and the surrounding scenery. People could only vaguely see the small island through the gaps in the thick fog. What was going on? Everyone looked at each other, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. The previously bustling ship was now like a ghost ship. The surroundings were gloomy, and even the lanterns hanging on the mast had become blurry, like willow, the wisps in the fog. "What's going on?" someone asked anxiously. "Brother Zian, I'm scared." Rongyan was like a little bird clinging to Gu Zian's side. "Let's go into the cabin," someone trembled and suggested, taking the lead to run into the cabin, as if it was safe there. "Brother Zian, let's go in too?" Ask the steward what's going on. Rongyan also suggested, tightly pulling Gu Zian's arm. Gu Zian did not answer her. His eyes fell on Yin Ziyuan. Yin Ziyuan was pulled to Yi Feng's side. Her face was pale, but she was still calm. After her outburst, she had already figured out that the fire on the boat had nothing to do with Yifeng. It was an accident that even Yifeng did not expect. Chapter 487. Yifeng had always been a reliable person. For such an accident to happen, it shouldn't be a coincidence. It should be man-made. She immediately thought of the mysterious red-clothed man. All these abnormal things. Could it be that he was behind it? But he had no enmity with the people on the ship. Why would he do this? She couldn't help but look at Yifeng beside her. "Do you know what's going on?" Yifeng did not answer her. Suddenly, he turned his body and pulled her behind him. It was a protective posture. His sharp and cold eyes looked into the cabin. Clap, clap, clap. There were 3 crisp claps in the cabin, and a lazy voice said, "I didn't expect there to be a master on this ship. Young man, your skills are not bad. You can still escape." The voice was slightly hoarse, but it was unusually magnetic and pleasant to the ears. It was Shui Lan, who had been silently watching the show. "I don't know why you set up this puzzle, and I don't want to know. But my lady has no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill her?" Yifeng said in a low voice. "Must there be enmity before I can kill?" Shui Lan chuckled. "I'd just like to." He answered as if it was natural, but it made everyone's expression change. "If you like to kill, then kill without asking for any reason. This theory is too demonic. This person is not a master. He's clearly a demon. Everyone looked at the chaotic scene around them, and they were all flustered. "Who the hell are you?" Someone shouted. "I'm not a human." Shui Yilan's voice was light, as if it carried the murderous aura of a water ghost. It made people feel a chill down their backs. Not a human? Then he's definitely not an immortal. Could it be the legendary demon? "What is your purpose for coming here?" "I heard the sound of the zither and came here to compare notes with everyone." Shui Yilan answered elegantly. Everyone looked at each other again, and they secretly sighed in relief. If it was just to compare notes on zither skills, it wouldn't be too dangerous. "I don't know how the master wants to compare notes." "Grandmaster's zither skills are brilliant. There are only a few people here who can match up to Grandmaster." Rong Yin boldly asked. "You mortals naturally can't compare to me," Shui Yilan replied bluntly, "but I can allow you to fight as a group." Team battle? What did he mean? Everyone didn't understand. Fortunately, Shui Yilan still had an explanation. "You can form a group of 8. If your Guqin can surpass mine, then you win." Everyone let out a sigh of relief. In terms of the beauty of the zither, they might not be a match for the red-clothed man, but 8 zither against 1 zither was a sure win. All they had to do was to play the zither at the highest volume. "If we win, will your excellency remove the camouflage and let us go?" "Of course." "Then what if we lose?" "If you lose, you'll naturally die," Shui Yilan replied casually. On this boat, there was no lack of people with fiery tempers. One of them, although his zither skills were average, his martial arts were first class, and he had a small reputation in Chongkong country. When he heard Shui Yilan's words, he was dissatisfied and angrily said, "Even if it's a competition, you should pay attention to mutual consent. Your Excellency using such a petty trick makes people laugh coldly. We don't want to compete with you." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something stuck in his throat, and his body was lifted up in the air. This person's hands and feet moved chaotically, desperately struggling. Chapter 488. The man struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free from the shackles of the inexplicable power. His body flew backward involuntarily, and with a whoosh he was thrown off the boat and fell into the water. After the man fell into the water, the force around his neck disappeared. He coughed twice and immediately moved his hands and feet, try his best to pop his head out of the water. At this time, his heart calmed down a lot. He knew how to swim. Swimming more than 10 miles was like playing with water. He felt that although the scenery in front of him couldn't be seen clearly, it should be a trick. He should still be in the lake. The depth of the lake was only about 10 miles. He just needed to find a direction and swim. He had a good plan, but he didn't expect to see a blackback swimming towards him as soon as he popped his head out of the water. Before he could react, the thing had already popped its head out of the round table and bared its sharp teeth at him. "Help!" The man tried to escape, but his speed in the water couldn't be compared to the monster. The monster bit his thigh and pulled him into the water. Violent splashes and streaks of red appeared under the water. The people on the boat were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. They watched as the man was torn apart by the monster and disappeared. There were only a few streaks of dark red liquid spreading in all directions in the rippling water. Monster! There's a monster in the lake. No, maybe this isn't the same lake anymore. Then where is this? Hell! Some of the timid girls were so scared that they lost control of their emotions and screamed. "It's so noisy." Shui Yilan sighed in the cabin. His voice was as soft as the wind, but it carried the darkness of hell's messenger. The 3 girls who screamed also felt their necks tighten. Their bodies were lifted into the air at the same time. They struggled with all their might, but they were also thrown into the water. Just like before, they were swallowed by the monster that suddenly jumped out of the water. The screams of the girls under the boat were ear-piercing. The people on the boat were all pale and their legs trembled. They didn't dare to make sound. Hair! It's hair that's strangling them. It's a strand of hair. Someone with good eyesight finally saw it and couldn't help but shout. Hair, or just one strand? Everyone looked at the cabin door and then at the bow. The distance from the cabin to the bow was at least a dozen meters. How long was his hair? Strange. It was too strange. This was really not a human. At this point, no one dared to raise any objections. They could only agree to Shui Ilan's conditions. Shui Ilan chuckled as if he was very satisfied. They are indeed very obedient. He paused for a moment. Little Shuma, they are much more obedient than you. Bastard, let go of me. Ning Shuema's angry voice came from the cabin. Why should I let him go? Little Shuema, you're too slippery. Once I let you go, you will run away again. Although I am very happy that you have found so many Zither players for me, 100 of them are not as good as one of you. Shui Ilan's words were very affectionate, but they also dragged Ning Shuema into the water. Bastard, Ning Shuema's rebuttal was suddenly blocked. She could only make a vague sound. Everyone looked at each other again. Was that girl called Shui really in cahoots with this red-clothed devil? She obviously came to this Zither recital with ulterior motives. Then they all looked at Yin Ziyuan. Although they didn't dare to complain at this time, their eyes were obviously angry. There would be a few more chapters during the day. Mumu created a new VIP group. The group number and the description of joining the group were posted at the top of the comment section. Chapter 489. Yin Ziyuan's face was pale. How could she not see the condemnation in everyone's eyes? She raised her chin and said in a low voice, She's not on the same side as this person. I believe in her. Ning Shuema was still trapped in Shui Ilan's arms. She didn't struggle because she knew that it was useless. She was just looking for an opportunity. But this opportunity was too slim. She hadn't found it yet. Shui Ilan's hand was still covering her mouth. Shuema didn't try to push it away because this scoundrel had warned her that if she bit his finger, he would use his lips to block her mouth. Shui Ilan purposely pulled her into the water. She was originally sad because she thought that she would lose Yin Ziyuan as a friend. But she didn't expect to hear Yin Ziyuan's words. This short sentence warmed her heart. That silly girl. Didn't she know that protecting her friend at this time meant going against everyone present? Naive and hot-blooded. She was a bit like one of her subordinates in her previous life. At this time, Ning Shuema had already made up her mind. She didn't care about anyone else, but she had to care about Yin Ziyuan's safety. Even if she herself was like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river, she still had the ability to threaten this bastard. If necessary, she would throw her life away. Little Shuema, what kind of crooked idea are you thinking of now? Shui Ilan used his finger to lightly press her nose. His tone was gentle, but his actions were frivolous. Ning Shuema simply closed her eyes and ignored him. I didn't think that a heaven-cursed lonely star like you would have friends. Shui Ilan lightly sighed. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The people outside already felt that the name Shuema sounded familiar. At this moment, when they heard the words heavenly, calamitous, lonely star, they immediately thought of Ning Shuema's identity. She's Ning Shuema, right? The orphan from Marquis Jingyuan's estate. So even her name is fake. She even said something about being called Shui. Miss Yin, you treated her as a friend, but she might not. Even her name is fake. No wonder we encountered such an unlucky thing. It's because a heaven-cursed, lonely star came on this ship. God, whoever comes in contact with her is unlucky. Although the discussion outside wasn't loud, Ning Shuema's hearing was good, so she could hear every word clearly. She laughed bitterly in her heart. Heaven-cursed name as a lonely heaven-cursed lonely star's name. All right, how could it be her? Isn't she engaged to the heavenly master? Tomorrow is their wedding day. Someone blurted out the inside story. Ning Shuema's expression slightly changed. The news of her marriage with Han Shanyue was only spread to the officials of the imperial court. It was unknown why Emperor Luxian had sealed this news, so the commoners did not know the inside story. She didn't think that there would be someone here who knew so much. Logically speaking, tomorrow was indeed her wedding day with Han Shanyue. If she didn't run away, she would be carried to the heavenly master's estate and married to the new heavenly master. Although she didn't want to marry him, it was better than falling into the hands of Shui Ilan. So it was better for her to stay still. Now that she couldn't even keep her life, Han Shanyue should have known that she had escaped. With his ability, it shouldn't be difficult for him to track her down, right? But he didn't show up. It seemed that he didn't take her seriously. You're actually engaged to that bastard? You promised him? Chapter 490. You're actually engaged to that bastard? You promised him? While Ning Xuema was somewhat absent-minded, Shui Ilan's somewhat perturbed voice entered her ears. His handsome face was no longer full of smiles. Instead, it was completely gloomy. A dark aura surged out from his body, causing the usually calm Ning Xuema to inwardly shiver. However, she fearlessly replied, "What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with me?" Good question, Shui Ilan sneered. "Since you're not going to say it, I'll verify it myself." Verification? You can verify an engagement? Ning Xuema still hadn't recovered from her shock when her clothes were suddenly ripped apart by him. The sound of fabric being ripped apart was extremely ear-piercing. Ning Xuema's expression changed. "Bastard, what are you doing?" She desperately struggled to push him away. However, at this moment, she was in Shui Ilan's hands. She was like a lamb in the hands of a butcher. She couldn't escape from his hands. Shui Ilan's fingers brushed her body. She couldn't move and could only watch as he took advantage of her body. He wouldn't want to force himself on her right here, right? This bastard would definitely do it. Ning Xuema was both angry and angry. Her charming face was flushed red, and her heart almost sank to the bottom of the ocean. Although she was a modern person, she wasn't open-minded about sex. Her first time was still very important to her. This matter was mysterious and beautiful to her. It was an extremely solemn and sacred thing. Her first time should be with the person she truly loved, leaving a beautiful impression for the rest of her life. The aftertaste should be warm and intoxicating. She shouldn't just do it with any random man. This was the main reason why she ran away from the marriage. She felt that she didn't have any desire for Han Shangyue and was afraid that he would force himself on her wedding night. However, she didn't expect to escape from the wolf's den into the tiger's den. She successfully ran away from the marriage, so she didn't have to worry about being forced by Han Shangyue. Instead, she was being raped by Shui Ilan. "Bastard, if you dare to do anything to me, even if I die and turn into a ghost, I will hunt you down." Ning Xuema gnashed her teeth. At this time, she was already prepared to fight this bastard to the death. No matter how valiant she was still a young girl. Under such circumstances, she couldn't help but feel nervous and afraid. Her big eyes were about to spit fire. "You can't do anything to me when you're alive, but you think you're powerful as a ghost." Shui Ilan sneered. Obviously, he didn't take her words to heart. He lifted her chin with his finger and looked in her eyes. "I forgot to tell you, this seat is very good at dealing with ghosts and whatnot. Even if you bite your tongue and commit suicide now, I can still capture your soul. You won't be able to escape from my grasp." His fingers were warm, but his words were colder than the cold wind. Ning Xuema, what kind of pervert did she let out? Shui Ilan looked down at the curvaceous body in his arms, and his eyes gradually heated up. "I knew it. There was something fishy about you suddenly growing up. You actually ate the ice blue fruit and soaked in the original spring." Ning Xuema was left naked in his arms. Her heart was filled with hatred and anger. Hearing him mention those two things, she immediately thought of the fruit Han Shangyue gave her and the hot spring she had soaked in it. Was there something special about those two things? So what if I ate it? So what if I soaked it? She tried her best to ignore her current awkward state. Fortunately, she was still wearing her panties and underwear. Although they were thin and short, at least it was better than nothing.